now.
I think we need to explain how the internet works.
I'm going to email you some fart stink or something for that.
Oh, I really hope we can never do that.
Smell-o-vision.
No. Just no.
Sniff.
We are live, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Reuven's Hangout, all you fine people out there in the viewer world.
Hi.
How you doing, James?
Not doing half bad, man. Staying busy and got done what I need to get done early, so here I am. Loving life, working on the new internet station.
Sweet, man. How's it coming along?
Pretty well, actually. I've got more of an audience doing this than I have anything else. Format since I was running the Star Wars radio dramas and Twilight Zone radio dramas and whatnot. But new format, and if anybody likes free jazz or experimental music, 24/7 free radio stations. Oh, it's not going to work. Hang on. Anyway, so that's what I've been up to. Let me see if I can get y'all a link to it. So, shameless self-promotion here. How you been doing, man? How's the chinchillas?
They're doing great, man. Happy.
Nothing beats a happy chinchilla.
What is a chinchilla? A rodent?
Yes, it's a rodent.
It with a very nice coat or something, right?
It's arguably the softest animal in the world.
Okay.
Thanks, Sheik. I appreciate that. Hey, someone likes me without my beard, honey. I've been told I'm sexy and I look good without a beard in one night. The wife is very surprised.
The viewers out there in Google land, they won't be able to see the link. You want to give them the address if you want to?
Yeah, eventhorizonradio.webs.com. And it's free jazz, experimental fusion, ambient, or ambient, whatever. Goofy stuff, but it's a new format. I've been waiting a long time to do it. I finally have it up and running.
What kind of ambient stuff do you like? Like, who do you like?
What am I playing now? I play a lot of. I mean, the genre is avant-garde. So I would really like to get new artists in there, but I like Minimus. I like Remus. Let me see what I'm playing here tonight. Mild Maynard is a really good band. They do some good work.
Will you post those names? I do a lot of meditation, and I like doing it with ambient music. And
this might be better for like smoking a doobie and sitting around or something, you know, than it would be meditation. It's kind of far out. But there's one. I like Minimus. Where's a?
I mean, I grew up on like Brian Eno.
My wife used to like Moby.
I don't know if that's ambient though. I like Moby too.
Hey, Prescott, how are you?
Good, Wayman. How are you?
Look at that. We almost got the whole Noah Hyde study group here already.
Well, no. If this was a Noah Hyde hangout, Prescott wouldn't be here. How you doing today, Prescott? I still love you, man. Still love you.
Rough.
Is that still? Are you guys still sour over last week?
Last week, the week before that, I think the week even before that.
What are you talking about?
What, were you there the week before that? I don't remember. Yeah. Oh, he was? Okay.
Yeah, J-Dubs, I apologize for not getting the video up sooner. I thought it was just automatically done. Turns out I had it as unlisted. for some reason. So last week's No Hide Nexus is now up, and it was just the two of us. So if you want to know what you missed out on, it was pretty cool.
I've already got it on my iPad, and I'll be listening to it tomorrow.
Oh, you're a swell guy. You don't gotta be doing that.
Yeah.
But it's nice to know that. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I'll have to catch up. I was on nights, so when I had to go in on nights from 7 to 7, like it's almost impossible. So like once a month, I end up doing that night shift, and well, hopefully I'll be able to be on tomorrow night.
Yeah. Yeah, and I enjoyed your video on Balaam. That was good.
YouTube's attention spans are probably about 5 minutes. So anything over that is really pushing it. So usually for those study videos, really low viewership.
Yeah.
But I don't really care. Like, I've seen a lot of big YouTubers, probably from 8 years ago until now. As they get a little bit older, you know, they appeal to an audience outside the audience they used to appeal to, like the younger age group, and they start losing viewers. And it's kind of sad, but I always thought if I had 10 viewers, or, you know, thousands, like I would still make videos because I liked making videos rather than for viewership. And you know, I've always held to that. Whether I had 3 people, and you know what really makes your day? So when you're having a really crappy day, and somebody like writes in and says, "Hey, I seen a video, you made me think about something," or ask you a question, or "Hey, have you ever thought about this?" or send you a link. You know, that really makes your day. Like, it happens very rarely, but you know, it's just one of those things. It's like, yeah, you know what I really like to do, somebody else enjoyed it, you know? Whether it was 1 person or 10 or whatever.
Yeah, I would send you more comments, but then it would just look wrong. So
I would feel uncomfortable.
And by the way, Reuven, no, I don't smoke weed. I don't meditate. I just spend a lot of time not saying anything. And shalom.
Never meditated before.
Oh my God!
Tried.
You know what? There's guided meditations in podcasts, and they make it. I think it's the best way to introduce yourself into a discipline that takes a little bit of practice. It makes it easy and guides you through some of the obstacles that discourage a lot of people that end up giving up because of the obstacles.
Yeah, I tried that. I tried that a few times. I used to do that in college, and so I was going to help my sister out. She was in Bible school, so I send her some tape of the rainforest because her boyfriend, who's now her husband, my brother-in-law, actually was raised in Brazil. You know, he spoke Portuguese and everything like that because they did mission work over there. So I was like, you know, they'll like the rainforest. Well, as soon as you got under and you were all relaxed, this stupid bird at random times just kept squawking. And there was no way that you could concentrate on not concentrating every time you heard that bird. So it totally ruined everything.
Well, rain makes me have to pee, so that wouldn't work for me either.
Right around the room, I gotta ask: yoga or Tai Chi?
Both.
I couldn't do yoga. It just seemed kind of.
You're a big guy, aren't you? You're what are you, about 6'2", 6'3"?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I did yoga for years and it was great. It was, you know,
I can't really see James in yoga pants. I can't really picture that.
Well, let's try not to, okay? Please.
Enjoy your food. It should digest. It's good for you.
James, how's your little girl doing? Good?
She is a little wonder. Big fan of this little show called Daniel Tiger's Neighborhood. I don't know if you remember Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood back in the day, but they've recreated the Neighborhood of Make Believe, where it's an animated series now, and all the characters from them are in the show, and they all have kids. And she loves this show. Well, her mom was able to get in. I don't know if you ever watched Mr. Rogers, anybody. I'm an old guy, but there used to be a trolley, a neighborhood trolley, and they ride one in the show, so Mom got her a trolley. A special ordered it. It's rare to find any toys for this show. And she's like 2, and for like 4 hours straight, it was running around just happy. I mean, like an elevated happiness, and just trolley. I mean, we go to the grocery store, and she's running up and down the aisles looking at people, and trolley.
That's
Very
great.
happy little girl. Very happy, healthy, and another one's on the way. So look out, y'all. More Rogers coming.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
I wish you much nachas.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. Baruch Hashem. Thank you.
Do you know if it's a male or female yet?
We don't know for sure, but we're betting on a female from what we've seen so far. What the doctor says is, I wouldn't count on a boy just yet, is what he said. But it wasn't a medical. It was nothing showing up, nothing they can see, and he's thinking girl. We'll see.
I don't know. If I was to have kids, I would hate knowing beforehand. I don't know. Is that like a touchy subject for most people? I kind of need to know beforehand because you got to plan everything out.
Well, what would you need to plan?
Well, what color to? Well, you got to buy the clothes, paint the room.
I guess this kind of goes into my I'm really against the idea of like gendering the child.
Oh, well, okay. Well, back to reality. So, do we paint the room blue for boys or pink for girls?
How about white?
I was into rainbows. You can't go wrong with a rainbow.
Dragons.
Teach you about the covenant and makes the room pretty at the same time.
You could
We
do
didn't want to know. We weren't going to find out. And the doctor says, "Do you want to know?" And I was, and she just my wife kind of caved. So we knew ahead of time. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I saw you were talking. I didn't.
No, that's fine. No, but like, what do you mean back to reality? Like, you don't have to. Like, the colors are completely arbitrary.
Oh, color. I see.
Like, wasn't it like 80 years ago or something? The colors were like literally reversed. Like pink
I don't know, but it's
was
often
manly.
say handsome boy, pretty girl. You don't want to say pretty girl to a boy baby, so.
You could go with adorable. That seems to go over well with all babies.
Yeah. The wife, girlies, Madeline up big time. I mean, bows and ribbons and anything pretty. Just loves. Very girly.
I just found that is so weird.
What's that?
Like I'm not toward the fathering age, I would say. So just like overtly deciding that these are the clothes you're going to enjoy, have at it.
Well, the wife might. It all depends on what she wants to do, really. Yeah, she lots of dresses. I'm like, simplify it, I'm not like a unigender dresser, but let's just keep it simple and easy, all right? I'll just be conservative. Father speaking. No. Mama's got to.
Just dress all children in black. Looks freaking disturbing, but really easy to clean. It blocks all stains.
Yeah, after studying some criminal psychology and reading Roy Hazelwood and some of his profiling books, I wanted all girls because I said, man, I don't want to accidentally raise a serial killer and end up on the news, because he was saying, how much more prone to violence males were over females and that whole thing. Just like, yep, all girls.
to be fair, being a girl doesn't negate you from being a serial killer. And that's one of those sentences I never thought I would say.
Well,
I mean, Wayman, what you could do is just dress your boy up as a girl and just pretend he's a girl, and you don't have to worry about it. Right?
Say it's his choice.
Yeah, just say it doesn't exist. It's just a social construct. It doesn't make a difference.
It is a social construct.
yeah, then I'll get blamed later when he identifies himself as a man, when I treated him as a girl, and then he'll have an identity crisis and blame me for it. How terrible would that be?
That already happens. That's like why gender dysphoria exists. Is because we basically tell people that if you're a girl, you have to look like this, or if you're a guy, you have to look like this, but they don't feel that way. If you reverse it,
Right,
like,
but they don't
if
feel
you reverse
that.
it, you
The
have the
reason
same
why
problem.
they feel that way is because they're mentally ill. We don't change. That's a problem with them, not a problem with the identity.
Okay, so are homosexual people mentally ill?
It depends on the homosexual, I think.
Well, yes,
Well,
but
I think that
I mean homosexuality by itself. Would you consider that a mental illness?
Not an illness. It depends on, like I said, it depends on what you're doing with it.
well,
you-
I think that
No,
Are
I
you
mean
dressing
just
like a woman to attract a straight guy? Yeah, you're sick. You need a little help.
well, I think that
why? Wait 1 second. Why?
yeah, go ahead.
Why?
Why is dressing up like I don't want to say drag queens because that's kind of weird, but cross dressers? Why is that
If
wrong?
you're dressing up like a woman to attract a straight man, yeah, I would say that you have issues. I don't know about mentally ill. I'm sure you could function in society,
like,
but you
Well,
might
why?
get your ass kicked.
Okay, so there are people in the transsexual community who identify as homosexual, but they also see themselves as female. So they will dress up like girls, they will act like girls, but they'll keep all of their male parts and seek men.
Are they seeking other men who understand where they're coming from, or are they seeking straight men? See what I mean?
I don't think. How would you attract I don't think you can trick men that easily.
I think you could. I mean, some of them
I
are pretty
was
good at it,
fucked once.
and that's the whole object of it is the deception of it and how well you can do it to, means if you're successful at it or not. I mean, I see it as a sexual orientation. I'm not bothered by any of that. Like, homosexual.
I'll totally
all that.
grant the idea if you're being purposefully deceptive, but that's not really indicative of the transsexual community.
Right, like my I had a relative whose little girl said that she wanted to be a boy. So now everybody is supposed to treat that individual as a boy, and sometimes it's really hard because you want to know how the kid's doing, right? So you say, "How's your kid?" And she gave a name for this. So I'm like, I think kids go through these stages where maybe they're unsure or whatever, and they like certain things and not. But at that point, maybe there's a possibility that they're unsure of their sexual orientation, and if you promote one over the other and push one too hard over the other, I think maybe they should be allowed to figure it out themselves, or if they gravitate towards that way, it'll come about to be that. Like, if my kid...
I've never seen it as a problem. It's just like,
Yeah, my kid...
you're a girl now? All right. What should I call you?
My son was confused a little bit. He thought he was transgendered. And
Okay.
He's 12, and he's not transgendered, but he thought that he was supposed to be a girl. And he was all about, it's all about appearances, and girls grow their hair long and wear dresses and nail polish because, it's appearances. That's all it is. It's all about appearances. I said, son, gender is function. Well, I want to be a girl. I said, we're going to make a lousy one. What, are you going to grow up and be a woman? Yeah, if I want to. I had to say to him, I was pretty flabbergasted he was brought it up, but I kind of came out a little honest with him and said, you're going to make a lousy woman. You want to know what a real woman does? She has babies. You want to see a real woman? Go in the other room and see your stepmom. because she makes babies. That's what women do. Women don't dress. You know why women dress up, Jacob? If you want to dress up, but the reason why women do it is because boys like it. Boys like girly stuff. It's okay to like girly stuff, but you're not a woman, and you never will be. And even if you cut yourself up, he's like, what do you mean cut yourself up? So I had to go show him pictures of Chaz Bono and explain the transgender or the transsexual process, and it scared the ever-loving shit out of him. And he's, okay, Dad, I'm not transsexual. I'm not transgender. Like, that's right, you're in touch with your feminine side. There's a bit of a different thing here. You know, being in touch with your feminine side is one thing. You're not a woman, and I don't care how much you want to be, you will never be a woman, ever. And he just sat and thought about it, and he goes, Dad, and I said, what? And he goes, it blew his mind for someone to say to him, you're a man. Women make babies. There's a difference. Gender is function, it's not appearance. He'd never been taught that with his mom. And I'm a little blown away by that.
That's pretty cool that you actually had that conversation. No, that's pretty cool, you know? A lot of parents, they wouldn't even want to deal with it. They'd just, like, run, you know? They go online and post something like, oh, my God, you know?
I said, if you want to dress like a woman,
I would definitely...
I said, you go right ahead, because, you know, your dad's tried on a dress before when he was not too much younger than you. You know, I dressed up like a girl to see what it was like. I tried everything out. I said, you know, I think I think there's a lot of kids who probably dress up in mom's clothes if they were laying around or whatever. But, you know, I'm male, son. I'm a man, and I'm not big on gender roles, but when it comes to, like, you know, the purpose of gender, it's scientific. It's a fact of freaking nature. It's not a choice.
No,
you don't choose to be
no,
a gender.
it's not. We have to make a distinction between gender and sex.
I thought they were synonymous.
They are not. Sex is what you are biologically. Gender is how you see yourself.
Oh. So having testicles and making seed.
Right, there's the key word right there. See yourself. So it's from a subjective point of view. It's from your mind.
Yes, it is.
So we should be looking at it from a mind point of view.
So you can be biologically male and then gendered female. This happens often. Like, it's not that unusual anymore.
It doesn't happen. Well, it happens more often now because we promote it and we say it's cool and hip and trendy.
No,
but
it happens now because people are actually able to admit it without getting demonized.
Right, because it's trendy, hip.
It's not trendy.
It is trendy. It's always been trendy. I mean, 40 years, I've seen it. Homosexual.
How would it be trendy?
Homosexuality becomes a trend to talk about every 7 years. Like Melissa Etheridge and all that good stuff, and Lilith Fair in the 90s. It was big, and then it died off for a little while, and then it picked back up at the 2010s. You know, it's kind of, it goes in. It's a trend that we can openly discuss. I've noticed, rather than it being just a fact of. I think it's trendy anyway. I think it seems to come in.
If that's what you mean by trendy, then sure. Like, we do have waves of people talking about stuff, but people would, like, and it goes the same thing with homosexuality. Like, you wouldn't say you're gay in our society right now. Like, I live in the USA, so you wouldn't admit that you're gay in this country unless you actually were. Because you basically, like,
what?
Why would you say that you're gay if it wasn't true?
I've seen plenty of examples
why would you do that in this country?
I see plenty of examples where some thought that maybe they were, and then later on, after failed relationships, were not. Like for example, when I was doing my apprenticeship for art school, I worked at all women's lesbian pottery. I lived with these lesbian women for 3 years. It was awesome. Like they didn't even care.
That's exciting.
Like you could walk around naked, they wouldn't even care, because they didn't like guys, right? So anyways, later on, they split up. They had some issues, right? And at the time I was like, yeah, you know, they straight up, you know. And then I hear this lady's getting married to. So I guess like the confusion, maybe not the confusion, but there's probably a point of exploration to actually find out what you are and what sexual orientation you are, or how you see yourself or view yourself or project yourself. And then later it might not be so. because something changed, like maybe some part of that changed. And then there's the other aspect of it where the orientation is there, and it's part of a sexual orientation. Like I was talking about Roy Hazelwood, he was saying that pedophilia is a sexual orientation. These people, it needs to be regulated and supervised because it's not accepted in our society, but they never get over it. Same thing with all these gender-changing religious groups for dealing with gays and lesbians. You know, they try to change their sexual orientation to become straight. Very damaging to the identity of the self if they're actually that orientation. It's kind of like me being changed to something else that I'm definitely not. I had a gay roommate at college. It didn't bother me at all. I guess he said, hey, he said, so you probably heard stories about me. And I was like, yeah, I heard some. And he's like, you don't need to worry about me, Wayman. He's like, because I find you the most annoying person. And he's like, you want to go out for beers later?
Ah.
I'm like, sure. And you know what? He hung out with the most beautiful girls. And I had the best of times. And I had a lot of respect for him. And we were in probably for, I think it was 2 years in college. And it was excellent. So I have sympathies for all that. And I can probably, using life, relate to how all that happens and also changes that can happen, you know? Definitely.
You know, J-Dubs, I wanted to bring up that Torah does kind of sort of support it because it's taught that the soul has gender. They come down from heaven to the world. I'm speaking very common tongue here, okay? I'm not getting specific. I'm not going to get into the full, but basically your souls come down in pairs and in gender. You can have a female soul and still have a male body. Or you can still be a woman, full-fledged woman, and have a male soul. What gets me is that the DNA doesn't determine your gender, even in the mind of somebody. Even if you are born with a feminine soul, I think I probably have a woman's soul in a lot of ways. You're inhabiting a male body, and I think it would be much easier on people if they were allowed to be feminine and a male at the same time. Like
I agree with that. Yeah, I see it as a scale. I see it as feminine on one side, masculine on one side, and we all somehow vary on that scale.
We do.
Know, I would say I'm probably more on the feminine side than the masculine side.
Really?
I'm a huge advocate of like the Kinsey scale, and there's another scale having to do with actual representation of your gender, but I forget what it's called. Everything is just a continuum.
Yeah, there's actually rulings in the Mishnah about androgynous peoples. You know, the androgynous. I think they were. What was the famous English translation of the Mishnah that was out? Danbury. In Danbury's English translation of the Mishnah, they have rulings on the androgynous. You can actually go read that. I think it's. I wish I had the sections that I could give you, but if you type up Mishnah androgynous, there will be rulings on that. And they were allowed to go to temple. They were allowed to, I believe, fight. I mean, join the army. You know, as not. I don't know if they would be in the Nazarite order. You know what I mean? But there's definitely rulings on that. Because I did a whole study on that one time. It's in Danbury's English translation of the Mishnah that I used. If it's in the Mishnah, it'd be in any Mishnah, but.
I want to check it out. I've got it here in the tab, but I will. I have interweb syndrome, so I won't come back to discussion if I look too deep. But there's quite a bit of it. I mean, androgyny is nature. I mean, I don't know of anybody that's actually been born with functioning male and female organs like testicles and ovaries, but you see bits and pieces.
Sure. I think that's happened.
Really? I've looked. I couldn't find it. I looked for a while.
Statistically speaking, it's probably happened, yeah.
It would have to be like wicked chimerism hermaphrodite. Like it would have to be like hermaphroditism that was generated by twins fusing together.
Ah. Okay. I've never seen a
think
case.
that
I'll
can
look,
happen.
but I'll look again.
Like biologically, it should work.
So,
I don't know what.
you would consider that? I don't know what your name is. What do you want to be called, Bob?
Wait,
you-
Dater Lucum? What?
Sorry, I couldn't pronounce it. What would you like to be called? What's your first name?
Dater is fine.
Dater? Dater Potater?
No.
So would you consider that normal, someone being born like that way?
Wait, did you
guess
ask me a
that's a
question?
no.
I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it, I'm sorry.
Would you consider that person normal, being born that way?
Normal is a pretty loaded term. It's unusual. But
Like,
I really wouldn't.
like human. Let me put it this way: are human beings supposed to be born that way?
Once more, supposed to is a really loaded term.
It's not common, and it's not necessarily
say-
I don't
functional.
understand. Is that supposed? How does that, I don't know what am I asking something incorrectly?
Like saying it's supposed to means that there is like some iconical, like this is man and woman.
Right.
And
Yeah.
how it's supposed
There's an
to be.
objective. Yeah. There's an objective.
There is no objective human. There is just there's just what's produced by reproduction.
If you say okay, all right, fine.
So I would definitely say it's rare and unusual, and in that way, it's definitely abnormal. But I wouldn't. There's nothing particularly. I wouldn't deny them rights.
No.
Like
But what
they'd
rights
still
would they
they'd
have
still
if-
they'd still just be human.
True. I think that we can definitely draw the line at gender and all that good stuff when you look at the function of gender, and that is reproduction. Do you produce seed or egg?
The focus of sex is possibly reproduction, because you said like woman's purpose is to produce children. What about infertile people or women that are born with no reproductive organs?
Well, I mean, nobody's perfect. I mean, but the function of the feminine gender is to make babies. It's that way across every species of gender-inhabited creatures. Every critter on the planet that has gender in it, the female produces children, the male produces seed. That's how the species moves. That's the function of life. I mean, yeah, okay, all right. So information might get scrambled here and there. That doesn't change the function of female. Not maybe that individual.
I think this is in like this is a dangerous road to trek, because because you're
It's
basically
scientific fact.
It's not actually.
Well, dater. I mean,
you're
you're a reality denier. I mean, that's what you are.
I'm not at all. You guys don't know all of biology.
So okay, so are humans supposed to be biologically born with two eyes? Let's start with something simple. 2 eyes. People supposed to have 2 eyes.
Again, you keep saying supposed to. This is what generally happens if humans are born with
what
2
is that?
eyes.
I don't.
Most of the time, humans are born with 2 eyes.
Okay,
but there
let me ask you
are
this.
no.
If
There
you-
let me explain the gendered thing. Like there are species of animals that have weird genders. They swap genders. There's hermaphrodites. There's not hermaphrodites. You're like arbitrarily picking like. Okay, these
It's
ones
not
have
arbitrary. 99.9% of people are born with 2 eyes.
Okay, I'm not talking about the 2 eyes thing. I'm talking about the gendered thing.
Well,
It's like
99% of people are born either male or female.
it wouldn't be 99%, but the percentage isn't really important. It's saying that because they are born with a particular set of genitalia, that means that their role has already been decided.
Right. Yes. Correct. Yes.
That's the dangerous
I was
road.
I was born with a cock. I have a cock. I can't deny it. It's reality.
It's not even
Yeah,
just
nothing about it.
But you don't have to use it for anything.
Maybe for urinating, maybe for sex. Yeah, of course I have to. What are you talking about?
But J-dubs, it's not just the penis. You produce seed. Because even if your penis is too small to do anything, you can take that seed and
That's
still impregnate an egg with it. The
true.
seed makes you male.
Yeah, and then a lot of people are born in a weird kind of infertile, in which their seed doesn't work properly.
Okay, if they need a third gender to make them happy, fine. But if you're born
No,
with testicles,
I'm not even saying a third gender. I'm just saying that having these rigid ideas of what the sexes are for isn't useful, and it's sometimes damaging.
It's not useful. We've been doing it for 5,000 years of modern human history. It's been working out fine.
It hasn't been working out fine. Deciding how people's roles are is basically what leads to women being not sex slaves, but basically deciding that as a wife, my job is to produce children for my husband.
Yes.
That is a bad mindset.
No.
Right, and a husband's job is to produce children for the wife, too. It goes both ways.
No, it's not. It's not their job. They can do whatever they want with their organs.
Sure, they can, but that's. I mean, you can use your stomach for a. You can use a human stomach for a fanny pack. Sure. That doesn't mean the stomach's purpose as the second, third stage of food digestion. That doesn't change.
Okay,
the
so
stomach.
we can use a fun example. What is the prostate for?
Producing the fluid which the seed resides in, so it can slime around to get to the egg a little quicker.
That's the Cowper's gland. What is the prostate for?
I thought that's what the prostate was for.
No, the Cowper's gland. The Cowper's gland produces the sugary substance or whatever.
I'm not. I guess I don't know. I'm not educated enough on this.
It's like the prostate is like the big muscle, quote unquote, that helps push fluid along through the urethra, as well as provide like a clasp to stop urine so that other stuff can go out.
Right.
It also feels really good in some people by being poked from the inside.
Right.
So what's its purpose? Could I say that because people can draw pleasure from it, everyone should start sticking things up their butts?
No, but its purpose is to help impregnate the females, like it is in bears and lions
Why are
and
you
dogs.
Why are you deciding that that's its purpose?
I'm not deciding it. That's the function.
Well, James isn't deciding. Nature is scientifically.
This is observed scientific evidence. This is how the species propagates. So you can definitely say that its function is part of propagation in nature.
One of the things it can do is push semen and urine, whatever.
Right, that's its function. Anything else, you can make whatever you want of it. But one thing that we can test that works, because the prostate doesn't help you digest food, it doesn't help your endocrine system.
But it could also be, you could make the same argument that it's only there for pleasure for gay people.
Well, if that's so, if it's only there for pleasure for anal sex or milking or whatever, if it's only there for that, then why is it used in reproduction? You can't say that it's only there for that. We can say for a fact that it is there.
One thing it can do is help with that. Yeah, so are your lungs. If you want to make this kind of argument, you can't reproduce if you don't breathe.
True.
So this is like why I say that this kind of argumentation is pointless, because you're deciding the purpose for various body parts.
Okay.
And it kind of
I'm an asshole like that. I decide my feet are good for walking, my eyes are good for seeing. I'm an asshole. I guess I'm a hetero cisgender scumbag. I guess.
The reason I'm bringing this up is because like people that don't want to have children, and then it's shoved down their throats all through their lives that their entire purpose is to produce babies. That's why I'm saying that this kind of talking isn't helpful and it can be dangerous.
What else?
I would never shove that down someone's throat. I mean, if you don't want to have kids, I kind of frown upon it.
I'm not saying that you're personally doing it, but popularizing the idea.
Popularizing. It's been the idea for that's what bears do. Bees do it.
Yes, and we also have a society that we actually can move beyond our simple biological needs.
Well, I agree with that in principle.
Does that happen in the animal kingdom too, then, do you think? Where certain roles are assigned and certain functions are assigned? Does that happen in the animal kingdom?
Sometimes, and sometimes they're broken. There are a lot of gay animals.
So, I mean, say, for example, like, I don't know, like a lion and a lioness, if that's a word.
There are, like I actually just said, there are gay lions. And that actually goes against a lot of things about lion society, quote unquote.
So the reason why we identify things is because the majority of people probably agree currently right now, maybe, even though maybe some other alternative ways are brought up, that's how that functions, and it's the most successful, and according to our culture and our ideals and things like that, happen. When things
Yeah,
from maybe
but
that
like,
aren't mainstream start to become more popularized, those things will become more. So today, women
no,
don't
that's why
necessarily hate
that's why this
anything
conversation
anymore
is useful.
if they go out and get jobs. A lot of women are putting off pregnancy or not having any kids at all to have a career. So it is changing. And you're right, it
Yeah,
can be.
and I applaud, like, do the things that make you happy and that don't hurt other people, obviously.
Liberty.
But just like basing your life around like basically basing your life around biology, unless you're a biologist, is silly.
Well,
Like,
that's a straw man. No one in here was
we
doing
don't
that.
need
but
we
I
don't
think
need
we
to
do
do that
that.
anymore.
I
No
think we
one's
do that
doing
in order to. I think we do that in order to have our lives seem fulfilling and things, because if we were in such a way of indecision, how would we get anything done if we didn't have different roles for different things that people do, or different types?
No, I'm perfectly fine with roles. It's just that I would prefer if people choose their own.
I think in a long term, I think we do. It's just that some people may feel, because it's not maybe as popular in the society, feel persecuted about that, or maybe they're indoctrinated to do it, or maybe they're.
I actually have a easy
That's
example.
fine.
Like a really
Yeah.
easy example is the past 50, 80 years. We have had a dramatic shift of women have to stay at home versus women can do basically what they want, and men can stay at home if they feel like it. It's however the dynamic in that relationship works.
Yeah, so I've read plenty
It's
of articles on where males stay at home and raise the kids, and they're perfectly fine with that. And then there's others who are in between who had to get used to having that adopted identity when the change happens, say the bad economy,
But Dater, you do understand the reason why women colloquially stay at home and men work, right? There's actually a function. There's actually a reason for
No,
that.
there was a function when we were a weaker society.
Right. Well, a woman who's 7 months pregnant can't go digging 9 feet down in a hole for coal. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense.
No, I agree, and we're not in that society anymore.
Women are better mothers than men will ever be.
That's not necessarily true.
Right.
That is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Well, I'll disagree right there.
No.
Well, hold on.
How's that?
I have seen quite a few women who are horrible mothers. The men can actually end up being a better parent.
But you didn't say
So
mother
there
just now,
are-
did you? You didn't say mother when you said the father is a better mother. You said the father's a better parent.
Oh God.
Well,
Okay, so how are you defining a mother? Like
But
One
still, that's
who
what
brings
happens.
the child into the world.
you're defining
feeds it.
yourself.
Nurture.
You're defining yourself correct. Like that's just bullshit.
That's
Yeah,
no.
right.
The function of a mother is to give life and food to the child, to the baby. That's why they have mammary glands and produce milk when they get pregnant. That's another fact
Men
of
have
nature.
mammary glands.
It's like one
Men were
hormone
born
can
as-
make men produce milk. Like a single hormone injection can make men produce milk.
Well, great, but that's not nature. We're talking about the natural. Now, if you want to just fuck with everything and say, oh, I can turn my penis inside out and call it a vagina, well, you can
No,
roll
no,
a
no.
turd in powdered sugar and call it a jelly donut all day.
Okay,
and you
so
know what?
are you
have
are
the
you saying-
right.
Hold
Are you
on,
saying-
hold on.
Every right to call that
No,
turd a jelly
wait.
donut.
Are you
know
saying
that-
are you saying the two gay men cannot be parents?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that men will never be as good of mothers as women, and women.
Because you're defining mother in a very narrow context. I would say
narrow.
that
I'm
no
like
under
universal,
no, under your
ubiquitous.
no under your definition, then sure
biology.
they can't. But then I'll say
empirical scientific
listen.
fact underneath my claim of gender. I go by DNA.
Okay, whatever you're saying about how you define a mother, then I'll just say fine. Then kids don't actually need a mother to be productive and fully acclimated members of society.
No, sometimes
Because
moms
two
die
gay-
at childbirth.
because
It's
two
happened. Mother bears die giving birth to their cubs, and the cubs can survive. It's not unheard of, but a man will
gay
never
men
be a
can
good
raise
mother.
it.
A man can be
Okay,
a good
whatever.
father.
I don't care. Because by your definition, if that's what a mother is, then children don't necessarily need a mother. Other than being
Dater,
born.
are you a mother to a child?
No, I'm not a mother to a
Oh,
child.
okay.
He has no children. When he has children and when he watches his woman give birth, his idea of gender might change a little bit.
That is such a stupid argument.
That's not stupid. It happened to me.
Well, I think in general we just have trouble maybe labeling things and having good definitions for things on what they should be or what's accepted. Like right now, like knowing it can change. Like I know what a definition is right now, but I also know that definition in the future can change. So I don't have a problem with any of this. I don't even know what we're arguing about.
What it seems to be, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the argument seems to be about like how gender is defined, and that just seems like arbitrary and silly.
Why? Science defines it.
No, it doesn't.
Empirical scientific evidence defines gender.
No, it doesn't. We define what gender is. Biology defines sex. They are not synonymous with each other.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm old school. Gender and sex are the same thing. On the application, some say gender, some say sex. That's how. Sorry, I'm common man. Okay. The sex is determined biologically.
Yes, it is.
On every other aspect of nature, except for humans who want to define it themselves. They have that right to define whatever they want, but biologically, a mother is clearly defined, and so is a father.
No, I agree with your definitions.
Okay.
And based off that, children don't necessarily need mothers or fathers.
Yes, sometimes war. Sometimes aunts and uncles can raise kids. Sometimes two men who love each other might find a child and raise it and be a very healthy child. I'm not saying it can't happen. No, never.
So then what are we arguing about?
I have no clue. You're saying that I'm arbitrarily putting a role on gender, and I'm allowing biology to fulfill that definition, and trying to argue back that I'm not arbitrarily putting a role on sex.
If we understand the difference between gender and sex, and you're only talking about sex, then fine. Then I guess we were just quibbling over terminology.
This is honestly the first time I've ever heard a difference of gender and sex.
Like there is a solid definition.
It's the wonder of society. It's the wonder of society advancing. We now recognize that gender and sex are not the same thing.
Ugh.
Yes, because now people are able to identify themselves as they actually feel and not how they're forced.
Not forced. Nature forces you. If you're born with a cock and balls, you're a man.
Then you can feel you're a woman if you feel like it.
No. Why?
Yes, you can.
Why? What's the point of that? Is it not easier to accept yourself in your own skin the way nature made you?
No, it's not easy.
Why?
That's why gender dysphoria exists.
No. Tell me why it's not healthy.
You can fix that with a simple medication. That's
no,
easy.
you can't. You're basically telling people that the way they see themselves is wrong and they should change.
Well, that happened to me. I had to go. I don't really want to talk about this on air, but I had to go away for a little while and medicated because of who I was.
No,
it was incorrect. It was objectively wrong.
Yeah, and gender isn't, and thinking you're a different, or I shouldn't say thinking, feeling that you are a different gender than is assigned normally by your sex is not a problem anymore. You can be however you feel and be happy.
And that's fine, but I don't think that's ever going to work out in the long run, though. Honestly,
it does already. The only reason gender dysphoria happens.
I have to admit, the Roman male-dominated society doesn't pan out. I mean, I'm a Torah guy, so I know women are in many ways superior, but and I understand that stupid, because I'm a stay-at-home dad. My wife works. My mom was a single mom, and she had to work. I understand, that some of that old school Roman male dominated, the man's home is his castle, and man rules, manly man. I can see why that should go away, but we shouldn't downgrade the role that mother has played, because women usually, most of the time, are better nesters. They're better carers of a family. We're going to continue to have straight.
What are you basing this on?
history.
Well, even in psychology, there's always a conflict between the matriarchal and patriarchal all the time. So I mean, there's always that struggle, even with kids growing up. You know, you get to the point of individuation where they start seeing their own identities. They gravitate more towards father than more towards mom. Have conflicts with mom, more towards, back and forth. It's pretty amazing about the mind and psychology and how that works. I think Carl Jung talks a lot about that, and Eric Newman, one of Carl Jung's students, on the birth of consciousness. I mean, that's huge. I mean, those guys are old guys. I mean, I'm sure there's better terminology than what I just said, but that tug of war does exist, and you see it played out in society. So I don't have a problem with any of it.
I would wonder why, how you could convince a woman that. See, women bleed once a month. They're reminded of. They're reminded of this thing inside them, and women do have a tendency to want children. It's not arbitrary.
So it's like point of order. Women don't always bleed once a month. It's affected by diet, exercise, and stress, along with a lot of other things.
And genetics, and yeah.
Yeah.
Shit, women get this device shoved up there and they'll never bleed again. What is that called? The IUD or something like that?
That's exactly what it's called. Yep, IUD.
And women don't automatically want to be mothers. I know quite a few women who are just disgusted to their very core by the idea of giving birth,
Hey, Pat, welcome to the room.
or even being around children.
We're talking about the future of the progressive society where men can be women and women can be men, and it's wonderful. It's so nice.
Here's the thing. Naturally, yeah, you can say that's a living person and chop their head out. That's not living. It's just a pile of shit. It's a pile of cells. That's not a person. It's not a person. Okay, you can with nature all you want to. That a human being has four. When we sent the satellite out in space, we showed humans with 4 appendages, and we can chop one off and say, see, not all humans have 4 arms. So how do you dare say that a human has, why don't we have another classification in nature for people born with only 3 appendages or only 2 appendages? Why should we force a human label on somebody who doesn't have 4 arms and legs? You're doing no different, man. That's
manipulation.
It's like point of order relevance. Like, how is that related to what I'm saying?
Like there are instances where, okay, hypothetically, if the idea, right, if the ideal definition of a person ended up becoming the dominant opinion that a person was only defined as 1 arm, and people intentionally cut off the arm. So say I don't know.
Wait, I have a.
And cutting off the arm was the norm. So say cutting off a dog's tail made it look cool or whatever it is, right?
Wait. I actually have an example that is
it's gonna be better?
Actually happening.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm really fumbling that.
It's because you're kind of saying that would be a societally induced surgery. Something that's actually happening is there is a tribe, I forget exactly where it is, but they only have 2 toes on each foot. It's a genetic disorder, but it's in their entire population. To them, having 2 toes is what defines you as human. So what defines someone as human can change, even genetically.
Right, but it would base on the culture, though, what we just said.
No, this wouldn't even be the culture. It's literally all the humans they see on a day-to-day basis only have 4 toes.
What would their DNA say, human or something different?
They are still human.
Okay.
But I'm saying that what we see as human can change all the time.
We come in all colors, all flavors, sure.
Yes.
Sure.
So putting a rigid label on what is human and what is not helpful, and it's also inaccurate.
Really?
Yes, because you just said
if I said that a real human only had white skin, like that. I mean, we've said that before. In our society, a long time ago when we were more primitive. Not very distant into the past, we've said that. that a true man had white skin. It's terrible. We told the
Pat?
Native Americans that, and
Pat?
we said, you guys are less than human. We're gonna force assimilate you so you look like us, and if you don't comply, we'll put you off on some reservation.
A good example would be in Australia. Until like really recently, I think in the 80s or 70s, the Aboriginal people were classified under the same categories, plants and fauna, because of that exact same mentality. They weren't even considered. It's not they were considered humans. They weren't considered animals. They were considered so low that technically under society, a horse had more rights than them because they were technically plants and fauna. The Aboriginal people of Australia, Tasmania, and New Zealand. Because of this mentality of saying, like, I can dictate what a human is and what a human's not, and therefore if you don't fit into my example of what technically a human is, then therefore it gives me at least a mental superiority to, I don't know, treat you how I want. But that's not to say that doesn't stop the person from being human just because we dictate what a human is. That's why I'm saying it's completely culturally biased. Or
Well
even
said.
and in America, I think it's still even written that people of African descent are like what 1/6 a human being or something like that. I think that's the language that's used. And the only reason why they did that, 3/5 a human being, that's what a person of African descent is precisely because of the concept of if they are humans, then we cannot do the things we want to do.
We stopped doing that.
Yeah, I know you stopped doing that, but it's still in the Constitution.
It's still what?
Where?
God damn, we suck.
Here, 1 second, I'll get.
If that's still in there, then I'm just gonna.
It took until the 80s for a woman to.
I think.
I know that it took
seriously,
until the 80s for a woman to be described.
Hold on.
Oh yeah, like
else.
it's like that's an easy one. Is we basically didn't recognize women as real people until pretty recently.
Yeah, the 80s. We changed it, and at least in Canada, we changed it in our laws. That surprised me. I was like, "Well, I was actually alive when that happened."
While you were alive, While you were still alive, you became a real person.
I know. I'm a real person now.
But I guess with
According
all
to
these
legal legislation.
I guess what all these examples.
Reuven posted a. Just wanted to clarify, and this is for the record. Reuven says that it's not based on their humanity, but based on how much they would be counted as determined by their congressional districts of the states. So it's about how much population-wise, not who they are as a person.
Okay, that can be argued by language, but like the Aboriginal example is pretty good because they were animals at best for a very long time, even though they are completely human by any like biological standards.
Yeah.
And the point of all of these examples was to illustrate that how we define human is occasionally arbitrary, but more importantly, it doesn't matter. Like that's not a
right,
like,
but that's from a subjective point of view. If someone's saying Aborigine Australians or whatever the hell they're called, they're plants, that's a subjective feeling. It's not objective. Obviously,
how is yours any less subjective? Defining what is man.
We can
what
objectively see Australian Aborigines. They have heads, 2 arms, 2 legs, toes. They're
I'm saying like how
they have chromosomes that match up with us.
Yeah, so I'm saying your guys' description of gender and sex. How is that any less subjective than how we used to see Aboriginal people?
I don't know.
All right,
you guys did pretty good.
Because I don't know what you're talking about.
We just had a discussion that like Plato and Socrates might have wrote about, and we come to the conclusion that we don't know. I like it. Definitely Plato. Definitely Plato and the Greek philosophers used to do the same thing. They used to argue about definitions of things, and then try to discuss
Oh,
topics about it.
was it Plato and
then
the idea of it was the
kind
idea
of
of
like
the ideal
Mento.
form?
Yeah,
No,
stuff like that. So like, and then in the end, especially Mento, where they were talking about virtue, like they said, oh, we don't know enough about this topic, so maybe we just don't know, and they just left. And you're in the middle of the dialogue, and you're like, wait a minute, they didn't come to any conclusion. I just wasted my whole time trying to find out what virtue was.
but that's the idea, is like the ideal form of a particular type of object, be it a triangle or be it virtue or whatever. That ideal thing doesn't actually exist in reality. Like that's why we don't follow. I think it's Plato, but correct me if I got the wrong person.
Right, we might
And
not know what it
it's like
is, but we
no, but
know
that's
what's
why
not. Yeah.
no, but that's we've long since rejected the idea of the ideal forms. Like it's silly now. There is no, and to extend it, there is no ideal man, there is no ideal woman. There is only what.
Yeah, of course there is. What are you talking about?
No, there isn't. It's only what is spit out of people. Like
Right, it's like if you read just books from like I don't know who you talk to or who you socialize with, if you whatever circles you're running with, if they're feeding you all that nonsense, I don't know what to tell you, man. We have a concept of an ideal woman. Just look on billboards. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man.
that it's extremely subjective, and all they do, and all advertisement does, is artificially create something from birth so that you find it attractive, over accentuating sexual desires to create a form that is non-existent. Because I'm pretty sure that's what marketing does. Silence.
I do know that it's changed. Like during, I forget if it was like the Enlightened period or something or Victorian period, that just when everything was coming out of poverty, the really big women were considered more attractive because it meant they had money.
I think there's a huge spectra of what people can find attractive in another person, and like randomly different aspects are exploited at different times. Like there was a time when curvy women were the more attractive ones, and if you asked anyone on the street, they would basically say like, yeah, they're attractive. And like nowadays it's kind of shifted to like super thin and hairless for some reason.
What is attractive has to do with defining what a gender is.
Yeah, and it's defined fairly arbitrarily.
Well, it's not arbitrarily. I think it's...
No, like I can actually give an example. The whole stay-at-home mother, Stepford family sort of thing, completely manufactured to sell refrigerators.
Yeah, fine, but that's not defining that's defining gender roles, but not what a gender is.
Oh, then what? How are you defining what a gender is? Because I was kind of running off of the role idea.
Oh, okay, that's what I'm trying to understand. I was just trying to understand the flow of the conversation.
No, that's perfectly fine. What do you mean by gender?
What do I mean by gender? I mean... okay, so I would define the separation of the gender as based off of the role in reproduction.
And I guess that's
on
what...
a biological level, not like if they want to or not. Not like on a psychological level.
You see, that's kind of why, like, the distinction that I was making earlier was that seems a much more, like, sex dichotomy. Like, what genitalia you were born with.
Right.
Or not born with. And gender is kind of, like, extra. Like,
And
it's
that's...
something that... Like,
right.
like, society, especially societies that don't have very much prosperity, kind of define the gender and gender roles by extension by sex, because if you're in a really rough society that desperately needs to have a risen population to be able to advance whatsoever, then you have to latch on to those extremely primal, like almost feral gender roles, because that's
right.
the way you make children get produced.
Exactly. So like,
and it doesn't matter if anyone's happy about it. It's just what's necessary.
Right. So like in my religion, or I guess like my religious cultural identity, there's 3.5 or maybe 4 different genders, and that's all based off the idea of them. It's literally strictly defined by their genitalia, and I like that a lot better than the roles they play in certain societies or cultures.
You see, I kind of like, as far as gender goes, I just go with, just tell me, like I don't care. Like, you identify as a woman, that's just dandy. You want to go play soccer? Like, it doesn't matter to me. And the only reason that I seem to think that people, like, need gender in their lives is, like, a method of relating to people without having to ask very many questions, and just a general societal laziness. Because, like, if you actually delve into how people see themselves, it's way more complicated than
I'll tell you
just
this:
simply
if I,
saying
I,
man
I
or
can
woman.
I can see myself as a woman all day and all night. I can't walk into a ladies' room and think that nothing's gonna happen to me. Let's just put it that way.
Okay. So?
Oh, that's an interesting point, though.
Really?
Yeah.
So?
Well, why not? I identify as a woman. I should be able to use the women's restroom, right?
Actually, this has been, like, a legal case that has come up a number of times. And this is why there's a...
Why not?
This is why... No, this
there
is
was
why
a
there's... In a lot of
kid in
places, there's a
school
big, there's
who
a
wanted
big
to
run.
use the girls' locker room, right?
Hold on,
What
let
was it?
him talk. Let him finish. I want to hear this.
Yeah.
No, there's a bunch of different situations. There's the rise of like unisex bathrooms. There's the rise of just like a lot of like both sex bathrooms. Like it's only one toilet, so it really doesn't matter. And there have been a lot of issues with things like locker rooms and sexed bathrooms in general. And yes, this is a real issue. There's a reason it's a real issue, is because people do see themselves as different, and that's a problem because a lot of things are determined not by gender, but by what genitalia you have.
I think I sat in. I went to a. It was an interesting conference in New York, and I didn't get to sit on this particular panel, but I thought it was an interesting issue. It's like how do the conference was pertaining to feminist identity in my particular faith, and one of the panels was how do and they broke it up because it was very clear the majority of people there were probably second wave feminists. There's like probably no third wavers, but there were a couple, and the idea was how do third wave feminists then identify with a male who identifies as being a female in the realm of feminism. And I'm not talking about post-op or hormone treatment, but like a legitimate physically male but mentally identifies as a female. And
I actually know a couple in that exact situation.
Right, and so like and the third wave feminists just can't deal with that concept, which I thought was really interesting because of all the people I thought would be able to be more open-minded to it would be third wave feminists. But no, they're like no,
that's a whole nother
they're
conversation.
still dictated by rape culture because they're still physically and biologically a male, even though they identify as female.
I didn't know that.
I thought that was super interesting.
That's a whole nother really complicated conversation. No, but actually, like, I don't want to get too much into it, but I do know a couple that is in a similar situation, and they actually have the longest relationship of anybody that I know. So, there you go. Actually, I'm including some people I know that are married. Like, they've been together forever.
Yeah, Pat, I was mentioning, I don't know if you ever heard of it, in the Mishnah, the references to the androgynous, the rulings on the androgynous.
Right, so that's what I was referring to. So like in my faith, which, like, if I'm at faith, we have 4 different categories of gender. There's male, female, androgynista, which means like they have neither identifiable genitalia, and a tumtum. And a tumtum is somebody who has legitimately like both, like they have a penis and they have a vagina. And so it wasn't so much that you had to choose each one, and that's who you are. So I think I like that approach because then it gives leeway for like.
This is actually the issue that like I brought up a few times. Is like I'm very happy that people are recognizing the different sexes and that there's more than just 2. But if like gender can be based off of sex, but it doesn't necessarily have to. Like you can be fully male and identify as female, etc., etc.
But then what does it mean to be okay? You're saying fully male biologically, but identify as a female.
Yeah, this is why I'm like really pushing there is a difference between gender and sex. And the reason that the reason this is finally coming to light is because we can actually talk about it. we don't need to have like children constantly being produced. So we can actually go like, actually, I identify as a woman. It doesn't matter what I have dangling between my legs. And my response to those people will be like, right on, random person. Go
Right.
do that.
I have no problem with that on a personal level, but on a practical societal level, just since we're all living, I assume, in Western societies, how does that like play into the fact? Should they be under law identifiably as a female or a male? Do you think? Do you think it's because they?
I would say why not? I would say why not? Because it really doesn't like. It might change up how people do surveys. Like they would have to ask, "Are you biologically female?" or whatever. But other than that, how does it affect society? Like I don't.
Could that be offensive then? You think? If like, for instance, that survey, like, are you biologically a male? They'd be like, could that? You hear what I'm saying? You think?
Yeah, but you see, like a lot of the reasons that people in the transsexual community take offense to certain situations is because it's like they're afraid that particular situation will keep happening. And that they'll always be in a state where they're afraid to tell who they actually are. If it's just they're afraid of the consequences. If there are no consequences anymore, and people are just like, yeah, whatever identifies you ever feel like, you'll just be like, oh, on this form I have to label what things I was born with. Whatever. Like this, I was talking earlier, I think maybe before you came in, about gender dysphoria. Like it's the idea that you do not feel like you are the gender of your body or how society makes you feel. And that's the thing, is a lot of that like pain and depression that can result from gender dysphoria is completely artificially created.
Okay, sorry, I see what you're saying. You're saying the standpoint that the difference between genders isn't about a biological issue; it's about sex.
It doesn't have to be, and that's kind of the idea. I'm trying to be part of the movement, I guess. To move past the really simplistic, you are the gender of your sex. So stop complaining.
To give a crude example, would you be pro having male, female in other bathrooms, or would you be about destruction of male and female bathrooms? That's just like a strange example, but do you hear it?
I would be like way more happy with unisex bathrooms. Like I think it's just silly that we're afraid of having children. Like, hey, what's that woman doing in that toilet? She's peeing. Why is that? Why can't you just say that?
I just use the example to say, are you pro gender identity, or you think gender identity in itself is ridiculous? Like, so we should have male. Female,
I wish we just had. Hey, the toilets are that way. Like, I think gender identification isn't really that necessary anymore, other than just like convenience.
That's not on lineups.
What?
I would like that. Less lineups for me.
I completely missed what you said. I'm sorry.
It would be less lineups for the ladies. That'd be for sure. I would definitely
if we're talking about bathrooms for whatever reason, I would be way more in favor of just having like slews of Eastern style bathrooms.
Right.
Western style bathrooms, like the Western style bathrooms encourage the sex discrimination. Or no, I shouldn't say discrimination.
Yeah.
The sex dichotomy.
It has the two separate.
I'm for Western society staying Western society. That's my vote.
Why can't we have better toilets that are better for everybody?
If better toilets for you is children being in the same bathrooms with men, and instead of going in the women's bathroom, that to me that's like promoting. That's like a slippery slope right there. I don't like that.
So John,
how is that a slippery slope? If I wanted to have sex,
we might as well have pedophiles run wild or something.
Oh yeah, because male pedophiles don't exist in the men's room.
So John, would you be for or against creating a third option in the? I wouldn't even say.
I would be against the third option. Yes.
No, you see, like I would kind of be
male and female.
Like I would be against the third option also, just because of the logistics of it. Like it would just be really complicated and hard to fit them into a building. So that's why I would just go. I would just replace everything with neutral.
And this is the problem of making a new third option. God forbid a business didn't have it. Then you have every fucking Dick and Harry suing. Oh, they didn't have the right bathroom suit for me. I'm gonna sue.
Yeah, it's exactly like when we decided we should include handicap stalls everywhere. Yeah,
Yeah.
we've made this change before. It's not that hard.
Yeah, but that's very different. That's like on a practical level.
I think this is also a practical level. If we just get rid of the dichotomy and then I just included replace them with Eastern style bathrooms just because it makes everything easier.
Okay, hold on. But what are these Eastern style bathrooms?
Squatting?
Yeah, they're the squatty potties, quote unquote.
They're like a hole in the ground, more or less, and you squat because it's just. That's
No,
how
it's more of like a narrow trough.
Yeah.
And then you kind of like squat over it.
Oh, jeez, it's gonna have me shitting like a dog in the new toilets. Oh, count me out.
No, but
squat pooping is better.
So,
This
Okay,
bathroom
so-
don't sound attractive at all.
No,
This sounds-
I'm with
no,
Peter on that.
it's definitely
once you do
guys, it's definitely different, but it's objectively better for your colon.
Once you do it, you'll be convinced. There's no issues.
Okay, let me tell you something.
It's also easier
Number
to
two-
clean and uses less water.
When
Sorry.
I'm doing number 2, I want to sit down. When I'm peeing, I want to stand up. All right. So
Exactly, Peter. There you go. I like you, Peter.
No, you see, like I totally get that, but this is the idea of like progressive social change.
yeah, but you talk about squatting down. I mean,
I think we should just flush progressive social change down the a trough toilet in Eastern Asia or wherever it's from. That's what I say.
You don't have to squat. You can lean forward, and it does the same thing to your colon. I mean,
Yeah, but then you have an aiming issue.
Lean forward and read a magazine. You can't read a magazine when you're squatting.
It also takes significantly less time if you're
That's why I say
squatting.
you don't need to read a magazine when you're squatting.
Yeah, it takes less time and it's better for you.
they say squat pooping is better.
I can't
But
believe we're actually talking
The
about
Western society developed, indoor plumbing, didn't we? Wasn't that our thing?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
So, a little
I'm
east,
like-
little west.
Like
Okay.
like the Chinese versus like the Greek and Roman, like they kind of developed things relatively far apart from each other.
I think the Greeks got the Romans at least got the idea of having water underneath the area where you.
All right,
like,
so
Egypt.
our host says that it was produced in the Indus Valley. So I don't think it wasn't actually Western.
One thing I'll just like to add in, I'm amazed that this conversation has literally gone to shit.
Ah,
I came in
see what you
at a
did
good
there.
time.
Anyway, so that's my opinion on gendered bathrooms. Can we please move on to another subject?
I agree.
This is the first time I ever had sex and gender separated, so I'm learning something new here.
and that's perfectly fine. Like that's the idea.
Don't
is
accept
that-
it, James. Don't accept the liberal propaganda. No, don't do it. No.
Oh, come on.
I
Is this
can
even-
accept first
Darn
before
lib.
anything else.
But like you get my explanation. Like back in the day, we basically had to have gender roles defined by sex because otherwise we wouldn't have children and we wouldn't have been able to build a population. Now that we
Okay.
have the population,
No, they
we
were
don't
they
have to do
weren't
that
mentally
anymore.
ill, and they didn't accept silliness.
Here's the thing. We've
they're
got
not
a lot of.
mentally ill.
We're
Yes,
not. We're still
if
not
you
getting-
identify as something that you're not, then yes, you are. Sorry, go ahead, James.
You're deciding that's what they're not.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. If little Bobby thinks he's Napoleon, is he okay for doing that?
Okay, if you're saying gender dysphoria and transsexualism is the same as schizophrenia, then I'm pretty sure you negated me having to even listen to your opinion.
What about ethnicity identification?
Yeah,
That's
why can't I
common.
just claim black and get benefits? Or why can't I claim black and get hired quicker in a white environment? I'm black on the inside. Who are you to tell me? How do you know? I'm black. I mean, it's no different.
You see,
I'm
I'm
glad-
actually
Sure,
I'm-
James will
You
we'll
see,
do
I'm
some
actually really
Botox and we'll do some surgery. We'll change your nose shape and your skull structure and
Get
You
some
know,
bigger
you'll-
working.
like
Yeah.
you're like arguing
You
this
can be
point.
going afro.
You're arguing this point against the
Plenty of
wrong
blacks
guy.
Wait.
I'm
There's been plenty of blacks in
One guy
history
just
that have
really-
changed to white just to get the advantages of white society.
oh yeah, there's people that could pass, quote unquote, which is a terrible thing to say, but they did, and they were able to reap the benefits of like the South and get out of the South and get to the North during
Yeah,
like
but
Civil War times.
that doesn't apply to our topic. 'Cause it's not like somebody could pass biologically as a woman if they're a male, kind of. Did you see what I'm saying?
I know, that's why I don't particularly like this example.
Right.
But even if we roll with it, like I despise ethnicity identification because I think it's just silly. Like I don't think.
Well, then you know how I feel about this same topic then.
No, I don't, because they're not the same thing.
Why not, though?
Why not?
Who's demanding rights for identifying themselves as a woman or a man?
I think any example, at least I don't know where I live. There's examples plenty of times where transgendered people demand the right not to be kicked out of male or female washrooms, even though biologically they're the opposite sex. They're saying I should have a right to go to this washroom because I am a female, even though biologically I'm a male.
All right, I would totally grant that, and that's an issue, and we have to figure that out.
That's discrimination based off of.
No, we don't have to figure it out. There's something's wrong with them, and we don't take heed to what they're saying. We ignore it. Go on with our day. We just accept every silly person going crazy with their ideas, and society's, you want to talk about progressing. How are we going to progress when we're just, every time someone comes up with a new concept, we got to take heed to it?
We've been through this method of thought. It's the same kind of thought.
Every minister and every religious leader would be out of business if we did that, right?
Yeah, there you go, Reuven.
Like, dude, we've been through this method of thought. It's the same thing that's saying, like, oh, you're attracted to men? No, you're not. There's something wrong with you. You're a man, so you're attracted to women. That's how it works.
I don't know. You can't tell who you're attracted to, but I just think that we go through so much. Listen to me.
This is the point. Is where we have to move past a really rigid idea of what gender is. Just like we have to move. Just one second. It's just in the same way that we have to move past a very rigid idea of sexual orientation. There is more to it, and we have to accept that if we're ever going to move forward in how to deal with it.
I can accept the sexual orientation bit because we got a lot of strange shit in the world, and a lot of people have got a lot of kinks. Not going to go there.
I can second that.
But you said something here that I find to be profound, and I have to bring it up. You said that we once lived in a time when gender decided the propagation of the species, and now we don't need it. Let me just say something to you. Let me propose something to you. Excuse me. What would you say would be a healthier thing? A society that can accept gender or sex, whatever, as a biological function in nature, something that can be tested time and time again. Would it not be easier for people to learn to live with their own skin than it would be to create sperm banks and test tube babies and reconstruction of men so that they can carry a test tube, baby in a fake womb that a doctor constructed for them? All because we can't accept that women are mothers by nature most of the fucking time. That's their role in every other place in nature. I mean, that's what the female organs are for. Yes, like you can make them into a fanny pack. You can make them into lots of stuff. I'm sure you could take the material of the uterus
I get
and
your
make a sculpture out of it, and it could be art. Uterus isn't for reproduction; it's for art. But in a natural setting, in nature, wouldn't it be healthier for us to just to learn to get past our idiosyncrasies and accept the gender we are, whether we're feminine or masculine? But if we have cock balls that makes you a male, you wouldn't think that's easier?
I can counter this with exactly what I just said. Okay, tell that gay man that he's actually likes women.
This isn't about gay. You said gender.
No, this is not different.
Now we're going to sexual orientation. Now we're going to the orgasm.
No, this is not different at all.
This isn't. I got to
Let me finish.
It's about gender, because you know what a gay man knows? He's a man.
Sex isn't necessarily about reproduction. Gender is, though.
You don't think that gender's specifically about reproduction?
No, I'm saying gender is specifically about reproduction, but sex is not. Sex
I would
yeah,
actually, I would kind of say both.
Okay,
Or not
sexuality,
necessarily.
sexuality, not sex. Sorry, sexuality. Sexuality is about.
No, but like, okay, so sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to
Yeah.
I wanted to address this point before we move on from it. This is exactly relevant to what you're saying, because you're basically saying that because there is a common or regular or normal or whatever you want to say, type of organization within a species, like men and women get together and make babies, therefore that is how you should just deal with it, and that's how you should be. This is exactly the same argument that you could use to say gay people should just like women. You can't just let me finish.
But it's more like we shouldn't.
Let me finish. You can't just tell people how they're supposed to feel. You're not going to change how somebody sees themselves by commanding them to.
Right, but you can show them the scientific fact that testicles make seed, and ovaries and the womb and the uterus and all that carry babies.
So what?
What do you mean, so what?
So what?
So
what does that matter with how someone sees themselves?
Everything. I'm bald.
No, it
I
doesn't.
can say that I have an afro all day. I can claim that I have an afro, and I can jump down your throat for telling me otherwise. But I have an afro, and it's big.
You realize that if somebody identifies as a woman, that does not mean that they want to make babies.
It doesn't matter if they identify as a woman. When you look at the science of it, 99% of the time, the science will show that they are not women.
What do you
men.
think? What do you think a transsexual means when they say I identify as a woman or I identify as a man?
That's psychologically.
It depends. It
like,
depends
what do you think they mean?
I think it means that they believe they have like a form of like phantom limb syndrome. Like, I do not need this genitalia because this is not part of me. This is a foreign object.
Sometimes that definitely does happen. But a lot of the times it's just, I want to be seen as how this kind of person is seen in society. This is how I see myself.
I mean, I want to be seen as a big fluffy chinchilla in society. It's just not going to work.
Well, then that's dipping into furries, and that's a different conversation.
Somehow I see it going down this path.
Oh god, no, let's not touch that with a 10-foot pole.
But you see, this is part of my point, is that this is not like a gross, unusual situation.
What is
gross meaning gigantic or whatever. This is not a difficult situation of transsexuals seeing themselves as a different gender.
Why?
Gender identification does not necessitate reproduction.
Okay, but okay, so you're born with ovaries, a womb, a uterus. Let's say that it happens to be a functioning set of ovaries, a womb, and a uterus. And you say that the physical, the three-dimensional, the testable, observable fact of feminine genitalia does not determine the sex of a human being. You think it's better?
It does determine.
You think it's better in society?
Wait. Can we
define it? Hold on. You think it's better?
You did the thing again. Do you mean sex or gender?
You think it's better in society? You think it's better that a person who has...
Wait, do you mean sex or gender? You did the thing again.
Well, dude, I'm sorry, 40 years and counting, dude. I'm sorry. This is the first night in my life you've ever been...
No, that's why I'm perfectly fine. That's why I'm just making sure we're on the same page.
Okay, you're born with 2 ovaries, a womb, and a uterus. Functioning. You bleed. No matter what contraptions you want to stop the blood up or try to recycle your unused egg, whatever. You produce eggs, you've got a womb, you've got a uterus, you've got all this stuff that's needed, all the stuff that makes a woman, and you say that that person is better off identifying them if they want to feel like they're a man and they want to come off as a man, that it's better for them to believe that they're a man even though all the laws of fucking science and nature say otherwise. That's where I draw the line.
No, you see, this is why I make so firmly a distinction between gender and sex. Because how someone sees themselves and what makes them happy, I think, is way more important.
Which one would you say sex, or which one do you think is gender?
Oh yeah, because you and me have a different definition of this. Sex being the stuff dangling or not dangling between your legs, and gender being how you see yourself.
Right. Okay.
So
I
if you look
have
in the
a-
mirror and you see that you've got testicles that produce seed,
I'm a woman with testicles. That's what he's saying.
Yeah,
why
that's
would?
what
Yeah,
that's
that's
what
silly.
that's what a lot.
That
Why?
sounds like the long way
makes-
around a conclusion. Sounds like
it
you need
makes
to
them
be
happy. It makes them
doesn't-
feel more fulfilled in their own lives.
great. It makes other
Why are
people
you against
uncomfortable.
it?
It makes
So
other
what?
people go like, "Whoa,
Screw
you're
you.
seriously fucked up."
Screw you people,
It
honestly.
doesn't matter. It doesn't
Like,
matter. It's a fact of
What
life.
do you mean, you people?
Well, what I mean, yes, I know the joke. I'm not discounting the joke. Anyway, what I mean by that is that why should how somebody sees themselves be dictated by other people's opinion?
It shouldn't be dictated, but it's I don't know how happy they're going to be when most people look at them and see a cock and balls and say I'm a woman, and they're going to look at you and go, okay. And they're going to have that little bit of snicker, and they'll always carry that snicker because most
No, they
people
won't. Because of the only reason that happens is because of people like you.
Yeah, we're common. We believe that there is a definite separation in gender.
And like 50 years ago, the very idea of two guys walking down the street holding hands, people are either going to laugh, sneer, or call them out on it. Now it's not a big deal anymore.
Unless you're in.
A man holding another man's hand isn't gay or doesn't make anyone gay.
You know what I mean? Like people openly being gay in public.
I mean, I love other men. It doesn't make me homosexual.
During the protests here in America, when the African American community was fighting for civil rights, they wore signs that said "I am a man," like thousands of them, in those protests. You know, rather than rioting and things like that. It was a simple sign: "I am a man." So I mean, because they wore the sign "I am a man," it was defining them, that saying, hey, we're just like you, because other people thought that they were not. And almost every minority group that has come to America has put up with that, and even the ones that were here were forced assimilated, all that. So
this is just the next one.
Because go ahead.
I accept that. That was a bigotry that was wrong, yes, but we can't keep going so far off the cliff. There are some things we have to say, no, wrong. You aren't this thing. You aren't what you're claiming you are.
Why?
What
harm does it cause to let people be what they identify?
I mean, if James wants to think of himself as a beautiful bumblebee, it doesn't really harm me, sure. But I'm going to say to James, hey, dude, you need medication, James. You need to check yourself in at a clinic or something.
This is going into pointless hyperbole. That is not what we're talking about.
So, is gender...
This is the gender that people identify as, not being a bumblebee.
Right, so could you say that the gender people identify as, is that also a cultural construct? Because, like the example that people brought up about being gay, they said about, what was it, hugging another man? So, like, culturally, my background, it's very common for straight men, like, have to be straight men walking down the street holding hands or kissing each other. Not making out, but, like, kissing each other. Things in Western society would be perceived as being homosexual acts, like, only things that homosexuals would do.
Oh, yeah. In those sort of situations,
gender's also dictated by culture?
Definitely.
Okay.
But the one thing that I will say is when you base gender solely off, like, there are very few cultures that base gender completely off of sex. And these are ones that basically have to fight tooth and nail to get food. Where they have to basically protect women at all possible costs because they're the only way that they can produce, that the society can continue. We don't live in that society anymore. So we can actually recognize how people identify themselves. We don't have to pretend that doesn't happen.
We don't, though. I can tell you right now, most of the people that I know would never, might be kind to you when you come to their home, and they might pat you on the head and say you're a girl, but when you walk out the door, come on.
Yeah, and
what's wrong with him?
Your generation is on their way out.
Okay.
Yours, we all are.
Well, I mean, I'm 27 years old. Hopefully I won't be going nowhere.
I don't know what's up with you.
How about this? Okay, so let's say a heterosexual man marries a woman. He finds out later that woman is biologically a man. Do you think he could have the legal right to sue the woman?
I wouldn't say sue, but I think that would.
Like,
If you,
okay,
like,
let's go to the pretext
like-
of divorce. You could say, I'm going to divorce her and ask her for this because of I've been misled or something.
No, you see, like in those situations, well, first off, I'll be like, how the hell did you not know this before you got married? But also, yeah, sure.
Post-op.
No, like I would say sure, that would be grounds, but that's only because of people's individual preference.
Or the fact that he had to lie. See, we have clothing
not everyone
differentiation.
Not everyone has to lie. So a lot of people are
If you
perfectly
dress
fine with
up as a
transsexuals.
woman, if you have breast implants, or you stuff your bra and you put on stockings and high heels and makeup and make your hair long or whatever, to turn on a straight guy and come off as a woman in his eyes, how is that not a lie?
You see, the idea is that you would actually have a conversation before you plowed each other.
Yeah,
So
but
it'd
you
be-
know,
so it'd be
some
like-
guys were convincing, I guess.
So much as a female that it wouldn't it'd be insulting to bring it up. Like, why would I say that I was born a male? Like, I'm not. I'm a female. This is who I am. I'm a female.
No,
That's
see,
a lot.
like I've been around a fair number of transsexual people.
Yeah.
So like you just have the conversation. Like it's not a big deal. You're just like, so you identify as what? It's like blah 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 blah. Okay, what pronouns do I use? Blah blah blah, and you're done. It's a 3-second conversation.
But I'm saying the conversation that doesn't come up though. Like they're like, no reason why I should explain myself that I was born a male. I'm a female. This is who I am. It's none of that.
No, and I hope eventually we get to that point where we don't have to have this like awkward, pointless conversation. But right now we're in a weird transitional period where we actually have to learn a whole lot about the other person.
I got a question for you. Would you think a society would be healthier if we got rid of gender altogether and just stuck with sex? And identity not even be a factor?
I think it would be way simpler.
Yeah, I think so too. I think we would be much better off if we could just get to brass tacks and not even have to worry about identifying, and you just accept.
No,
the
that's
gender
not
you
what
are.
that's not what I was saying.
Why?
What I mean is that you don't like you say this thing about like accepting the stuff you have. Being transsexual doesn't mean that you necessarily despise your body and don't want to accept that it's the body you have.
Right.
It just means that you identify as something different.
Like
And
all
what you are. At least you say different. At least you bring up the point that they know that what they look down and see and what they project into the world are two different things.
Right. So like the trans people I know have no desire to get an operation.
Yeah,
Good.
because
Not even because of price. They're just like, nah.
a lot of the times it's just because it's either like sometimes it is because it's expensive. A lot of the other times it's just because they're perfectly comfortable with their body. They just don't identify with what is commonly like associated with that body.
Right.
So it's the association we need to get rid of.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's what-
making gender necessarily about one's genitalia is not helpful. It's not
See, I would
necessary
think
anymore.
Gender and sex should be the exact same thing. That we should
But
be
they're
in
not.
society.
That's an outdated way of thinking.
It's not outdated. It's just how's that outdated?
Because we have open like transsexuality is a normal regular thing nowadays.
So
So defining things solely by sex doesn't work anymore.
like what about as far as
Like I'm sorry, just to interrupt. This is kind of why this conflict is happening with you guys. Is you're basically saying that no, what you should do is stay the way that things were before and not change it.
What ways are you talking about? When has gender ever been? No, I'm not saying that the priest hadn't fondled altar boys. I'm not saying that we don't have ways to go in dealing with our sexuality, or people wouldn't be having sex with animals. Obviously, we have some kinks in the human being that need to be functioning. But wouldn't it be better in a society where you could have?
No, I don't.
Like,
Like,
remember,
I don't care.
let me
I don't
finish.
care
Let me
what's better.
finish. Let me finish, man. Hang on.
Go
I wanna
ahead.
bring up
I'm
more
sorry.
About the Torah, about how in Judaism we're taught that that the soul descends in both male and female pairs, and just because you have a male body doesn't mean you have a feminine or a female, or doesn't mean you have a masculine soul. You could have a feminine soul. So if we could live in a society where we could accept that, okay, I have a feminine soul, but I'm a man, therefore I will, accept the fact that I will not make babies. There is a line drawn. Wouldn't it be better in a society where we just accept who we are in the physical first, and be comfortable with who we are inside second instead
Now
of
you
the other way
see-
around?
And this is the problem: is it doesn't matter what would be better. This is how the world actually is.
Well, if we're going to make it a better world, don't you want to make it a better? I would want to make it a better world.
This is why I keep bringing up the homosexuality example. Is you can't just tell people the world would be better if you just accepted yourself.
That's not homosexuality. I'm not. I draw the line firmly between homosexuality and gender roles. I don't think they have anything to do with each other.
It didn't used to be that way because you have progressed past that point, but now you won't progress past this one.
That's always how I've seen it. That's always how I've seen it. I know a handsome man when I see one.
But isn't there like
that wasn't the norm like 50, 80 years ago?
Well,
Here,
I mean, doesn't the Bible talk about
Yeah.
James how King David loved Jonathan more than a woman? I mean,
yeah.
no one's gonna say he was a fruitcake. No one's gonna say he's pitching for the other team. Come on, there's nothing wrong with that.
Technically, I'll just put this. Yeah, there's no gender. There's none of that in the Bible, really. There's no discrimination between gay or straight. Just you don't fuck a man in his butthole, like you don't fuck a man, like you don't fuck a cow, or you don't fuck your dad or your mom.
that's because of a practical standpoint that sex mean like a large.
Yeah, no, like I would totally grant back in the day you probably shouldn't do that because bacteria traps and all that nonsense. Yeah, we can handle it now because we have condoms.
So you're saying that anal sex is acceptable because we can use a Kleenex? I mean, I don't.
Yes, because now it doesn't cause the harm that was possible back like 1,000 years ago.
You don't think they thought of a douche in the Middle Ages?
Not a dude.
Romans never invented the douche.
We
Come on.
didn't have an understanding that bacteria caused disease back then.
It didn't.
Back to the topic of gender identity. Do you think there's like a practical aspect of having gender identity though? Like think about it from like the standpoint we could say like okay, race is ethnicities are like a made up construct, but there's a practical aspect like when you're like trying to identify somebody or like you have like on the news or something you see like Caucasian male robbed a bank. We're looking for a Caucasian male. Do you think there's a practical aspect of saying like female body parts? That's who we're looking for. Do you hear what I'm saying? So you could say like it's.
No, I mean like it's easy just to say like sex female. Like we all kind of understand what that means.
Do you think there's a role for that on a practical level? Maybe not like society should define people by that and you could take down your washrooms, but just saying like to identify a person, wouldn't it just be easy to identify them based off their genitalia and say these kind of genitalia are for female, these kind of are for male, these ones are for something else.
I'm totally fine with having the dichotomy between gender and sex. You can identify people by their sex. It's not difficult.
But what I'm saying from the standpoint of the person who doesn't want that. Like, I'm a female in every aspect. Do not define me by my genitalia. And like on my driver's license, I want it to say male. I do not want it to say female, even though I have a vagina.
You see, that's where I totally grant that is where it gets slightly complicated because in those aspects.
With the topic, that's like, at what point do you kind of say it's less about personal freedoms and more just like we need a societal standard?
I would totally. I think for like medical needs and whatever, you have to go by biology. But when it's like how we interact with each other and how people see themselves, I don't see why we can't do both.
Fair enough.
Would I have the freedom to identify you as a man?
If you wanted to.
What if the man I'm talking to doesn't like being identified as a man? Do I no longer have the liberty to?
It'd be a civil rights issue.
No, but you see, you totally could. But then, if they didn't identify that way, then you're just being a dick. Like, I don't think you could ever. Like, if you basically, if I said like I am Caucasian or whatever, but then you start yelling like black racial slurs at me, then I would just be like, what's wrong? Why are you doing this?
Oh,
this is
okay.
just being a dick.
Well, if I put all hate aside, yeah, definitely. That's where I would.
No. Even if you didn't do racial slurs, like I'm not implying that you would do that.
Right.
If you just if you started just referring to me as like Chinese or something, I would just be like, you're incorrect.
You're just
that is not like why are you saying this?
So if I and I know lady on Google Plus here I've frequented and actually I've had some good conversations with. and I honestly thought whatever it is was a woman at first or whatever. I didn't know that they were whatever they are. I don't even know the right word. We haven't even found the right word. We do need to work this out. I'm not knocking you on that, but I'm
Are you talking
always
about
going to see
bionic
them.
hands?
No. I don't even like thinking of it. No, somebody else who's much kinder and smarter. Bless her. Whatever. I didn't want to name names, but I'm always gonna. Now that I know you're a guy, dude, and I would feel that if I openly identified themselves as a woman, I would be lying to myself. I don't have to treat them wrongly,
No, but that sounds more like it's your problem, not theirs.
I don't think there's a problem. Now that I know, they will always be male. Because I know now. I didn't think to look before. I saw somebody with long hair, a very small headshot of them, and I had no reason to think otherwise or whatever. But now that I know, it's like I will always see them as a guy, and I don't have to. When I see them, I'm like, "Hey, dude, what's up?" I don't have to be obvious. I say dude to girls too, but I don't have to be obvious about it. But
why
how
can't you
am
do
I
that
wrong?
with people? No,
How
why
am
can't
I
you do that
wrong?
with people? Okay, sorry.
How am I wrong, or how is it a problem that I see them as the man that they are?
Because that's not how they are to them. So if you can totally say that they're a man to their face, but then you're just being a dick to them.
Right, exactly. I agree with that. Like, regardless of your personal understanding of the situation, it shouldn't affect how you relate to them. Because if like James, if you want to have an afro, I should be like, okay, I don't see an afro, but if you want to say you have an afro, fine, you have an afro. Like, you just got to be a decent human being at that point.
You see, I don't particularly like the afro. I don't really particularly like the afro example, but it's like also like how often do a bunch of straight guys or whatever? I'm just saying straight arbitrarily. Why do a whole bunch of guys? When have you had a whole bunch of guys talk about their gender to each other outside this conversation?
This is a new one on me. I'm learning and I'm loving it. Don't get me wrong.
I've probably
No,
done
but you see what I mean. Like, other than like that one conversation where somebody like says, "Actually, I identify as a woman. Could you use female pronouns?" After that conversation, you basically never have to talk about it ever again.
All right, I have to say I've had discussions about it. And I don't want everybody feeling comfortable, but at drinking parties back in college, they said if you can down this, you're gonna be a real man. I couldn't do it.
Well, better turn in those testicles, apparently.
hang them up.
Like, you see that? Like, I've always have like issue with saying like, "Oh, you're a real man." It's like, oh, society decides that. I don't give a damn.
That's interesting because I did a survey recently, and not a survey, but I was helping somebody with their dissertation, and they were asking about the concept of masculinity in my particular religious culture and how it's very different than the Western sense. So, like in the Western sense, the concept of masculinity is like muscles, going to war, working out, making a living for their family, lack of emotions. That's like a very generic form, but that's how a lot of people view what it means to be like masculine, right? Versus masculine as a form of a specific gender role that's unique to a man versus a woman, even though a woman could possibly do it, but it's a construct for a man to do this and a woman does that. And that's
it's like that's why I keep bringing up the idea that we have moved past that in our society. Like, we don't have to have these like rigid, like societally driven or sex driven whatever roles for men and women. Like, it's not necessary anymore.
I think often and I agree, I think the danger of that, or where we possibly should draw the line, I think, is when we begin to encroach on, and I'm going to sound like a 90s freak here, but I don't want to, but the family unit.
I was born around then.
The family unit. It's these new things, the evolution that we're going through in Western society, and I think it's happening in the Middle East and in the East as well. But we seem to be in the forefront of it. This you know, when we settled America, women worked as much as the men. It was a 50-50 freaking job, and that sensibility never really left us over here, which is a good thing.
It's like that's why I brought up the whole like refrigerator Stepford wife analogy. Like
Right.
that was constructed relatively recently. Like the family unit used to be like, you know, the old phrase like it takes a village.
Yeah.
Like that was basically literal. Like everyone
Yeah.
raised children.
I think what frightens, and I guess I see my own fear of this, so I'm not going to say it's them, but having a family now, I realize there is a really, really, really important thing for men to be men, good men, and that the mother, the woman, needs to be a good mother, and that we have to, you know, I don't want I don't want the evolution, as mankind is often a de-evolved thing. I don't want it to I want to say encroach. It sounds so bad. I don't mean it like that, but in our social conversation, we shouldn't downgrade that which is the foundation of society, which is the family. And I think often we are longing to move ahead so much we bend the elastic too tight, where it's not functionable as elastic anymore. There's no give to it anymore. You know, we push too far, and we haven't. You know, we can't train our men and women, our children, to not be sexual. What's the word I'm looking for? Bottom feeders, scavengers, like, you know, has turned out in society, and so we think abortion is okay, rather than raising our children that, you know, to be enlightened, like the Buddhist monk, you know, or whatever, that's a holy thing down there, and that, you know, it's not to be squandered. And if we could, it would be easier to teach the women this, no matter what their, you know, identity is, but you have to look outside the box. You can't just say abortion's okay because we're too sexually immature. We have to become sexually mature so that women don't have to pay people to murder their children for them. That's, you know, it's
like,
and I think maybe if we that's why I don't really have a problem with gay marriage in America. Nobody considers it the same thing as starting a family, but it's America, you know, freedom, liberty. I think that if we let it out of the closet and we let it breathe air and we do open up and at least embrace the ideas on a mental level, we could maybe mature, or possibly maybe find a way to fix this sexual immaturity that we have as humans, like donkey fucking and incest, which happens.
Yeah, but you also
have
the freedom to not participate, which is fine. Like, definitely there are large groups of people in the culture that separate themselves and live fine in their own communities. You know, we have the Amish. They do not accept having modernism and those types of ideas. So what you're saying, Idol Smasher, is true, and you can hold to those ideals within your own communities and within your own constructs. You know what I mean? It's perfectly fine. But I guess, like, what we're saying is, in the larger realm of society, what I have a problem with is people who choose to be separate, right, and choose to have their own ideals, which they have the freedom to do, try to push those ideals on maybe people outside their community in the general public who are not even a part of it, saying, hey, you know, we want you to believe like us. And we say, why is that? We're not a part of your community. Why do you do that to us? You know, if you don't want an abortion, don't get one. You know, that's your belief, so you have the freedom not to participate, you know?
It's
Yeah,
actually, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, dude.
It's like, this is like a side note, but on the abortion topic, like one of the reasons that abortions are so common now is not because we're suddenly more perverse. We've been having sex constantly since our species happened. The difference is, like, as I was describing before, now women menstruate very regularly. So now people get pregnant a lot more often. So we have to change with our society. We can't stick with how we were in the foundations of whatever we were. Because
I think
now
we can guide it.
Yeah, but I think you need to accept
but now we're all really well fed and people menstruate all the time.
I think you need to accept it on your own terms, though. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of times and it happens all the times, especially in the East, and right now the really strong retaliation that's been going on for the last, I don't know, 40, 50 years of Islam against Western ideas. If we would allow them, if the United States would allow them to accept Western ideas on their own terms, or British ideas on their own terms, or British culture on their own terms, they would have been probably more accepting than rather being forced to assimilate it. And I think that's what Idol Smasher's saying. Like, we're in this transition. We don't like it, obviously, and we want to preserve what we knew what was correct. We can choose not to accept it in our own communities. It's perfectly fine to do that. However, like when we go into the general population, we need to know that our views aren't necessarily accepted there. You know what I mean? It's kind of a contrast. Like, I think it'd be easier if we accepted all this on our own terms rather than having it forced on us. And it's something that we have a hard time with when something is forced on us.
Kind of an example of this sort of like old, like I want to say old way of thinking, and how it has to kind of move with our better understanding and how society changes with technology, blah blah blah, is like the idea of like marriage in general, like what its purpose was and what it is, what it can be now. Back then, it was when you're sexually mature, you get married, so sex makes children, and marriage can be defined as all these sort of weird things of either just owning women or a union or whatever, and then everyone dies at 35 and we all live happily ever after. Now marriage has to change because people live twice as long, and we understand more about child development and how cognizant people actually are as teenagers. So like we have to change with our better understanding. And this goes the same way with our understanding of psychology and gender roles and how people see themselves and la-di-da. Things change, and we either have to adjust or shut it down. And shutting it down doesn't work because people have felt this way forever. Like being transsexual is not a new phenomenon. We are
no,
just
that's the thing. The closet.
We are just.
I don't like I don't like the deviousness in the culture. You know. I don't like that.
This always existed. This always existed. We just now are actually talking about it.
And it's not really been a closet thing either, really. I mean, if you look at the lords and all the rich mothers and all the uppity classes of Europe, they're all a bunch of fruits. Excuse my French, but I mean with the frills and the makeup and the hair and the parties and all that stuff. You know, it's not old, it's not uncommon, and it's not unheard of. And frankly, I think it's funny that J. Edgar Hoover, you know, one of the big supporters of the, you know, the gay hate, you know, do you have in your neighborhood a gay? Here's the signs that you know you've got a gay, you know.
It's so bad that if you watch those now, you just burst out laughing, but they were like dead serious.
Yeah, they used to have those.
And it was always like the smear me, like greased over hair, like hairline mustache. Like it's like, come on, people. Do you have any idea what a bear is? That bodybuilder back there that looks like you could lift a house, yeah, he likes a few other things as well.
Hey, it's a really good conversation. Thanks for the invite, Reuven. I gotta head out, so take care. I'll try to get into
it's been a pleasure.
Discussion tomorrow night, Idol. I'll try to get in.
Yeah, that'd be great. And you're there in spirit anyway, so shalom, baby. Be cool. Wayman's the shiznit, baby. Wayman's one cool dude.
You kids with your crazy languages.
Yeah, the deviousness, and you know, okay, these are people who, and I went to school. See, grew up in show business, so.
Oh, have fun with that.
I've been around gay people for all my life. Okay, no big deal. But we had a gay kid in school who was proud of it in 7th grade, and he was a good guy. And I caught up with him years later. First guy to take me out, the last guy too, but he dude showed up and we were talking one night and we were drinking. It was at my mom's house, and we're just we're both I just got over a divorce. I'm living with my mom, one of them things. And he comes over and he's like, "Feel this," and he takes my hand, and the amount of cracks and gashes in this guy's head.
Whoa.
I said, "Were you fucking on the street, Michael?" He's like, "No, we were outside of the village." And dude's in a pickup truck with baseball bats. The quintessential stereotypical queer bashing. And there are 3 different instances he showed me on his head where they tried to kill this man. That needs to stop. Something's obviously imbalanced here. Something's not right with the way we deal with our sex, our gender, whatever. And
that's why we have these sort of conversations. We can learn from each other. Blah blah blah. Like I'm surprised. I am slightly younger, and I've just been immersed in this like modern quote or whatever way of thinking. So like I can't even conceive of the idea of like hating somebody because of their sexual orientation. It just doesn't register in my head.
I don't want to know what you do for an orgasm, man. I really don't.
Are you sure? Because I have some techniques you could use.
My wife's happy. She's happy. I do her justice, apparently, and she does me fine. Yeah, I'm a Star Trek guy. I'm a bright future guy. I think we will get through it, and I hope we do soon, because I was sexually abused by a guy, when I was like 4. So when people say, "Oh, that's just as fair," when people say that doesn't happen, yeah, it does. Yeah, I was in a church where the subdeacon liked to manhandle me a little bit, not too bad, but looking back, it was pretty, yeah. So when they say that all that never happens, yeah, it does. Man, I've seen some shit and done some stuff, man. And
I'm glad you appear to. Although we disagree on some of the finer points, you seem to still be very well adjusted. So.
Got you, fool, man. I'm kidding. Hey,
I'm sorry that happened to you, James, man.
If it weren't for Torah, I'd be a much worse. Well, you know what? What really did to me was, because I didn't know what it was at the time. I was like 4, the first time. I didn't get it. I didn't understand it, and to this day, I look back on not I'm a victim or that I am perverted or that I am filthy, but it's more along the lines of what the fuck was going through that dude's head. What led him to that?
I'm really glad that you're able to reflect on it like that.
Well, it's the future, James. Gotta get ready for it.
Well, I know that it's real, and I know that people got off a lot easier than I did on a lot of things too. I dated a girl whose father was in a cult.
Oof.
And did weird shit. And this is their kink. This is what provides their seed. And this is into the world. This is what gets them off. And obviously, we need to bring this into the open and get it done with. So,
I would be every kind of supporting the idea that we should have firm understanding of consent, and we should have more open discussion. Would you agree with different kinks and that sort of thing, or do you propose that we keep it more closeted?
I think that it's, for me, this is personal.
Mm-hmm.
It's like there's a fulcrum, and in 3 dimensions, not just 2, but there's a fulcrum, and I try to strive for the light.
Then you would have to say, how would you define the light?
the one thing that the one how am I going to put this? This is I'm going to go have to go west or eastern here. Well, I guess not.
I mean, if we need to define what the light is, I mean, society's lost. I mean, we might as well just fucking give up.
Let him talk. Come on.
I mean, that's the problem. It's like everything is subjective. Nothing has meaning. You know, it's like, why even bother to even define it?
Well, just because it's subjective doesn't mean it doesn't have meaning for that person.
All the
John.
reason more to define it.
Exactly.
Hey, Peter, what's up, man?
Imagine if this is the way how they talk to cops.
Yeah, and that's why cops put them down, and then they wonder why they do it, and then they blame the cops for their attitude.
I missed something. Anyway, Idle, if you want to, finish your thought.
Actually, I moved on to something else. I want to address Reuven real quick. Somebody
All right.
could kick. Somebody could kick. Rob knows martial arts. He'll kick your ass. I just wanted to let everybody I know Kung Fu. I studied a few different things, focused on Northern Shaolin Kung Fu, and I will whoop Rob's ass. If he
I
goes
love Northern Shaolin.
Like I said to Reuven, I wouldn't use no Kung Fu, China, whatever, martial arts, whatever they call it. I'll just pick up a bat or something. You know what I mean? That's just New York style.
But then you have to watch out because ninja moves, daggers will just come out of nowhere. A sword will materialize in their hands.
Right. Right. Again, I live in reality, not a fantasy, so I know that's only the movie. So.
Hey, I saw a show on it. So it is totally reals.
Bruce Lee said that it's good to go through bouts in your mind. To go through a fight, but to put it in slow motion and to know what move would counter what move, and to always, it's like playing chess with yourself. It's a good way to work your mind, to work things out.
Bruce Lee also is one of the people that championed the idea of combining different styles of life, and in his aspect, different styles of fighting,
Mm-hmm.
and became one of the arguably most powerful people on the planet.
And he, you know what I think made him that way, and you're probably going to hate this. Maybe you won't hate this. He was American, and I think that coming to America, that's what America does for the Chinese. I'm not a big America guy, but I really like the idea of New Babylon.
I definitely like the idea of getting rid of extremely rigid structures. And unfortunately, a lot of Asian countries are still in extremely rigid social structure.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Yeah.
I had a really long conversation on a bus ride with a person from Hong Kong. He's doing an internship here. And we had like a 2-hour conversation on nothing but the differences between the U.S. and Hong Kong. And it was fascinating. There are like, you never stop working in Hong Kong. No matter how much you despise the work and no matter how much you actually get done, even if you're completely unproductive, you keep working.
Hong Kong is one of the few places where they've proved that absolute freedom in the market works, where you just let people trade whatever they want to trade. They started off, they were trading fish and plants and stuff, but they let them do whatever they want. They didn't tax them. They just the British let them do whatever they wanted to do for about 60, 70 years. And that structure's still working. Yeah.
And now they can't even breathe the air.
Yeah.
Some regulation is still necessary.
Yeah.
He's actually, the guy was, I think his name was Timothy. He was actually going for, like, law and politics. And one of the things he wanted to do was basically help reform Hong Kong to kind of make it livable. Not to, like, poo-poo Hong Kong, but seriously, you have to breathe.
I honestly, when I look at Hong Kong, I see something right that the British Empire. I think I see one thing the British Empire got right. I mean, they're the first people to put a flag on every continent. they, I mean, English is common because of them and them only. But of all the colonial bullshit they tried with South Africa and India and the state or the Americas, and I think the one thing they got was Hong Kong.
I think they stretched themselves too thin. That's once more a different subject.
But they got Hong Kong. They did that all right. We did learn a lot about each other. The world did. Yeah. The East and West did meet in a peaceful, prosperous. Yeah.
But it developed into like a hellhole of slavery and poisonous air.
I know about all that. I guess that's going to come with any society, really. Not as bad as Taiwan on the slavery.
Well, I mean, like it's because there's like absolutely no regulation on emissions. I think someone calculated like breathing the air is the same as like smoking like 5 packs a day. and that's on days when you're allowed outside. There are days where the smog alert happens and the air is healthier inside.
And it's an island too. You think that it would clear out easy, but it's that bad. Yeah, I heard it's gotten worse in the past 15 years.
All right, this is going to be like the most profound ignorance, but Hong Kong's an island?
Isn't it? Basically.
I'm going to look up a map.
It's right there on the. It's basically. I thought.
Oh, holy shit! Well, I learned something today.
If the air's that bad, where the ocean wind can't blow it out, yeah, you got a problem, baby.
Wow, and it wasn't even where I thought it was in the world. I'm learning so much about geography today.
Reuven, real quick, sir, if you're around, there was a fellow of the Orient who wanted into the Noahide group, and I had no reason to say no, from what I could see. So I let him in. I don't know if you knew that. I took the liberty. Hong Kong is connected. Yeah, but it's basically, I mean, it's really close. Hang on, I'm going to find that thing. Darn it.
Man, I was like off by like 1,000 miles where I thought Hong Kong was. I got to study this map of the world, that one, for a while. At least know where the freaking countries are.
I was big into the East. The East has been very good to me. That's why I really have a hard time getting rid of that. In my Torah study, you get down to it, it's like you don't, in Torah study, that they're very big about Torah, and I have a tendency to go east. I don't know where I'm going with that. Yeah, I go east easy. I think it's easier to talk to people on an Eastern, or I find it easier to speak in an Eastern dialogue, speaking of, say, things like mysticism or mystical ideas, even metaphysical ideas at a time. It's a lot easier to swing around, swing over to China and go through Tibet before you get back to Torah. I had a conversation with a dude. Go ahead, dude.
No, I think you just kind of inspired me. I think I'm gonna read up more on some Eastern stuff, because I think I have been going really deep into Western philosophy.
The Tao Te Ching. Stephen Mitchell probably did the best one I've ever read, the best translation. But
don't mean to put you out, but do you think you could like put a link for Amazon or something?
Sure. Hang on a minute.
Because one thing I will say that I am horrible at is spelling anything, let alone words that are not even in my language. You look like absolutely fascinated.
I look fascinating?
No, you look like you're completely enthralled with your computer. You're just like, it's so beautiful.
Well, it is a beautiful thing. Here's a link to Barnes & Noble. It's $1.99. I'm going to throw you something that shouldn't be on the web. I've never listened to it, but this is the translation that I've bought. There's been a few books in my life I've bought where I've bought 7 or 8 copies. And I still don't own them because I keep giving them away. This is a really good translation on YouTube, read by I don't know who it is, but it showed up.
Oh, is the book that you gave me not in Oh, it is in English. Okay.
Yeah, he's a translator. He's done other stuff too from Chinese Cantonese on. But yeah, it'll make you laugh out loud. It's considered one of the wonders of the world.
Wait, is this the entire book?
Yeah, on that red. Yeah, it's like 72 pages, 78. I mean, you can read it in one sitting, and like I said, you'll laugh out loud, and you won't read it once. I don't think
there's a Barnes and Noble near my house. I know what I'm doing tomorrow.
It's a really good read. It doesn't matter what you believe or what. It's just really, really good. And
no, I've been like, I'm an atheist, but like I totally.
No kidding, huh?
No, but like I've always been of the opinion that draw wisdom from anywhere. You don't have to believe that like the magic in it is actually true, but these were written by people in a different situation, so they might have useful information to say.
Yeah, billions of people can't be wrong.
Well, yes, they can, but that's not important. The importance is that they were in a different situation, and different perspectives are useful.
The Tao Te Ching is the yin yang. And it should be simple. You shouldn't have to say anything beyond the yin and the yang, but he's kind of a blabbermouth. But it's an easy read, and it might make you uncomfortable in places. It'll make you laugh out loud. And it's just it's lasted this long for a reason. And enjoy.
Okay, thank you. Actually, this will be fun. Oh, The Art of War is also on. It's one of the things that's linked. That's another thing I need to listen to.
Sun Tzu's pretty good too, and yeah, you almost think you're reading Klingon sometimes with that. The way of the warrior is a real big thing in the East. I'm all about the fearless warrior. The warrior always has a soft heart, always feels first. He's very emotional and very attached to his heart. That's why he puts on so much armor to protect it and protect the heart of his people. There's a really honorable way to look at warriorship when you look at it in the Eastern way. I don't know much about the Jewish warrior. Reuven, perhaps I should get onto that. Maybe I should learn more about the Jewish warrior, the Hebrew warrior. I know very little about Hebrew warriorship.
I don't even know like what they used.
I don't either.
What the mentality was.
There's
so
many
things to learn.
There's actually a form of martial arts where they base all the movements and stances off of the Hebrew letters. I don't know how effective it is. Oh, so they use the sickle sword, the round one.
Ooh.
That's where I'll do that fancy.
Those are cool. They're also effective with the power of geometry. Because it's curved, the pointed edge can create a lot more force. Oh, geometry. What things can't you give us?
Hey,
in school, I hated geometry, by the way.
Am I the only guy here? I don't know if anybody's ever watched The Big Bang Theory TV show.
All of it.
Okay. Am I the only guy who could not only live with Sheldon but have a good time doing it?
I think he would hate me. Like, a lot. But I don't think, like, I think, I'm forgetting everyone's names now. It's been a while since I watched it. But it's like, all of his roommates seem to be incredible pushovers. If you're just not a pushover, then what's he going to do to you?
Right.
It's just like, you're in my spot. Yes, I am. You want to fight about it? Not to be rude to Pete Sheldon, because he's like a poster child for like legitimate Asperger's syndrome. Like that's actually what people with that disorder actually are like. I know it's like way overly diagnosed nowadays, especially self-diagnosis.
Sure.
But that's how, like, complete obsession with detail and personal space and social anxiety, like, quintessential Asperger's syndrome.
I could live with Sheldon. I could. Okay, is that your spot? All right, then this is mine. You know, he watches Doctor Who.
And they play tabletop games all the time.
Oh God, I love games. See, yeah. Oh man, trying to get when you have kids and you're married and you move and trying to get a game together. Monopoly, for Pete's sakes. Anything. Sorry, Parcheesi. Dungeons and Dragons. I love a game. I love games. Chess. I think chess is a brilliant thing. I suck at chess, but I love playing. We had
I
a
love that
chess guy.
like chess has been around forever, and we still haven't come up with like the perfect game.
No, not true. There's 4 moves if you're first.
No, I'm saying like the one method of playing that will win in every situation every time.
That's what I'm saying. They already come up with that.
Really?
No, because you can counter the like the several move instant win. It only works if you make a certain number of moves to begin with.
I'll look it up right now while y'all talking.
Because I'm pretty sure they don't start a tournament and say, "All right, guys, you can do everything except for these 4 moves." Let's all just be fair.
Reuven, that is really, 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 really awesome. I'm surprised you don't have children.
Yeah, his knowledge of Egyptians and board games, that gets all the ladies.
Well, with my kids, he's like, board games, make it a weekly thing. I'll do some Candyland, and I love Stratego too.
It's like this actually can bring up like really cool parenting techniques, because you could actually go like, I'm going to play as hard as I actually can and encourage my children to actually strive to beat me. Because then that moment when they actually do, if you have a lapsed game or if they actually just match you in wits, then they'll just be like, damn, man, good job, child. Like that would be a cool moment. You just have to like match it with being encouraging. Like you can't go like you can't like slam them and just go like, flip the board over, I beat you again.
More of that gender role bullshit. More of that.
That's not even gender role stuff. That's just being an asshole. Women can flip boards and be assholes as well.
My children, I have a 12-year-old. He's going to be 13 here in a couple of days. He's 13, and I have a 2-year-old and one on the way.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Your loins have been productive.
I've been blessed. And, I got to say this. It's better than eating at Wendy's and reading People magazine to the end of time, as George Carlin would put it.
I would say a whole lot of things are better than those.
It's a great way to pass time in life. It really is. It's all right.
Wait, raising children or creating them?
Yeah, well, if in my case both, but yeah. I'm getting to the point now where, I married a nice Catholic girl. She's Catholic when her mom's around, basically. Okay.
This is definitely something you should say in public that's going to be recorded forever.
Oh, she knows what's going on. We ain't. She ain't no fool, and neither am I. And we're cool. But yeah, it's like, what are we going to teach my kids? I got the whole Roman freaking Empire backing up the Catholic Church. What am I going to teach her about, Torah?
This is why, like what I was saying earlier, you can draw wisdom from anything.
Mm-hmm.
I think that, like, obviously, as someone without children, I only have the backing of like what I've read, but it's like have them have an open mind, explore different ideas, and they'll come to their own conclusions.
You have to give them some sort of some starting point, though. She's going to ask when she goes to church with her relatives, she's going to come home, why don't you ever go to church with us, Daddy?
No, that, like, there's a lot of resources basically like how to deal with children if you have like differing belief systems in the family or whatever.
Piece
And like a
of
lot.
cake.
No, it's just like because I don't believe that you need to go to church to get salvation. I have a
I'm gonna
differing
tell them
belief
straight out
system.
because they worship idols. What's idolatry? Well, honey, and daddy and Tor will win. No, I just my son was
I will like always be careful because like if raising children with inquiring minds is kind of a big deal, especially if they disagree with you. Then how
oh
would you
man,
handle that?
my son's already, and I never got this because my dad wasn't around. I had a stepdad at these years in my life, and that kid's already taking pot shots at dad and works too.
Oh,
Oh,
okay,
man.
so
He's
teenage boy.
Well, he challenges dad, and that makes dad think, and dad doesn't want to do that at 11:30 at night before he has to go to bed. You know, he didn't want to deal with this shit, but he does.
No,
and
that's fantastic though, because now you can actually now he's at the age where you can actually have some pretty in-depth conversations with your son. So go do that often.
I showed him quantum physics. There's two things that his teacher doesn't like teaching him. You know, history and science.
Holy God! All right, so it's
daddy
like
has
so
fun
everything is actually made of nothing. Now go online and figure out what that means.
Yeah, I told him. I said, if you want to, you want something that's going to trip up your teacher, and we sat down and watched a few lectures. He had about a good 3.5 hours, which is a lot when you're 12, 13, whatever. This past summer. And
no, but that's a big like absorption of knowledge time.
Yeah,
especially when he's like finding himself, and if you've already said like he's had some interesting introspection so far.
Yes, he has.
So,
and you don't scare daddy either. He thanked me for that later on. Like, thanks for supporting me. I ain't supporting you. I'm just being honest.
I would say that is supportive.
Don't let him know that.
Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna find your son and give him a talking to. I don't even know who you are.
No, you can't let them know that. You gotta make them think there's one up on you, and keep that one up on them until they no longer need it, until they're going to beat you without your one up, and then there's nothing you can do, and you gotta. And that's where I'm at now. He's like he's about now. He's like I'm put puberty and hormones and all these things that his grandmothers and his mother and his aunts put in. He's in the middle of kind of an estrogen vortex right now, and all this stuff that anyway. Yeah.
Honestly, there's already an estrogen and other chemical whatever vortex inside of him.
In him, but yeah.
I was a teenager relatively recently. It gets pretty silly. In my family,
it's not hormones, it's not puberty. Stop that. Look at me. Looks at me. I said, "You're becoming a man." That's it. You're becoming a man. And he's like,
See, I had the exact opposite experience.
Duh, it's because you're becoming a man. You're getting your information from women. What do they know about being a man? Nothing. They can pretend all they want.
I see. Like it was never posed in that way. Like I decided how like my own identity, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, we all got to do that. I went through that myself. It was okay. It was fun, you know. Astrology or the occult or Buddhism, that was all fine. But as soon as I got to Torah and as soon as I got to Jews, I had to really find. And I got crap, man. I got a lot of crap from a lot of people, you know, like my mom and other people. You know, I had to, and so I had to go out in the world and think, who am I?
But this is why I brought this up before. You gotta, like, in my humble opinion, you gotta let your kids have the same opportunity.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll identify better with Eastern philosophy.
Yeah, I tell my son all the time. I said the only reason why I'm teaching this is because it's all I have. But you're going to find your own way. But I wouldn't be teaching you this if it without good reason. And he's pretty accepting of that. I said I don't know what else to teach you. This is what I got. This is what I have come up with so far. And it seems to blow his mind.
Don't worry. Wait till he gets to 18. Then you'll see how much you can still blow his mind.
You better have a job and be, paying my bills.
By the time he's 18,
I'm kidding.
you'll be lucky if jobs even exist in like 6-7 years.
Yeah, he'll be all right. He wants to be an engineer, and he's already surpassed me in a few things. He writes video games now. Like, I could send you games of his. He he went to a summer camp, and usually the camps that he goes to, these kids are older than him, but his grandmother has a lot of money, so he gets to go to these camps that are for people older than him. He sends me email. Here's Asteroids. Here's Breakout. Here's Space Invaders. Like, he wrote these like from scratch. Yeah, all code. I'm learning 3D games now. Sends me a 3D time vortex from Doctor Who TV show. In a three-dimensional construct, a whole minute and a half like animation. He's 12.
Can I have your son's childhood? Like, I was in some of those like advanced programs when I was a kid, but it's like we dipped into programming for like a 4-week session or something, and that was it. Then we moved on to other things.
I had fun with BASIC in my day. That was what we had to go on. When you wanted to kill a Saturday afternoon, you got a BASIC book out and wrote a program and played with it. I don't even know if BASIC exists anymore.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
I got the thing, the link. I'm
Yes.
gonna put it in the chat.
All right, this has been an awesome conversation, dude. But I am many hours past when I should have been asleep.
Right on, man.
All right, see you all later.
Yeah, have a good night. Be well.
You too.
Don't be cruel.
I'll try my best not to. I'm normally not that cruel when I'm sleeping.
Why not? Don't be cruel to yourself. Have a good dream.
Indeed. Bye-bye.
Love an instigator. Love an intelligent instigator. I don't say instigator in a negative term in any way. He left defeated. So, what is it? So we treat people who are odd about their gender, we treat them nicely. Is that pretty much what we've gotten out of the conversation?
I don't treat anyone with disrespect. Anyone who knows me knows that. I don't care who you are.
Oh, you're not a fan of that. Well, Reuven, it's your hangout, man. If we could just say the word. It was interesting, because you have, it makes when you come up against an opposing, you do have to kind of rethink where you're coming from a bit. It makes you make sure that you mean what you say. And he was polite about it. He pushed, but he was polite about it. You know what I mean? I hated it when Path left, when Yiskak left. I like it when he shows up. I was going to invite Brett in here. But I don't know, maybe I just need to wait for Brett to be on. Yeah.
Brett quit the internet, man. He cut the cord. Yeah, he has no internet.
I'll try to invite some people.
Yeah, he went Amish on us, James.
Godspeed, Brett. I don't know what it was about the man, but I felt comfortable and I had fun every hangout I was ever in with him. And I got his sense of humor too. Godspeed, Brett.
Yeah. Good luck, man. I thought about that for a while, giving up the internet too. I don't know what I would do with my life if I did that. But I always have weird ideas. I always wanted to just travel across the United States, just hitchhike, go live out on a hippie farm for a couple of years or something, yeah.
If you're serious, man, we're live, aren't we?
Are we live? Yeah.
Invite some folks. Oh, yeah. Reuven, have you ever considered radio as a career? You would be an excellent producer. In fact, when you show up for the Noah Hyde Nexus, I just might introduce you as the producer. You can kiss my hairy white ass. I'm going to smoke if I want to, Benny. God bless you. I can't swear. I can't cuss. See, swearing, you bring up something, Benny, because that's definitely, Reuven. You brought up something about swearing because, see, when I'm around my kids, I don't swear. When I come on here, I'm like, fuck that shit, fuck that cocksucker motherfucker, shit, piss, fuck on cocksucker motherfucker tits. Fuck. I'm thinking maybe I shouldn't talk like that. Maybe I should cut down on my F-bombs and S-bombs. Executive producer, it's a Jewish job. Amen. Good God. You're in California, aren't you? Benny just swore, so I'm free to say fucking shit now. Good. Benny also said no smoking. Now, let me tell you how the Syrian debate really pisses me off. There's a tobacco the Syrians created, okay? Going back since the first time tobacco came to them. It's a New World plant. And one of the ways that they would flavor their tobacco, because the Germans or the English, they didn't like you, for tax reasons, they wanted tobacco to be tobacco. So if you flavor tobacco, you can't add like cherries to it, shredded cherries, because then the tax would blah blah blah. So you had to find new ways of flavoring tobacco. Well, one of the ways they flavored tobacco was with like fir trees and evergreens, those kind of trees, right? And they would put them in a big smokehouse and smoke the tobacco leaves with this evergreen. It's called a Lydica. It's the name of the tobacco. And I got one of the last batches left from this guy, and he's probably one of the last ones in Oklahoma City, of this Syrian Lydica tobacco. It's actually, you mix it in with other, like a burley or whatever. But it's such a distinct flavor. And with this shit going on over there, made the guy stop growing the tobacco. They couldn't do the tobacco the way that they were doing it. So we can't get a sincere Lydica blend because of that shit. But we found something. Apparently we got a guy in America trying to do it the best he can, and I got some great Lydica tobacco right here. And I'm going to smoke it on camera. For all you cigarette smokers out there, I do smoke when I drink, and I'm drinking now. But if you ever want to kick the habit of cigarettes, I would suggest a pipe. You will smoke much, much less. You will smoke better, and you will breathe better. You will taste better, and I think you actually get more energy when you quit cigarettes. In fact, the Surgeon General only 2 times was pipe tobacco ever used. They found that pipe tobacco smokers, on average, live longer than non-smoking tobacco, non-tobacco using people. Whereas dippers, cigar smokers, chewers, and cigarette smokers lived less than a non-smoker, but a pipe smoker lived longer than a non. And now they don't even test pipe tobacco anymore. That's all I have to say about that. I'm done talking now. I'm going to shut up.
Reuven says it's a mitzvah to assist Israel when they are being attacked by an enemy. I would think so, right? It's a good one.
Was it something I said? Just curious.
I think went back to what you were talking about, the Hebrew warrior.
Oh,
He was giving you some stuff. Benny wants to know why the Jews ain't good at sports. That's his broken English, not mine. Does counting money consider a sport, Benny?
hey, baseball. There's been a lot of damn good Jews in baseball.
Well, which football? The one you kick with your feet or the one you catch with your hands? Football, yeah.
That would be
Soccer.
Foosball.
So, Idol, anything else you want to discuss about?
Man, I could go all night at this point.
Well, what about you, Peter? What do you got for us, man?
Yeah, let's tear your arguments apart. I'm kidding.
That's why I asked you. I don't really have I have nothing to say at the moment.
I don't know. I gotta admit, there's a part of me that does miss the fire and fury of a Hangout that once was. There is something about discord in the garden that makes it far more interesting. And with the Noahide Nexus, I like the fact that we come together under Torah first. But there's a part of me that wants to open up that mentality or that offering or that social discussion into what might be considered anti-missionary work, kind of like what Jews for Jesus does. I think that Noahides versus Christians, if we can find some crazy enough Christians to get online with us, I think it would be a very, very interesting conversation.
Well, what would your organization be called? What, Noah's for Davids? I mean, I guess you didn't get the joke. Jews for Jesus. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I got it, but I was actually taking it seriously.
It's okay. I was told last night people can't tell when I'm joking and when I'm being serious, so that's my fault.
Yeah, and I'm a sucker too. Yes, to keep me far away from you, you'll have me you have me believing a ton of shit. You'll tell me anything. I'll be like, really? Chinchillas glow in the dark. Really? I'll believe it. I will believe it. I'm a sucker that way when I get happy and comfortable and I'm having a relaxed evening. No, but really, I thought about maybe being a moderator. Path had brought it up. You need a good moderator, and I said, Path, you've just volunteered. That was after you left, Reuven, on the last Noahide Nexus. But I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind it interesting if we could. I don't know, because I think Noahides understand the Christians maybe better than perhaps the Jews would. The Jews are good at Torah, but they're not good at the nations. They don't live out amongst us. They're not one of us, you know. So in that context, I think we could maybe, I don't know, if we could we'd have to have a friendly instigation. We have to find some hardcore Christians that would be willing to go there, and you can't get people like Nate, because Nate's too nice. Nate's a great, great, great guy, but he's lousy in a debate on this subject. You know, Richard Raspberry, another guy. He's just way too flippin' nice on the subject. You can't get any fire out of him. He's too swell of a guy. Same with Brett King. But if you can get some of these crazier mothers out there, and then you get some Torah-based Gentiles, I think it'd be, I don't know. I keep talking about it, and I don't do anything, but I'm waiting for the right moment. I don't know.
When it comes to
Speak, sir.
when it comes to the Old Testament versus the Torah, is the Old Testament a butchered version of the Torah?
There's written Torah, which is the first 5 books of Moses, the first 5 books of the Bible. That's
Okay.
the Torah, basically. The Hebrew Bible are the prophets and writings that come after it. But there's like the written Torah, but there's an oral portion that goes along with it. It precedes and exceeds the written. There's like the Torah, the 5 books of Moses. Then you have 8 prophets and 22 minor prophets, and then you have writings like Psalms and Job are part of the writings, or Ezekiel and Isaiah would be prophets. Samuel's a prophet, and then the 5 books of Moses are the first 5 books of the Bible.
Yeah, but like, if I want, like, how can I say this? I'm guessing it'll be better to read the Torah versus the Bible.
Personally, I think the reason why I like Torah is because it's self-contained. You don't need to know anything else to understand it. If you're going to look at the prophets, you have to know Torah. If you're going to look at the New Testament, as far as at least the Jebus character, you would at least need to understand the Hebrew Bible to understand it. But when you learn Torah, it's just all nice, and it's like a neat package that goes on forever. You know, you don't need anything else. That's what I dig. The prophets, I mean, they're great, and I love reading them, and I like studying them, and I like listening to people talk about them and whatnot. And I've been known to quote them a few times, but honestly, the prophets and all that stuff is not near as fascinating a thing to me as the written Torah, the 5 books of Moses. I could live on that alone.
Did you have anybody debate you on, I guess, your religion?
Yeah. A good deal of my debates have really been with atheists. The atheist folk, I find my debates always get heated easier there. But I've had, I've had different folks go out of their way to try to convince me otherwise than that which I follow. I don't really want to convert anybody, so when people try to convert me, it's easy for me to just separate myself from it, that I'm not under pressure to do anything. I would like an open dialogue. Unfortunately, in a lot of debates with other religious folks, it is like the my way or the highway. There's not really an incentive to learn. So there aren't, which I would like to instigate that kind of incentive to learn, an inter-religion thing. Because on a personal level, yeah, I'm not pressured to change anybody, and their pressure to change me is only fun. And I don't mean that in a disrespectful sense, sir. But hello, Cerberus.
No, I mean, a lot of Christians consider it like, in their eyes, a mitzvah for converting a Jew to being a Christian. They like see that as like a gold medal they should win, like it's Olympics. I wonder what they feel about converting a Noahide to Christianity. Would it be similar to that? What would you think, Reuven? You get what I'm saying about what I mean by converted? They see that as like, oh, we got one of them, you know?
If you can get a Noahide, I think that's a prize that they can't fathom. They understand the trophy of getting a Jew to convert, but when they convert a former Christian, white boy or whatever, American, a Westerner, and you got him out of the church and got him with the Jews, yeah, I think that's a prize that they can't fathom. They wouldn't know I don't think they know what to do with us. They don't know what to do with us. That's what's weird. Nobody knows what to do with this. Not even half the Jews don't know what to do with this, dude.
All I want to
Yeah,
say
that's
is
true.
it would be a tragedy because I can totally get behind the 7 laws of Noah.
Really? What's wrong with you? I'm kidding.
What's wrong with me? I mean, they're reasonable.
They are pretty reasonable. I've noticed a lot of dissenters of the Noahide Code are no longer on the web. Or at least they're on the web, but a lot of their videos have been taken down. There's still the Noahide Deception. There's still a good 4 playlists out there, or groups of videos. But a lot of the Noahide hate that came from a lot of folks has died down. I've noticed on YouTube. There are not near as many people trying to trash Noahides or the Noahide Code as there used to be.
Boy, I did not know there was hate out there.
Really?
No, that's the first time hearing about this.
Dude, we are foil hat wearing mother. Or no, we are the fear of the. Yeah, we're going to bring the new world order. We are. It's the most dangerous deception to all Christians, and of course these aren't real Christians saying this, but yeah. Look up the words Noahide Deception on YouTube and just listen to the hours of wisdom coming from these fine, intelligent people in their YouTube videos. Yeah. I challenged one, and dude, it was like talking to a coward, and I thought, are you really a human being? Is this a real human being I'm talking? Nobody can be this obtuse. Watch my video, and it was a 3-minute video, the Dissenters of the Noahide Code, which was if you can find in Torah any listing of the commandments or anything that says any stipulations given to Noah, then let me know. That don't adhere to the 7 laws, and I will second guess it. I had it up for about over a year, and I sent it to this guy who had this lady who had her the Noahide Deception or something like that. Evil Noahide laws. That's what it was. Evil Noahide laws, and she's regurgitating dogma, but I gave this challenge to them, and it went on for about 5 or 6 days where he kept writing me on YouTube. He never watched it. He never could address it. He could never. I mean, he tried and tried it, and it was like, what's your email so I can tell it to you? I thought you said you just watched the video. I gave my email at the beginning of the video. Well, go ahead and give it to me now anyway. It was the husband stepping in for the wife because I challenged her video, and then the husband gets in and starts emailing me, and I'm so-and-so's wife, and so I got both of them at the same time, and they both chicken shitted themselves to oblivion. Now they're not even on the web anymore. So, yeah, there's plenty of disinformation out there about us, dude.
Oh, wow, okay.
Talk
That
to
is
them.
something else.
Well, I think they're just scared because you've realized Jesus is Satan.
They're scared because we're.
I don't really have a problem with the dude Jesus. I mean, he seemed like a cool dude. He didn't. I don't really have a disagreement with anything he teaches.
I really don't either. I question a few things, but honestly, they just don't. They sound so fabricated. I'll give Rob.
Reuven says Jesus was an asshole.
In some way, yeah, like he said, Sabbath was made for man. Bullshit, Jesus. You should know better. If you go to the synagogue and read from the scrolls of Isaiah, you should know better than to say something stupid like that. Because Torah says God rests on the 7th day for his own damn sake. And he didn't give it to mankind. He gave it to Jew and Jew only. So that statement, Sabbath was made for man, bullshit. Killing trees, bullshit. But then he turns around and says stuff that's spot on with Torah, I don't have really a problem. I don't know the man. I don't want to speak ill of the dead if he was a real guy. Kind of like Muhammad. I don't know him. I wasn't there. I can't trash him. But I don't have a problem with Jesus himself, or at least the legend that he's become, because everyone makes him out to be the best in humanity. like that Poison song. Lord, I believe he's sin. Give me something to believe in. Is Idol for real? Usually. What is it about what about the Jesus thing?
You know, I kind of. Yeah, have you ever seen the movie Jesus Christ Superstar?
Long time ago.
That's actually a pretty good movie. What do you think, Reuven? You ever see that? Pretty good, yeah. I kind of like that movie actually.
Yeah, see, Last Temptation of Christ. Everyone said it was an abomination, and that's the movie that made Jesus cool. Actually, that was the movie I watched so many times, and I just discovered Judaism at the same time, and I really made my peace with Jesus. I hate to say it like that, but
is that the Jesus movie where it's the role is played by Willem Dafoe?
yes, sir.
Okay, yeah.
Harvey Keitel is Judas, and the lovely Barbara Hershey is a delectable Madeline. Oh, Reuven Goldstein. Good God, who are you, dude? Whoever you are, you're a cool dude. We talked about you in our Noah Hyde Nexus, so you're publicly spoken about when you're not around to defend yourself, so don't watch that video.
Reuven says The Last Temptation of Christ is the definitive Jesus movie. Now I have to go see that now. It's got an 84% on Rotten Tomatoes. That's pretty good.
Yeah. I would recommend that to all Christians. It was freaking brilliant. And
oh, it's directed by Martin Scorsese.
yeah, New York director.
I like him. Yeah. Taxi Driver is one of my favorite movies.
Oh hell yeah. Huh. Mm-mm-mm.
You could never go wrong with one of his movies. I don't think he ever made a bad movie.
You did?
I'm trying to think now. He probably has. The other 16% are Roman. I don't know what that means. The other 16% are Roman.
I missed that too.
Oh. Okay, I get it.
I would say a cross between The Last Temptation of Christ and The Life of Brian. The Life of Brian is a good, healthy spoof. Nobody's done a spoof on Jesus. Blessed are the Greek. Blessed are the cheesemakers. What? Nobody will throw one stone until I blow this whistle. Are there any women in here? You're all individuals. And the crowd says in unison, yes, we're all individuals. Hey, Benny, I'm curious, man. You asked, is Idol for real?
Benny, you should do a portrait of Idol Smasher. You think you could pull it off?
I was bashful.
Which of the seven dwarves are you, Benny? So the Idol's bashful. What was that, Mr. Clean? What are you saying? Idol looks like Mr. Clean?
Hey, Mr. Clean's big and buff, and I am an Arm & Hammer. I'm a satisfied Arm & Hammer customer. I'll take it. I'll take it. A little gray, but I'll take it. Look at that. Look at that bicep. Shoot. Hell yeah. Pump me up, baby.
So, Reuven, is there anything on your mind? Oh, is there 8 dwarves? Oh, selfie. uh, Gotcha, I got you. I shit you not. Yeah, I bet. And that would be you, Reuven. You would be the selfie one, wouldn't you? Yes.
There's a George Carlin skit when Jesus Christ comes back. He goes, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, Simon, and he goes through all the disciples, Thomas and Judas. He goes through, and he goes, and Red. He goes, it was an interview, like Jesus comes back. So Jesus, why did you decide to come back? Mostly nostalgia. He played and George was playing the New York Jew, and he says, and then he made himself the 12 apostles and Red. He goes, excuse me, Red? Yeah, Red the Apostle. He thought the Red Sea was named after him. Red the Apostle. Okay, I was going somewhere funny with that. If you're a Dogma fan, it would be Rufus. You know Jesus? Yeah, nigger still owes me $12. Played by Chris Rock, the 13th Apostle.
Yeah, that was a great movie. I should go watch that again.
Of course, I was watching it the whole time. This is when I was heavy into just getting into Judaism. I was like, oh, that's bullshit. And then I had to watch it a time, and I loved it the whole time. Don't get me wrong. And then I watched it again, and thought, oh, this only works within the dogma of Catholicism itself, not the actual Bible. Oh yeah, that's right. It doesn't work with the Word of God, just religion. I see.
So, Reuven, you were gone for 10 days. Is there anything on your mind that you is your picture? Yes. Have you found Jesus? That guy owes me money.
Hey, Reuven, where's some pictures?
Holy shit! Yeah, Martin Sheen in that movie looks just like Rob. That's kind of scary.
Ah.
Well, like I was saying before, Reuven, you were gone for 10 days. Is there anything that happened that
Yeah, I want
you want to talk
pictures.
about?
Come on, dude. Caribbean cruise. You gotta, or whatever it was, whatever you were. You gotta fill us in, man. Preferably by microphone. Did you go with the special lady friend? Was it just you? Did you go? Oh, you went with mom.
Such a Jewish thing to say, huh? My mother.
I don't want to go there. I could, but I'm not going to do it. Was it just the two of you, or was it a family thing? You did not say your name. Nice. You travel together. Not really big on the other half of the family, so you go with each other. My mom and I used to travel a bit. Travel actually quite a bit in our time. We went to Disneyland together. It was her. She was able to pull it off. A whole week and a half of just me and her in a minivan. They're going. The stepdad was going through a divorce at the time, so just me and her, and we went and drove from Texas to Florida and went to Disney World and Daytona Beach for 2 days, just out for the hell of it. Never surfed, never had been on the beach in years. "90 countries." For the viewers out there, Reuven was, he said his uncle, by marriage, travels mostly with his mother. 90 countries he's traveled to. Um, Unfortunately, he is not mentally able to go on these trips. Oh,
Okay, what happened? What did I miss? I could have said my name.
oh, is that your name? I'm not going to say it online. Oh, now you can read it there. I was talking about she doesn't travel anymore. His mother doesn't travel anymore. 90 countries. She got lost in China, which was the last one she'd been on, and I got to tell you, I'm not sure if there's any place that I would not want to get lost. I mean, if there's any place that I would never want to get lost, it would be China. I wind up finding refuge in a Shaolin temple, learning the art of cooking. Oh, worked out okay. She tried to get on a plane, so they stopped her. So they recognized something was not quite right with the situation. Well, here's the Chinese for taking care of your mom. Oh, your uncle's mother. Okay. Oh, here's to the Chinese for taking care of your uncle's mother. Nearly 90 years old. All right. Yeah, she's the kind of woman you probably want to just sit down to and listen. His family didn't live in the U.S. Oh, Canadian. Oh, right on. Yeah, Prescott. Prescott was saying, or somebody said there's a lot of Canadians who would get offended by being called American. And that's funny because I always found the United States calling themselves America to be kind of bombastic, considering there's an entire Western Hemisphere named America. Yeah, North and South. The only thing that makes it North and South is the Panama Canal. Okay, it's one freaking landmass. It's America. I would think that Mexico was an American country. The United States was an American country. I would think that Canadian was an American country. And apparently, Canadians don't like to be called American, even though they are. I group Europe and Asia. How the hell can you call those two separate continents? They're not two separate continents. Look at it.
Yeah, I understand they're separated by two plates, but a lot of people still call it Eurasia.
I do too, when I refer to geographically. Culturally, of course, different, but yeah.
Black lips. You want me to draw black lips?
Take care,
Take care,
Sappho.
Peter, man.
Peter. Take care,
See you
Peter.
later, man. All right, bye.
I don't know Peter. That was the first time I met him, I think.
Sappho. He was the one that used to have the picture of the woman that looked like she was melting, like it was animated.
Afghan girl.
Right, the Afghan girl with green eyes.
Reuven, I love your GIF, the Carlton dance. And what a lot of people don't know is Alfonso Roberto was quite the dancer. I mean, he was like Michael Jackson breakdancing, like top of the line dancer. The guy is talented beyond. And that white boy dance is great. I think it's not that he doesn't like calling it the white boy dance. He prefers the Carlton dance, but I remember both of those. I watched Fresh Prince, Saved by the Bell was on because sometimes on Saturday mornings when all the good cartoons have gone, there isn't much left to watch, and that's when Saved by the Bell. It was between that and American Bandstand. Slater was hot. I remember Slater. I remember Neil Diamond's kid. What do they call him? The kid with the schnoz. Zeke? What was his name? Anyway. Screech! He grew up to be quite a successful guy.
Didn't he become like a porno actor? Or am I mistaking him for someone else?
Reuven says, I've been waiting for the right moment to say this.
Uh-oh. Is he going to get on mic? Well, take your fucking time, sweetheart. Any day now. Come on.
Suspense, Reuven says. And yes. What?
Reuven says he sat near Alfonso. How you pronounce his last name? Roberto?
Ribeiro.
Ribera.
Carlton.
You sure it wasn't someone that looked like? I know they all look alike to you, Reuven, but I mean, come on now.
No kidding.
I'm just.
No kidding. When you say near him, like within talking distance, or did he just happen to be on the same plane? Was he with family?
I think he married like a hot blonde chick, didn't he? Yeah, a white girl, Benny. Yeah.
Oh, Benny.
Benny, he stole her from you, man.
The KKK took my baby away. They took her away. Really? Oh, okay.
Benny likes the hot, spicy Latina women. Don't you, Benny?
I'm like Elvis. I said, Elvis, what's the idea of a perfect female or the perfect woman for you, Elvis? And Elvis responded, female, sir.
Oh, come on, Reuven. Reuven says, I hate to be that guy, quote, Hey, are you Galton? But I am quite confident that he was him. Ah, come on. It could have just been some dude with a goatee.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, okay. Reuven says, I'm trying to read what Reuven says because if I just talk to him, it would look like I'm having a religious experience. But Reuven says, same voice, right appearance, wife looked right, age was right. Okay, kid.
Good for right on. Actually, yeah. When I was growing up, he was a cool cat, man. He was a cool cat when I was a kid. He showed up in a Michael Jackson. He was on Silver Spoons sitcom at the time, and he showed up on a Michael Jackson Pepsi commercial, which was the shit back then. This is 3 networks and PBS. Okay, when Michael Jackson showed up on a commercial, everybody in the country was watching. And here's this Alfonso Ribeiro doing his thing, wearing his he had a beat it jacket. I had a beat it jacket too, by the way. Wearing his pants, short pants, the white socks, and the penny loafers, doing his thing, drinking a Pepsi, and he bumps into this guy, turns around, and turns out it's Michael Jackson. And then he and Michael Jackson wind up, singing and dancing together. Yeah, it was a cool. I was a young, all right, I was a kid, but that was the shiznat, baby, right there. That was cool. Dude, when I was a kid, we were breakdancing on cardboard because that's what the dudes in New York were doing, breakdancing. We didn't know that we didn't need cardboard. We had linoleum floors, but we made our own and drew graffiti on them, because that's what the cool people did in New York. That's what real breakdancers did. They did it on cardboard. They didn't, that's how you had to breakdance, dude. Yeah, Alfonso had his own breakdancing kit. It was like a portable mat you could carry and then open it up, and you could do every breakdance move on it. You could back spin on it, all for under $20. And it was $19.99. That was that's one thing I remember about it. But yeah, it was like 1984, and he did the Michael Jackson thing. He ate it up. Oh hell yeah, Alfonso Ribeiro was cool.
I have to ask you, Reuven, you said it's illegal to take a picture of someone without their consent. That's fucking awesome, man. When did that happen? When did that law get passed? Benny says, did you know Will Smith kids are Jew? I think he meant to say ass at the end. Jews.
Really?
He said their mother's is Jewish.
Okay, now I'm going back.
I can never read Benny's what he writes because it's such broken English. I can't. I thought my English is bad. Talk to Benny.
I found out recently from Reuven that Pink was Jewish, and I already thought she was cool. Now she's like 10 times. Pink, Pink, the singer.
Oh, Pink the singer. I'm like, Pink? Are you saying the color was invented by Jews or something?
Yeah, did you know she was Jewish?
I had no idea, no. She doesn't look Jewish.
She doesn't look Jewish. No, she doesn't, does she? The tattoos and the earrings. She's Jewish, and she's cool. Of course Joan Rivers is a Jew. Good God, that woman couldn't be any less Jewish. Yep. You hear what Joan Rivers said recently? Ms. Rivers, what do you think that we'll ever be around to find the first gay president? Are you kidding? We've already got a gay president. And she walks up and goes, what? In the interview was about to say something. She goes, Michelle's a tranny. Give it a break. We all know this. Come on. What did you just say? He goes, Barack Obama's gay. And Michelle's a transvestite. Good God, I'm like, oh, hell yeah. Joan Rivers is the shit.
Yeah, that was passed around the news cycle for like a whole week, where they had all the pundits saying that she was a tranny because of that.
I don't know, man. There's not one photo of her in existence of being pregnant. She had an Adam's apple for 10 years that seemed to slowly disappear. And she's been found in several photographs with having a bulge in her dress. I don't give two shits what she is, but it is interesting. They made a case. I don't know. How you doing, sir? Dylan. Good evening.
Hi, can you hear me? Can you
I
hear
can
me?
hear you. I'm going to get a drink and I want to join you in a smoke. I'll be right back.
Awesome, dude. Sorry, sorry that I joined in. I had technical problems. I got blocked. Had to create a new account for other reasons. So I'm here now. Hello.
So, what's your theological and political positions there, Dylan?
I consider myself liberal. I don't call myself a liberal. I'm just very progressive in my worldview. I'm also I wouldn't consider myself a militant atheist, but I'm definitely an anti-theistic, agnostic atheist along the lines of Richard Dawkins and Christopher Hitchens and Lawrence Krauss and people like that. I'm an atheist. And I enjoy it. I enjoy being good without God.
No, he's not. I'm an atheistic theist agnostic. Don't I count? I'm like a third.
Oh, and I live and I live in the middle of nowhere in Arkansas, and there's not many atheists around here. So forgive me of my inexperience talking to other atheists.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. You said you live in Antarctica, you said?
No, I said I live in Arkansas.
Oh, okay, Arkansas. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, I don't. There's not many atheists around here. It kind of sucks.
Oh, I guess Reuven wasn't there for that. While you were gone, I was in a hangout where people were arguing over the definitions of different, words. Theist, atheist, agnostic.
Yes.
And I said, well, shit, the way we're defining them right now, because basically they were defined down to almost nothing. I'm a atheistic, theist, agnostic. Like, I'm all of them. So, from now on, that's what I'm going to be.
Yeah, I have a form of autism called Asperger's syndrome, and I talk frequently with other people with Asperger's syndrome, and it turns out I'm one of the only atheists that I've talked to on this group with 11,000 people, and they all seem to have this really skewed definition of atheism, and anyone I come across who talks about atheism doesn't have the correct definition. They don't understand that it's the rejection of theistic claims and the lack of belief in a God. They don't understand the burden of proof. That's what I'm trying to say. It seems no one understands the burden of proof.
But I always saw that there is this... Because there's two ways you can approach it. There's the scientific way.
Right.
Which is the burden of proof is on the person making the claim.
Right.
And then there's the philosophical way, which is the burden of proof's on anyone that wants to say anything.
Right. I haven't come across that one.
Wouldn't burden of proof be on, like, an individual basis?
Yeah, I mean, if you claimed something, then it would be, I guess. But
if I'm discussing God and someone chimes into that discussion and says there is no God, the burden of proof would then be on them.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, okay. All right. I'm getting there.
But you can be an atheist and not claim that no God exists, correct?
I can.
Right, right.
Sure. I don't see why not.
Yeah, I've been watching the Atheist Experience for about a year, like daily, and I really enjoy that show. And I wish I could be on a similar show where I actually get to talk to theists, because I don't. Because if you talk to theists around here, they just, they kind of give up on the conversation, and I'll pray for you, and things like that. However, I am moving to college in 6 days. Hopefully, there will be more intelligent people to have discussions with there.
Yeah, they usually call them professors.
Right. There is a secular student alliance that I'm going to join. That should be good. There, and on that topic, there's at least 20 religious student organizations, and there's just one secular student alliance. And I've always wondered about that. Atheism is just such a minority, I guess, around here anyway.
It's been that way for centuries, man. There's always been something drawing people to the other.
In the past year, I've really begun to see what religion does to society and the negative effects it has, and I'm really just kind of blown away how other people fail to see these things.
Like what? By the way, we're not your average theists in here. At least the theists that we're not.
Right.
We're not Christians. I can say I don't think there's a Christian in here, is there? Nope. Yeah,
I'm a Christian sympathizer. Does that count? I don't know.
Well, I guess you should say the missionizers. Anyway, we're not your normal bunch of theists, so you might have found the right bunch.
Awesome. Were any of you guys in the discussion with the lady who thought the moon was a light? The creationist that didn't believe in the moon?
No.
Oh, you weren't in that one?
Yes.
Oh. Well, I've seen this Google Hangout where this creationist denied the existence of the moon and the stars and the sun. Yeah, it was quite a thing to watch.
Have you ever met a man? I was going to ask, have you ever met a man named Lord Stephen Christ? Blessed be his name.
No, I haven't. Tell me about this person.
Oh. He believes that the Earth is concave, not like a sphere, but it's inside out,
Right.
and that we're in the inside,
Right.
and that the moon is just like and the moon and the sun are just. How can I put this? They're like flashlights. If that makes any sense.
No, it doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, I guess.
Reuven says he is a disciple of Lord Stephen Christ.
For those who don't know, Lord Stephen Christ, he's a YouTuber. You can find him on YouTube. He makes great videos. By the way, I implore anyone to go sub to him. But he believes that he is the creator in the flesh, the reincarnation of Jesus Christ. I'm not making that up. That's what he believes.
And Benny's the disciple. That's
Yeah.
the best this guy could do.
I think there's several people, at least in the United States, at least, who claim to be the reincarnation of Christ.
I watched the Vice magazine video. I like Vice. That's a good channel. They went to visit this guy in Russia who lives out on like some hippie farm who says he's Jesus Christ.
Well, if any of them can provide any demonstration of their ability, maybe I'll listen.
What kind of cigarettes you smoking, dude?
I'm smoking Cools right now. I just smoked my last one.
I keep a stash around the house. I'm not allowed to smoke anymore, but I want to have me a Winston.
Do you guys care if I smoke a bowl in here, or is that not allowed?
You're alive, baby. For all we know, you could live in a city or a state that allows it to happen.
Oh.
I'm a liberty guy. I'm like, smoke all you want, dude. I don't have a problem with that at all.
I All right. Well, I'm taking out the bong, man.
Viva la liberté.
It's like Reuven, your hangout's always... Yeah, every hangout, Reuven, it always ends up with the drugs, man. Always someone has to whip it out.
You gotta smoke the holy herb, man.
See, earlier tonight I was sipping for the past 4 hours on a little half pint of Beefeater, which is one of the last brands of gin that you can get that's a real gin that's made from juniper berries and botanicals. And I would smoke a bowl if it wasn't illegal. And we all know that when the government says something's illegal, that it's bad. And Satan is the plant. And I know not to touch Satan. And I'm a really, 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 really good boy. I'm a really good boy. Drugs are bad, okay? Besides, weed ain't a drug. I'll say this right now in public, right now. Weed's not a drug. Weed's a flower. Weed is a flippin' flower. And you know, if it were more common, you could drink tea. You could pick a piece of it off and chew it on it, like George Washington used to do. And you know what? We'd be happy, happy, happy. If we all had a bong, we would all get along. Cannabis is part of the holy anointing oil that was used in the priests of God and the kings of Judah. Oh, hell fucking yeah. Oh.
I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be right back.
You grab some water, amigo. Hey,
what's that called? What was you drinking before? What was that called? Beet Eater? What happened?
Beefeater. It's named after the Royal Guard. Beefeater gin. It is one of the last. Most gins are made of grain. This is a gin that is made from juniper berries, botanicals, and citrus. And it's.
That actually sounds pretty good, actually. I don't do drinking anymore, but that did kind of sound good.
I sip my whiskey in my old age. I lived in Texas where everybody had a shoot whiskey, shoot it, you fucking pussy, shoot the fucking whiskey. Not me, no. You sip it.
You sip it and then you keep the pinky out.
Well, it curled up maybe. It didn't have to be straight out, you know. Go easy. And I smoke when I drink too. So I'm a bad boy, but this is my Friday night. This is I'm reserving no hide nexus for other things, but tonight this is my Friday. I smoke, I drink, I'm not ashamed, and may God bless the United States of America.
The whole war on drugs thing is kind of screwing our country with our incarceration rates right now.
Mm-hmm.
We have prisons overcrowding just because, thousands of people are getting arrested for silly possession charges. Can't even feed the fucking inmates right now.
Do you know what's really fucking stupid? In the states where it's legal now, people are still in prison in those states because they're in a federal prison.
Right.
So what you're saying, Sir Bruce, is once something you've done wrong becomes legal, you should automatically be set free. Is that your position?
Yeah, that is my position.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
If you realize it wasn't wrong, why would you still hold people in prison?
It is.
You know what? I never thought of that. That's the first time I never even looked at it that way before. That's an interesting way to look at it, yeah. Kind of should be set free, yeah.
Yeah, you could still say they broke the law, but then you could, just point out that, well, yeah, but it was really my mistake. It was our mistake. We put them in there in the first place.
It's like the that reminds me of actually, I don't know why I'm going here, but it reminds me of the hypocrisy of marriage equality. It has nothing to do with marriage equality. That's bullshit. You know why? Because there are men who have more than one wife and children, and they go to federal fucking prison for 20 fucking years, have their property confiscated, their taxes, all that shit, their income. Why? Break up a family. Why?
Oh, Benny muted you on the way out. He might have done that by accident, Idol. You're muted.
I'm unmuted now, right?
Benny don't like me.
Yeah. No, I don't think he did that on purpose. Did he do that on purpose?
I
He
think
might have hit the
did.
wrong button.
Yeah,
I
he
think
probably.
he did, but I don't think he did it with ill intent. I think he's just being himself.
I'm getting used to Benny. The more I see his posts, and he shows up a lot. He's a character, isn't he? He's
Yeah,
smart.
Benny's a character. We love him. He's like our redheaded stepchild, you know?
He's smart.
It wouldn't be a hangout without Benny. I'm going to say that right now.
I like Benny, and I've seen him for years on YouTube, and I've never really been able to talk to him. I like to appeal to atheists. I guess I'm an atheist sympathizer. I think I'm an atheist sympathizer more than anything else. I've never really come to terms with that, but recently, past few months, I've really had to look. Why are you so obsessed with atheists? Why are you obsessed with atheism? Like, because you're an atheist. Because there's some part of you that appeals to that. And I don't like that. I didn't like that. I'm a Torah guy. I know better. But still, it's like if you would only talk to rabbis, you would never have to down talk the Bible ever again. You might not believe it, you might not stick with it, but if you sit down and talk with the rabbis instead of talking to these preachers and ministers and priests and Bible thumpers and soapbox preachers, you would not have the contempt you do for God. You might not believe, and that's fine in my opinion, but you wouldn't have the contempt. And I think that, yeah, the Christians, if anything, the Christians need more than any now is the Jews. If there's any time the Christians need the Jews, it's now, because evolution isn't a problem. A 15 billion year old universe isn't a problem. The Bible isn't a problem, and everybody says they're wrong. So that should tell you that they're probably right. Shut up now. See, I'm all happy and free-flowing and all, and we're still live. Damn, dude. I'm not supposed to show this side of me. I'm supposed to be all serious and stuff.
Oh, feel free. The more you talk, the less I have to.
I mean, there's one thing, I guess, positive about dealing with atheists. I guess I've learned the Bible more. I mean, you know, I guess. Because they'll bring up a passage, and it's like, well, you know, here it says, you know, God loves slavery, you know, and then it's like, well, if you go back and look at it, well, you know, you find out the truth, you know.
And what's
Hello,
that?
Chris.
That God does not condone slavery.
Well, okay.
Oh boy, here we go.
Hold on.
If you'd have gotten your Torah from the rabbis,
Yeah,
I'm not
if you would,
Jewish.
if you talk to a rabbis, you would hear them probably say something about the permissible and the condemned or something like that. If I remember correctly, there's things that God would allow, but He doesn't like, and then there's the things that God absolutely won't allow.
every time God mentions that it's okay for a Hebrew to own a slave, which is usually incurred upon debt, when you owe somebody, you are their property until your debt's paid.
Right, but that's not slavery though. That's bond servitude.
Right,
That's the difference.
Every time he mentions it, he like for every one time slavery is mentioned, there's like 4 times, or I don't remember the ratio of times that God reminds them that you were once slaves in Egypt. And that's why a Jew is prohibited from turning away an Egyptian, because they were once slaves. So you were once tenants of their land. So when they come to you, you can't turn them away. You know, but you don't get that in these, you know, atheist bunch and the Christian bunch. You don't get that. You don't have people educated in the text enough to know what they're talking about. Oh man. And the fact that Jews gave up slavery 1,000 freaking years ago. Okay, come on. Obviously,
Well, who wouldn't? With all those rules they put on it, I mean, that's a giant pain in the ass.
I think that, honestly, and I don't think this has ever been backed up by any commentators of halacha, but I think that God gave those rules of slavery because in the end they would abolish it. There's no way. Yeah, it's like if you're going to have a slave, you know, what are you bringing into your home? You're holy people, you're priests. How does a priest own a slave? How does a priest treat a slave? You know, this is what you're bringing into your home, kind of this will be part of your family. This will be, they look at it different in Torah. It's not just about whipping and American industrialized Southern slavery.
Like Reuven says there's more laws in the Talmud. Yeah, I wouldn't have read the Talmud. I barely got done like looking over the Tanakh. So
yeah, I've seen how they organize the Talmud, and yeah, that takes a lot of study for a long time, and you got to be Jewish.
yeah, that's it. I'm just not Jewish enough to deal with that much.
Neither am I, dude. I'll keep my bacon, thank you. Bacon. I love bacon. Golly, I love bacon. And I am not ashamed of that either. I might talk all great on Israel, and I'm a big Torah guy, but just to let everybody in the world know I'm cool, I love bacon. And I am not ashamed.
Bacon's fucking awesome, bro. Fucking bacon, man.
Bacon is proof God loves Gentiles. And the Muslims are missing out. The Muslims are missing out. They're missing out on beer. They're missing out on bacon.
Beer and bacon.
And they don't. There's no need for them to. They don't have to restrict themselves to that. And yet, they can have mead. Mead's made from honey.
I always found Islam kind of strange when it came to the, I don't know what they call it. I was just going to call it kosher laws when it pertains to food. What do they call it? Halal or something like that. But they don't allow swine to be eaten, but somehow shellfish was able to make it in there.
Yeah.
Does Reuven know the answer to that? Why they allow shellfish?
Yeah, they can't drink anything that's fermented from grape or grain. But you can hand a Muslim mead because it's made from honey.
Yeah,
and they can have honey.
The Nords found the loophole.
Reuven says because the Islamic rule is you can eat anything in the ocean except predators. So shellfish are predators according to Islam?
No, you can eat anything, but they're bottom feeders. The shellfish eat the shit.
Oh, I see. Oh, I get. Okay, I understand. I read it backwards. Okay.
I can't eat it anymore. No sharks, yeah. No whale.
But most fish eat other fish.
I guess so.
Well, I think that's a difference, fish eating fish and being a predator. I mean, that is a distinction, isn't there? Or is it not?
I think an eel's a predator, a whale's a predator.
Oh yeah, Reuven agrees with me. I mean, almost all fish. I mean, they're opportunists. Like they'll eat other things. I mean, most of the stuff they eat isn't like algae. They'll eat bugs, fish.
Mm-hmm.
Like I see. I don't consider that a predator though. I mean, when I think predator, I think of something that stalks its prey. I'm trying to think how to word it.
Yeah, but a whale will just go through a whole swarm of krill and just inhale it.
Predatory fish are fish that predate upon other fish or animals. Some predatory fish include perch, muskie, pike, walleye, and salmon.
No salmon.
Oh wow.
So I guess predatory fish are just fish that eat other animals or fish, apparently.
So koi, okay.
You look up the definition of predator.
There are things in the kosher law and the Jewish law that they weren't real sure about certain fish. I think a catfish was up for debate because you couldn't find like scales on a catfish, but then when they look into the microscope, when they developed the microscope, they could see there are scales there. Maybe it wasn't a catfish. And it's like, is it kosher? It has scales, but it's already been declared as unclean because at the time. So so it's in flux. The law's in flux.
Well, for the Jews, I mean, it's still a bottom feeder.
A shellfish is, yeah. I guess.
No, I mean a catfish.
But if it has scales.
Right, the kosher laws though, sir, is I think what is it? It's supposed to have a bottom fin and upper fin.
Yep.
And scales, yeah.
And scales. Here's what Reuven said. Among the blessings that Allah has bestowed upon us is the fact that He has made our religion easy for us. and has not made it too difficult or unbearable. He has allowed us many things that are forbidden according to previously revealed laws. Allah says, interpretation of the meaning. Allah intends for you ease, and He does not want you to make things difficult for you.
Yeah, I like that actually. That's.
Is that one of the Sidurs? Bakara. Yeah, I think it is. No, it's not. Okay.
Aren't there some that say that no one can understand the true meaning of the Quran unless they know Arabic and can read it in Arabic? I was reading.
Yeah, but everyone says that. You know, the Christians say you need the special Jesus glasses in order to see Jesus. You know, I mean, you know.
Yeah.
That's why I like the Jews. Not only is their books in Hebrew, but they're still speaking the same language that the Torah was given in 3,000 years ago. Nothing special about it. It's a living language. It's practical.
Yeah, I don't do all that. I mean, if you can read it, and I think you can grasp the meaning of it. Doesn't matter what language it is.
Right.
Now, I will admit that you might lose some of the poeticness to the language, sure, but I mean, you're still conveying a message that you can interpret. You know.
As much as I give the Christians crap for their crap-ass translations they continually use, you know, the gist of it's still there. I gotta give, you know, there's credit, give credit where credit's due. You know, they do their best with what they got. They want to, you know, I think the Christian wants to do better, despite the fact that, you know, it takes a few wrong words here and there to change an entire philosophy. Dude, if you got an issue with the Bible, you can throw it at us, and I bet you $10 you're not going to get anything you get from Christians in this room. And we are open-minded, and it's good exercise for us.
Yeah, there's a difference between having discussions with educated people and having discussions with people who just simply aren't.
Mm.
Now, to be fair, we do have like a cheat sheet. It's called Orator, but it's okay. We'll still we'll still listen to your questions.
Maybe we should just have an Ask Noahide night, and we invite everybody who's not of the Hebrew or Noahide persuasion. Ask a Noahide, and they can come in and just drill us for 4 hours. Maybe. Get a Noahide perspective on all this stuff.
I don't want to use that terminology, drill us for an hour. We might get the wrong type of people. Sorry, I had to go there.
You Yankees.
Yeah. Filthy people, us Yankees.
Everything about y'all sucks except for the people, the food, and the culture. Other than that, y'all suck. I'm kidding. Yeah.
Culture kind of covers quite a bit of ground right there, and so does food.
I don't consider me to be a Yankee, to be honest with you. I got a little bit of that rebel in me. Kind of sympathize. What are we called? What's the term for that? A copperhead or something? What's the slur, Reuven?
For the turncoat?
No, for a Yankee who sympathizes with the South, it's like a term for it, like a hate term.
Oh, I forgot. I know what you're talking about.
It's on the tip of my. I think it might be copper. I don't think it's copperhead. I think a copperhead is I think that's a Democrat who supports the North. Carpetbagger, that might be it. Yeah. Yeah.
I embrace the culture of my country. I like the fact that there are Yankees who speak a little different, think a little different. You got Southerners who think different, and you got Westerners like me, Midwesterners, whatever, who think different. Texans think different. And you go out to California, and even they're different. You know, it's like this whole different. I liked it. I embrace it. When I say Yankee, it's the most loving thing I could say, because that's That's the word for American in every other country.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But some reason that yeah, it is. You're right about that. Like everyone sees us as Yankees, but the first thing that they talk about is Texas, though. Somehow, like Texas somehow represents all of America.
If only they knew. Texas is cool in its own right, but I'm not going back ever, God willing.
I've never been there, but I would love to go visit Austin. Austin sounds fun.
Don't do it.
Why are 3 people muted? What happened?
Reuven says he loves Texas so much he wants them to leave the United States. Now Texas is it's possible. I mean, if there was a state to secede the union, Texas probably be the one that could do it.
Yeah, and they would immediately go thirsty, hungry, and broke.
Well, that's not true though. Texas is actually the only state in the union that's actually thriving at the moment.
Yeah, they have their own economy. They could actually secede completely fine.
Texas was never properly annexed into the United States. It's given 2 clauses when it was annexed. One that it could secede at any time they wanted to.
That's true. That's in the Constitution, right?
It was a republic before. There are still the Republicans of Texas in Texas. Don't dare think that they're all pro-gun America. There are still people who look at Texas as a separate entity and have legal grounds in Texas too. Also, they could split into 5 different states. Texas is the only state that's on its own power grid. It's the only state that possesses mountain, plain, desert, and hill country in one state. They've got the ocean right there. They've got Mexico on one half and America on the other half. They still consider themselves independent, and they still do things independently in a lot of ways. So, yeah, Texas could definitely pull it off. I used to live there, so we were forced to learn. They spend as much time by law in Texas on Texas history as they do on world or U.S. history. That's a fact.
I hate to break the Texas bubble, but they may have their own grid, but they still import more electricity than they produce.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, see, that's the asshole side of Texas I don't like.
That's what I was saying. I mean, they could secede completely and break all ties, but their lights would go out, their economy would break, and they would run out of water.
Wow.
No, they wouldn't. They'd actually do pretty good on their own. They have a pretty great economy.
There's only one thing. They're running at a deficit. They bring in more money than they put out to the federal government.
Well, isn't that the most? I mean, doesn't that go for the most states? I mean, to be honest,
yeah, most. There's only 10 or so that actually are self-sufficient, economic-wise.
Even I don't know. I would have to look up the numbers. I would think New York would probably not do well if it seceded. I don't think any state would.
I think New York does well as far as income, anyway. Illinois would be more than solvent if we could cut off Chicago.
Yeah, I agree with that. Chicago definitely. I don't like to talk about secession. I think that's. I want to keep the United States. I just want to go back to more how can I put it? The Articles of Confederation, where not go back to the Article of Confederation. Keep the Constitution obviously, but have it where each state is its own
little country.
Little country, yeah, good way of putting it. Little country, yeah.
Yeah, I'm all for. See, I'm the same philosophy, but I'm pro-secession. When Texas put out that, I signed the Texas petition because technically I'm still an adopted Texan. But in Oklahoma, we would be right with them because Oklahoma is pretty. There's so much Indian country here, and so much of fuck the United States government philosophy in Oklahoma. They say it's all Republican. It's really not Republican. It's fuck the United States government. You know, there's enough of that rebellious spirit here that we'd be right next to it. And there was actually been proposals for the United State of Texas where Kansas, New Mexico, Oklahoma were considering joining in to the United States of Texas. And Texas, and by the way, in Spanish means, and Choctaw also means friendship. The United States of Friendship. I kind of liked the idea. I was very sympathetic at the time.
I was gonna say, don't get me wrong, though. I think Texas, they have the natural resources to become self-sufficient. Like, if they wanted to do wind power for the electricity, they could do that. Because I mean, they're in a giant drought. Their governor won't build desalination plants. But if they did, then they wouldn't have a water problem, and then they'd probably be okay.
I mean, that's the wrong attitude. I mean, it's like if Texas did secede, I mean, I would hate for them to, just because they did that, we're not going to trade with them anymore, and we're going to say fuck them. I mean, that's such a bad attitude,
Yeah, that was the big attitude. Was like, if they do it, we're just going to cut them off. It's like, then they'll go to Mexico, and then you'll have the Chinese wanting to invest in Texas economy on the Texas dollar, and it's like they're our brethren. They were just, they're upset at what's been done in D.C. like everybody else does. They just had legal precedents. I would hate for them to leave too, because they are a big, in a lot of places that when the national anthem sung, people put their hand on their heart and remain silent, or their hat off, and they remain. In Texas, you sing it out loud and out proud. It's different there. The way they would look at America. I don't know. I don't want them to leave either. I personally think that we should buy Mexico.
But
Mexico should become the 51st state, or the 50 first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth states. But I digress. Shut up, Jack.
I was about to say, I don't, really in reality, Texas can't leave. Like, they might have legal precedents, but legal precedents is just on a piece of paper. If Texas tomorrow was like, okay, we're done, we're out, the president would just be like, no, you're not, and then they'd still be here.
They ain't going nowhere. They really aren't. They're already their own. They still think their own country there, and it really is. And let them. Just pacify them. I'll never go back. I talk all this shit about Texas, but mind you, God willing, I will never have to move back to that shithole ever.
No reason. Yeah, no reason.
No reason. No reason. Give me Oklahoma any day. Oklahoma sounds just fine.
And I was born there. I was born in Dallas,
That's where I lived. Was in Dallas. Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Outside of Dallas, but, yeah, the metro. I lived all around there. And
what, Denton? Louisville? Where'd you live?
Mid-cities.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay.
I did live in Farmers Branch for about a year and a half.
Let's not get too personal. This ain't the Love Boat now. Come on.
Yeah.
I was adopted Texan. I'm a hillbilly by nature. I'm from Appalachia. And I got to Texas, and I was like 5, and I had to learn a few things. I was the only kid in my school with a layered haircut in 1983. Everybody else had buzz cuts.
You were setting the trends, bro. You were setting those trends, man.
Can I ask you, James, why you think Mexico should become part of the United States?
Because they need it. They keep coming here, man. That's fine and all, but is life sucky that bad? I mean, why don't we just buy it? It seems like Mexico could use a loss of federales, maybe. Yeah, I don't. The Santa Ana Alamo thing's a thing of the past. Mexico is not a threat; they're a friend. They're not a threat to anybody. They're not opted for invasion. Yeah, I wouldn't mind a partnership. And if Texas does succeed, they're going to be they're already half Mexico. Texas is as Mexican, if you will. I don't want to say Latino. People spaz at that. Hispanic, whatever. As it is white. You learn the language. has over 100 million people. Yeah, and they still got land to spare.
Is that Reuven? When you say it has over 100 million people, do you say that as a reason why they shouldn't join, or that's the reason why they should join?
Way too large.
Way too large.
I'm old school though. See, I think Japan should be the 51st state.
You know that I was actually reading
They
about
wanna be.
how they wanted to do that after World War II. How do they wanted to annex?
Annex. That's exactly what we should have done in there and taken the spoils. This is ours. You are ours. Sit down and shut up.
It's
You're
not even
American
that.
now.
Like, I've never been to Japan, but I have a friend that actually lives in Japan now, and everything he tells me, it's basically small United States. Like, they have baseball, they have Walmarts. It's just like here, except for it's more crowded everywhere.
Yeah, but they're really wacky when it comes to those sexual deviant things that they do. They really need to fix that though. They're really weird when it comes to that stuff.
I would bet that we have all the same things. We're just better at hiding it.
Okay, yeah, I'll give you that one. Welcome to the room, Smith. How you doing?
Hello?
Hello, yes, hello.
What's that?
Nothing much. How you doing?
All right.
So, Smith, what's your theological and political positions?
Theological, existential, agnostic, which is basically, existentialism and agnostic, just sort of anamorphous. I don't believe God can really be understood. Political, anarchists, slightly libertarian, because I don't believe anarchism will really ever happen.
Well, you need to learn the power of Jesus. I'm kidding. Agnostic.
Yeah.
I'm a libber myself. Everyone talks about everything and they just leave out the one thing that matters, and that's liberty.
Yeah, man.
And they don't like that liberty thing, and I think that liberty thing is one way to prepare us for an enlightened society.
Well, everybody loves liberty, just so long as you believe in their belief of liberty. Yeah, liberty's fun.
Do I want Japanese? Do I want to make Japanese co-official? I would say 1945. We should have gone in there, and anybody who gave us a cross look, exterminate them, throw them all in the ocean, take over every single corner of Japan, and right now Japanese should be about like the Celtic language. They should all be speaking English. It should be McDonald's. It should be. We should have conquered that land. We should have gone over there and planted our seed in their women and eradicate the Japanese people. I'm sorry, but if you're going to invade somebody, you're going to bomb them. Do it fucking right. Instead of this, make them our little bitches. Now look at them. Look at their Japanese culture. It sucks. It's worse than America. It's crap culture. Come on. It's plastic. It's kitsch. They killed their own samurai. Fuck the Japanese. Sorry, they should be American. They should be speaking English. That should be the state flag. That rising sun, state flag. Fuck them. All we do is pervert them. They could have joined us. They could have been a land of liberty, and we've used them. We should have conquered them. We should have taken it. We should have cared for them better. Should be an American state. That's all I have to say about that. No, it's not. I could go on and on. Get me on politics. Yeah, I've had liquor tonight, y'all. I could fire up on some politics.
I got banned from a right-wing news page on Facebook for pointing out to people in the comments that it was nothing but fallacious propaganda, and so they banned me. I'm still gonna point out their bullshit to other people, though.
I think that happens to Reuven about once a week.
Yeah, Reuven is exactly right. It was Western influence who wanted them to kill their samurai and get rid of basically the emperor and all his power. I wouldn't. I don't think the Midwesterners and most of the people living in the United States gave two shits about them, but corporate American interests at the time did. Yeah, and look what happened to them. They did it. They actually did it. Fuck them. They aren't worthy of life. They aren't worthy of a legacy. They turned on their own people. Fuck them. I find no honor in the Japanese. I find maybe in the ancient Japanese, those who hang on to that culture, that root of theirs. I will definitely bow to a sensei. But as far as modern Japanese, they're dude, the only people who got nuked and successfully nuked themselves. It was historically known for massive earthquakes for thousands of years, and they put a freaking nuclear power plant on it, and they nuked them fucking themselves. How de-evolved can you get?
Didn't they come out recently and say if you smile, it can cure the cancer from the radiation? Wasn't that from them, or am I mistaken?
I don't think the Russians would fall for it. It's got to be.
After Chernobyl? Fuck no, they ain't gonna fall for it.
Oh shit, the Russians are making people that have lived their life in the radiation zone carry cards to inform their sexual partners that their DNA has been damaged.
That's a good thing to know. That's a useful thing to know. If your partner has damaged DNA, you should probably know that.
Well, yeah, they started doing that about 20 years after when they realized that this whole area, all their children are like born with cancer or some other, they're missing a leg or an eye is messed up and a bunch of different things.
Hey, we had a guy in here earlier, Derek or whatever his name was. He said that's perfectly fine for people to come out that way. You missed that, Cerberus.
Oh yeah, what did I miss?
You
would have loved that.
He was a nice guy, and he was doing it, I think, to spawn debate. But I think that there was some conviction in him that. All right, wait a second. We going on the gender thing? That's about the only thing he had to talk about. Yeah. I don't know. J-Dubs, keep talking before I.
Oh, sorry. No, it's okay. I don't want to go back there. Reuven doesn't like the topic. The topic is old. It's like, ugh, enough.
It was entertaining. It kept us all hyped up and active.
What was this damn conversation?
Gender is the first time in my life I've ever heard the distinction made between gender and sex.
Oh, that philosophizing bullshit.
Yes.
Yeah, he was saying sex is biological and gender is from your mind, how you perceive yourself.
It gets even weirder than that, dude. I stumbled across this weird shit online, and it was like some sort of feminist black power bullshit, and it was.
And you know how the conversation got started, James, and everyone in the room. I asked James what does he have, and his wife's having another kid. Congratulations, by the way. And I asked him, did he know the sex of the baby yet? He says, yeah, it might be a female. And I said, it's good to know the gender because you can start preparing. You can start buying clothes, paint the room. And he's like, how dare you do that to the baby? How dare you decide the gender for it? How dare you just, give it the clothing you want? Blah, 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 blah. It's like, oh, all right, fuck it. It's like.
He wasn't quite that dramatic, but that was exactly his point. Was yeah. Let's not put gender roles on it.
How dare you make a boys' room blue? How dare you?
I can understand the boys' room blue and all, but it was like children. It was like you don't want to force a gender on them. It's like, look, if you're a woman and you're going to have the urge to mate, okay, you're going to want to make babies. You're going to bleed. Women make babies. That's what they do. And he says we've moved beyond that. How can you move beyond that? I'm not saying a woman can't choose her own path, but to say that women aren't here to make babies anymore.
Well, I've heard people say that men are antiquated and that we can progress far, in the future without actually ever having men ever again. We could just have a society of women and just inseminate them, and that's it.
That's
We don't need big brutes to bash a stick over someone else's head when they're being a bad boy. You know, we don't need that anymore. Men are antedated.
If that's the fucking case, I want the aliens from that goddamn Alien movie. If we're all just gonna go like extinct, let's just fuck the universe.
How would we do that?
I don't know, genetic modification. You seen that horrible movie Prometheus?
Oh, Prometheus isn't a horrible movie. That's actually one of the better Alien.
No,
I liked it, but they had like
that shit sucked, bro.
How can people hate Prometheus? It's like such a fucking brilliant movie.
I've heard so many subplots running all over that damn thing.
But,
none of them resolved. It's like past like 10 different subplots onto the next movie.
Oh, you're thinking too deep, bro. You're going too far into it, man.
Because I'm fucking right, and you got to resolve your subplots one way or another.
Well, they're making Prometheus too. It's not like I mean, there's still a possibility that the things that
I hope so. Like,
but this is the thing. They don't really need to make a Prometheus 2. It was a prequel.
It was, and some of the prequel stuff was pretty cool, but I'm just like, I mean, it better resolved because there was a lot of unresolved subplots running there that just bugged me.
Like, the only one I know of is that she goes off into space going to their homeworld. I mean, what else didn't get resolved?
I'd have to go into it. I haven't watched it in a while. I just remember I was confused by some of the subplots going on. I could look into it. It's just I'm not really prepared to debate it at this moment,
Well, that's cool. I'm just saying I watched it and I don't remember seeing like all these subplots.
They're there. It's just you really have to look for them.
Like there's the plot where the big people. I forget what they were calling them, but it's the same race that was in the first Alien movie.
That weird race, the elephant people, I think they're called. That didn't bother me because I figured they were going to resolve that in the second one. I can't remember what it was. If I haven't seen it in like 2 years, I'd have to watch it again to remember what they were that bugged me, and then I could probably go on a fucking rant. But
yeah, and then there's the xenomorphs, which I guess that fits in with it being a prequel. And then there's, them trying to escape and stop the ship from going to Earth, which happens. So, like, I don't remember seeing anything that didn't get resolved except for her flying off into space.
Like I said, I can't remember. You can win this one because I don't remember them. I haven't seen it in a while.
I like how the issue of abortion still kind of the movie portrays it as it's still a big thing.
Well,
remember how she tries to abort the thing out of
a big thing? She's like, she got fucked by some sort of biological mutation. We have no idea what's in her. I'm not like for abortion, but that's pretty fucked up. Go on ahead, get that out of your system.
Yeah, I don't know. If I was a woman and I got raped by a crazy alien thing, I think that it's okay. I think that abortion is probably okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Force. It's that libertarian thing.
Oh, it's not even the Force. It's more the crazy alien thing that would make me want to do it.
I think if I was in that position and I had some alien shit growing in me, I think I'd fucking get that shit out.
Yeah, I would want to as well.
I mean, yeah, what do we call it now when there's an alien organism inside your body? I think we call it an infection.
Oh, I'm gonna fix a playlist.
I don't know. Reuven says or cancer. I'm not sure if cancer would qualify because it's basically your DNA. So actually, removing cancer would be an actual abortion.
So Felix, man, what's your story, bruh?
But an abortion, a baby contains
Welcome to the
DNA,
room, by the way.
the mother and the father.
I came in looking for some religious debate, so I'm
So
waiting.
what's your theological and political positions?
You're in the right place.
Non-political, actually anti-political.
I don't know what that means.
It means I know absolutely nothing of politics.
Oh, okay.
You're probably healthier for it, dude.
Say what?
He said it's probably healthier.
Probably. But then I'm also atheist, so.
You're wrong. Find Jesus. I'm kidding. I'm
Right.
kidding.
So what makes you want to look for a religious debate discussion?
I'm bored and tired, and my job is kind of slow.
What's bugging you? What's on your mind, man? Throw it at us. We're good people, and we're not Bible thumpers.
So what makes your asshole pucker about the Bible? What does it for you? Is it smash the little ones on the rocks? Is it Noah's flood, wiping out what does it for you?
Just a little bit of all of it. So, I'm not quite awake yet. I'm still waking up.
I hear you, ma'am.
But you can, if you're interested, I'm not trying to self-promote, but I have not updated in ages, but I run a Facebook page called The Bible-Toting Atheist.
Bible-toting atheist? Did I hear that right?
Yeah.
You don't meet many of them, do you?
That sounds like a group Reuven would probably be into. Is that where you know Reuven from, Felix?
No, I was so bored here at work that I just went to the Hangout section on Google Plus and just dropped in.
Well, I implore you to go friend Reuven. He's the one with Carl Sagan icon. If you add him as a friend, man, he hosts Hangouts all the time. Whenever you're bored, you can come into one of his.
And it's a faith and non-faith welcome thing.
We'll see how long my wireless hangs out.
All right.
Throw something at me. I'm on fire tonight, man.
We're Noahites, by the way. I don't know if you know what that is, but
I don't. That's a new term to me.
We're Jew-tiles.
Jew-tile, yeah. We're Gentiles who accept Judaism. Does that make sense to you?
Non-Jewish folk who listen to the rabbis about things. You know.
We're adopted red-headed stepchilds of Judaism. That's what we are.
Yep, okay. It's perfect. So you're probably not going to get a point of view like ours anywhere else. So anyway,
well, give me kind of a rundown of it then. This will be a new one on me.
Well, there's a covenant for the Jewish people,
right.
and there's a covenant for non-Jews. Mm-hmm. And that's it. Simple as that. And we hold to the covenant for the non-Jews.
The non-Jew covenant has 6 don'ts. You get credit for not doing 6 things. No idolatry, no blasphemy, don't insult God. No murder, no theft, no illicit sexual relations. I do not eat the flesh torn from a living animal. And one positive, and that's set up fair and balanced courts of justice. It's a code of behavior, really.
So when you say you don't eat of the flesh ripped from an animal, are you vegetarian then?
It means don't abuse animals in a sense. It's a prohibition against abusing animals. That's the much larger sense of the prohibition.
So no KFC then?
Well, we can still eat animals. It's just abuse.
Right, but KFC has been outed as abusing their chickens before the slaughter.
Well, that's definitely an ethical issue that should be resolved, and they should be sued and put out of business if that's true.
We can't knowingly participate in animal or even vegetable cruelty. We're actually prohibited from abusing plant life as well. Some of that stuff in what you would think is just a Jewish bit, like not mating certain animals together, not breeding, not like for instance, not grafting a vine to a tree, that sort of thing. If it happens in nature, fine, but we're not allowed to do it. There's certain ethical treatment we have to treat the land as well, and it extends from that law. So if we know that this is if we're eating flesh torn from an animal that was still alive while the flesh was torn, we are prohibited from eating it.
Okay. So
That makes sense.
where that differentiates. Amen. So why do you buy into the Bible?
It worked. It was consistent. For me, I'm not sure about J-Dubs. But yeah, it was consistent. The consistency of it. I had studied a lot of crazy stuff in my day, looking and searching, not just the crazy stuff, but sciences as well. But it was the Hebrew Bible that pretty much gave me a consistent. I could ask a rabbi something and he could give me an answer, and nearly every time it makes sense. When you look at the template that is one influenced by Judaism, you don't get a lot of crazy far out stuff. You get very practical information that allows you to live a healthier, better life.
But why buy into the whole notion of a supreme deity to begin with?
Well, what makes you think I was buying into it?
Well, you pay a 10% tithe per month or per service, right?
That's not in my covenant.
Oh, you guys don't pay tithes?
We don't have like a church or a religious building or a religion. It's actually a non-religious belief.
So then do you not believe in God?
Well, of course.
I believe in God.
It's a religion. It's still a religion then. The very definition of a religion is a belief in a higher deity.
Is it?
It is.
I have no church, no temple. I have no group. There's nothing organized about it.
I'm going to decide with the Noahides on this one. Look up a definition of religion anywhere. I'm pretty sure it's going to include more than just the faith in a God.
I'm actually... Hey, my account hasn't been disabled. Hold on.
I would consider religion something that has traditions and like a heritage, something that you do. I don't know. I don't really know how to put it. It's something a little more deeper than what we're doing.
Well, here I have this definition here that says a pursuit or interest to which someone ascribes supreme importance, and I think that that could fit the definition without believing in a god. It seems.
The Buddhists are non-theistic, and they don't. They're a religion. There doesn't require a god. I mean, most times there is a god, but you can have a religion that does not have a god.
When they say there's no God, but they'll make a gold Buddha statue and pray to him and ask forgiveness and shake the sticks at it.
Well, it depends.
Don't tell me there's no gods in Buddhism. Buddha's just...
That's the Chinese that do it.
It depends on the sect. There are some that believe in like 3 gods or 10 gods. I mean, it's like every other religion, but there are some Buddhist sects that do not believe in a god.
Sensei asks, what's our opinion about Islam? I love Islam. I don't have a problem with it. They seem like good people. They get shit done. That's what I like about Islam and the Muslims. They get shit done.
I ain't scared of Muslims.
And this is where J-Dubs takes off his mask and you realize he's actually crazy.
No, I don't need to take off mask for that. I am certifiably crazy. Yeah, sure.
I've never met a Muslim I didn't like, and it's a fact. And I've met a few. I'm related to. I'm family with. Actually, I'm kin. Come to think of it, with Muslims, Arabic Muslims too. I've never met a Muslim I didn't like.
What's the whole entire thing? Like, Muslims are okay until you find the one that wants to chop off your head.
Sure.
And the
I
Christians
used
are
to be.
okay
I used to
finding
be.
KKK.
I used to be anti-Muslim, and then I realized, you know what? They're kind of on my side. They're kind of, they want a better world. They want something better out of life.
The ones that come here, I don't see radicals coming here. I see children. I see their children going to the same schools as mine, shopping at the same grocery stores that I shop at, sharing a smile. I don't. The Muslims that I meet aren't killing anybody, and they're here, and they go to community events, and the women will cover their hair and do all that. And I think it takes a lot of balls to do that in a society that is all about hair and stuff. I've never met a Muslim I didn't like, and I've never met a Muslim child that I didn't find to be polite and respectful.
But yeah, I agree with that. Like, as long as it's like if they're in the culture, they're cool. But I would defy, I would challenge J-Dubs to go in the Middle East, tell them that you're basically a Jew, and then see how much they're on your side.
Oh, Jews actually get along fine in a lot of parts of the Middle East. They have shops, they live, and they go to work, and sure, they might have to pay a tax. Maybe they're, maybe they are looked down upon, but there is no strife, if that's what you're assuming.
I don't know. There's the occasional beating, the occasional robbery, and the occasional burning down your shop.
Right, but those are bigots, and that happens here in the United States.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get your shop being burnt down, though, here in the United States.
What are you talking about? There's anti-Semitic things that happen all the time in the United States.
Dude, a couple of dudes, African American folks, painted a swastika on this guy's house and said Hamas, and spray painted Hamas, and killed the man. This just happened like 2 days ago here in the States. Does that make every African American Hamas loving swastika? It was a backwards swastika. It was the good luck sign swastika too, which was funny. But yeah, I mean that just happened here.
That just means they don't know their racism like they think they do.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, I gotta learn up on my racism. That's definitely me.
I've never, yes, I'm sure that, some Muslims are crazy, and some Christians are crazy, too. Some Jews are crazy.
Dude, everyone's fucking crazy.
I'm kidding, Reuven.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear Dylan. What did Dylan say?
Oh, I just said some atheists are crazy as well.
Yeah, no kidding.
It must run in the blood or something, I don't know.
Crazy people come in all shapes and sizes.
But what are you guys' thoughts on the Westboro Baptist Church?
What is everyone's thought? Baptist Church.
I'm probably the only one that probably does like them. I mean,
They posted yesterday or the day before a picture of Robin Williams, and it said basically Robin Williams will go to hell. That's fucking terrible, man.
Well, they believe that they believe suicide is a sin. So obviously, anyone Catholic, that means they probably think that. I think Judaism even says killing yourself is wrong. So I don't understand how is that wrong for them to think that.
Even if Robin Williams died in a car accident, they'd be fucking up there on a pike talking about how Robin Williams was the Antichrist or the Savior. I don't know. They're fucking nuts.
You don't protest a vet's funeral. You don't go there with the God hates fags shit at a vet's funeral. That is disrespectful. It's trashy, and every one of them needs a good swift kick in the fucking nuts. You don't do that to a goddamn vet who just got through going through shit and died fighting for your freedom to stand out there and say God hates fags at a vet's fucking funeral. Who the fuck do these people think they are? Fuck them. I'll say it to their face too. Fuck the Westboro Baptist Church. You people need to get a fucking life and chill out. Have a Coke and smile. You don't do that. You don't do that at a vet's funeral ever.
I would really like to. If they ever came anywhere near me, like around where I live, I would go out with the biggest, tallest sign I could find that would be above all theirs. and they would just say, "It's okay, Jesus forgives." I just sit there and hold it above all their hate signs.
When they were here in my town, me and my friends, this was way back in high school, we dressed up in fucking goth gear. I don't know why. Some stupid bullshit, and we were filled water balloons with paint and fucking threw them at him. It was pretty entertaining.
I think it's a shame. It is. Yeah, if you hate America, you know, that would give me good reason to hate America too if I allowed that kind of shit to go on in my country. The vet comes home in a box, and his family's going to bury. You know, there's a time in the world when you would take your hat off. We still do it out west and in the south too. I know they do it in the south. I do it out west. When a funeral procession goes by, you pull off the side of the road and you don't drive. In the old days, you take your hat off and you cover your heart when they pass you. And what do the Westboro Baptist Church do? Fuck the Westboro Baptist Church, and may their churches burn to the fucking ground by grace of nature alone.
Completely agree. I think they're very terrible people, to say the least.
How dare you? That is sick, is vile, and you do not do God, you do not do us well, us theists out there. You know, you don't do us any honor by. No, kiss my dick, Westboro Baptist.
You know, I would like to know.
I mean, what I have to ask James, what exactly? I mean, I can't really say that I really do honor the troops anymore, though, James. I'm sad to say they're mostly child killers. I mean.
Okay, great. What about their families?
Their families, good people. Yeah, I don't blame them.
I know enough vets who come out of it, and are, you know, they're killing each other right and left. We don't need to be protesting their goddamn funerals. They blow themselves away like 3 a day. And we're going to protest
it's high. I think it's 20,000 a year suicide rate or something like that.
It's insane.
It is. It's quite high, yeah.
And we should be extending a hand of healing and preventing this shit from happening again. And protesting God hates fags at a funeral, let alone a vet's funeral, who died on your dollar, who died on your dime, whether you like it or not. That's your blood. Their blood's on our hands. You don't dishonor their families, who are mourning the loss of their child, who died, you know, probably for a worthless cause. Yeah, sure, maybe. But you don't do that to the family. You don't do that to just the sanctity of a family having the right to peacefully, honorably bury their dead. God hates fags doesn't belong at a funeral. Your silence is all that's required. Respect that this human in God's image is wasted. I don't know. Maybe I'm old-fashioned. What the fuck do I know? I don't know.
I would really like to know if any of them served in the armed forces to fight for the rights that they got. I mean, if they were like all in the military, I would cut them some slack on the freedom of speech thing.
Hey, Smith, when you're rolling around pulling on your, waxing a carrot, could you mute for us so we don't have to hear it? Smith, you there, Smith? Hello, Earth to Smith.
Reuven, you say their god is Baphomet. Are we talking about the Westboro Baptist Church or something else? Oh, really? They worship the Knights Templar god of wisdom?
I have no clue who fucking Baphomet is or whatever the fuck you pronounce his name. I have no idea.
Baphomet, I don't know. He's like some sort of demon shit. I have no clue who he is.
He's supposed to be a god or avatar or something of wisdom. And it's the goat. It's the guy sitting. It's the
Yeah,
goat
it's the
sitting
goat in between the
cross-legged.
pentagram. I've seen it before.
Yeah.
I have no idea what it is. It's like I see it in New World Order conspiracy theories and like bullshit like that. I have no idea who he is or what he is.
In Oklahoma, they had a Ten Commandments thing, and on their courtyard, you know, and so there's a push here in Oklahoma to get that.
Hey,
Yeah.
Schmidt, man, you got to mute when you're like pulling on your cock, man. We can hear it. Just can you mute for us?
Is that muted? Sorry.
No, it's not. We can hear it. We're just asking for just a little bit of common courtesy, just a smit. You know what I mean?
Not trying to fuck things over, man. There you go.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the 11th rank of the York Rite, they still have the statue and everything. I mean, you can go to York Rite's temple and it's there in the public area.
What is the York Rite?
It is the builders wing of the Masons, I guess. It's the strictly Christian one.
No kidding.
Yeah.
They're the ones with what, the 33 levels or whatever?
No, that's the Scots.
Oh, that's the Scots. Okay.
The Yorks only have 11. They're bigger,
course.
though, I guess. Yeah, they're all Christians. Technically, you don't have to be a Christian to get to 8, if I remember correctly. But for the ones above that, you have to swear a vow that you would protect Christendom with your life. So basically, you have to be a Christian from that point on.
Well, why can't you be a Christian sympathizer? Why can't you be like a non-Christian that would defend his life for Christendom? Could that be possible?
I suppose it would.
Or
be.
I guess that doesn't make any sense. I guess.
Well, no, I mean, it does make sense, but my father's in New York, and I just never really asked him about it. I could ask him.
Go ask him, dude. I'm kidding.
Yeah, wake him up. I want you to go over to his house 3 a.m. in the morning, knock on his door, tell him we were in the middle of a hangout. We want to know the answers.
No, I'll just ask him this weekend. I'll let you guys know.
Nice. Anybody want to throw religion? What's your beef with religion? And you don't have to worry about offending anybody. But if you want to get a new take or maybe whatever from a Noah Hyde, I'm up for it. I bet J-Dubs is up for it too. Throw something.
I don't know how insightful I can be, but I guess I can answer.
All right, throw it at me. I'm dying. Anybody got something? Come on, bring it to me. Okay, no one's going to say nothing. Fine.
And the tumbleweeds go through the room.
I got nothing against religion, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Religion's religion.
But what happened to the guy that came in here for a religious debate? Were you not radical enough for him?
Yeah, he just got a. I guess we weren't crazy enough.
No, he's not. Oh, God. Yeah, he came in and said he wanted a religious debate, and I'm like, bring it on. And he says, I'm too tired. Like, well, dude, that's okay and all, but yeah. I'm gonna start referring to Noahide as Noahidism, James, as a branch of Judaism. What do you think? You think that would throw people off? Long time ago, it was. There are a lot of early websites who called it Judaism for Gentiles. but that's when you started getting, Mormon Noahides, Catholic Noahides, Baptist Noahides.
Oh, I would think that would be a good thing, wouldn't it be?
It would, but they're just it's often difficult to break that idolatry.
Oh, okay. They would. The problem is they bring their dogma with them. Is that it?
Yeah, a little bit. And that was a big thing that we were having trouble with when I was at Virtual Yeshiva. A lot of posers were out there, and the rabbis took it very seriously. But there are a lot of Noahide posers out there who will just give you just enough disinformation to sucker you into believing what they have to say. Not so bad.
So you're saying you got people that came into the fold that were pushing what they were believing as facts?
Well, I'm a Noahide, which means that my belief is true as well.
Oh, okay. I got what you're saying. Okay.
Kind of a thing. Yeah, it was. And they were worried that it would lead Noahides back to.
Yeah, you gotta put that fence up, James. Got to put that fence up.
Or the Red Sea.
The Red Sea, excellent. Yeah.
Fuck a fence. I need a Red Sea myself. The fence isn't gonna do it because I could easily walk back over that fence. Back into slavery. Another thing about the Noahide code, folks don't get it's a non-religious code. We're actually not necessarily prohibited, but we're kind of prohibited from religion. We can't do anything the Jews do in the temple, so we can't pour a libation for God. We can't offer a meal offering. We can't. What was the other thing? It was a libation. It was an offering. There's certain things that you do in the temple that we can't do as Noahides. Incense, I think, was one. And then we can't also get into the religious practices of any other religion on the planet either. So technically, we're prohibited from religion. We can't make a special day to rest. We can't make a special day for ourselves in the name of God. We can't do that, We're kind of the unreligion of all of it. The God believers who are the unreligion God believers. How's that? Maybe.
I got a question for you, James. This is kind of a curveball.
Speak to me.
Can a Noahide commit apostasy? What's it called? Apostasy? I forget the term. How do you pronounce it? Apostasy? I don't know. I'm throwing an S in there instead of a C. I don't know.
Where people break off and do their own thing?
Like renouncing the faith, go back on it or leave it for another religion?
Sure. There's a lady who used to stop by who went back to being Christian. Studied the Noahide code, and went back to Christianity. That would be kind of a...
Well, I asked that because, you would consider Noahidism a much more higher... How can I put this? On the higher rung on the ladder spiritually than, let's say, Christianity. So you're kind of like stepping down. You went from a higher place to a lower place.
I would think, you're taking a detour. You're going about it a longer way. You're adding more to it that doesn't need to be. The less, the better.
Does Reuven have an interesting take on that? Because I know, from a Jewish perspective, it's completely forbidden for a Jew to convert to another religion. That's unacceptable.
Well, yeah, that's one thing Rabbi Dove was really big on with us. Was going back, because you've got a church on every street corner. A Christian home would gladly, especially if you want to convert. The Christian will give you the shirt off their back, but they will go out of their way to make it comfortable for you to be a Christian. And they were real big. The Hasidists is like, don't watch Star Wars. They're that strict on it. Because it's true. It's easy for us because we create false gods. The nations have a tendency to do that. We have a tendency to idolize shit, And once you go Noahide, you can't go back. Once you've come to Torah, if you take it upon yourself to take those 7 laws, then you do it for life. You can't start worshiping idols. You can't start shit talking God. You can't steal. You can't go back to fucking cattle. or whatever. You know, you have to live a good life. You have to be a good person. And since you do it in the name of God, kind of a thing, you're stuck with it. If there's apostasy, it's kind of more like you're fucked. But then again, it's also, you know, a law thing. Are you breaking one of the laws of the 7 laws of Noah? If your faith turns, are you worshiping idols? No. Are you blaspheming God because you don't believe? No, not necessarily. As long as you don't, verbalize that sort of shit. Are you going back on your code? If you don't murder, you don't steal, you treat animals well, you support justice, and not injustice, and not involve yourself in injustice, then I don't know if there could be an apostasy. Ooh, I don't know, dude. That's deep. I don't know. I don't know.
I think you could convert to Judaism if you're a Noahide.
Well, of course, because you can always move up, because it's seen as moving up spiritually. I know people are thrown off by it and they see it as a kind of bigotry, but in a spiritual sense you can move up, but you can never move down. It's considered not a good thing. Reuven says, since Noahides are inducted into the covenant at birth, okay, not circumcised, it is not possible to cease being a Noahide. Only a Noahide who violates the commandments and will spend time in Gehenna. That would be the Jewish version of hell, correct? Purgatory, I guess.
It's where you get scrubbed down.
Purgatory then, yeah.
So do you go to Sheol after you get scrubbed down, or when does that scrubbing happen?
I think there's different beliefs in how it happens. Sheol is just a place of the dead. That's where you rest when you die, correct?
Well, yeah, that's what Sheol is. It's basically the afterlife or the graveyard that you go to.
Yeah, the abode of the dead, yeah. Well, there's different beliefs. I mean, some people say you go back to God. I think there's some teaching that say, I think when you die, you're just sleeping, and then you will come back when the Mashiach comes.
There's reincarnation in Judaism, too.
There's reincarnation. Something I found out just last month, actually, which was crazy.
You can come back and fulfill the purpose. That's why you go to hell, so you can come back here and do it right, And you'll do it until you keep doing right. And in a way, you're holding up humanity at the same time, because we all have to get there together in the end. So
yeah,
that's one concept. One, I don't know. I'm just telling you what I've read some stuff,
Right. There's no way. That's the whole afterlife is up for debate. There's so much different beliefs.
Now matters.
Yeah, now matters. Yeah.
Not some fruity afterlife, fairy floating angel wing. No, none of that.
Actually, this might be great to lead into tomorrow night. Tomorrow night's Parsha Torah study actually talks a little bit of the afterlife. Just a little. Maybe get people hooked in for tomorrow.
Let me throw a link in here. Hang on, y'all. We just might get in depth in this tomorrow. Come to think of it. Hang on. Let me get into this thing here. Very well done, dude. Yeah, I don't know what I can offer. Yeah, you got a lot to offer, dude. Actually, the Noahide Nexus is J-Dub's idea. This is kind of his thing. I'm doing it. Reuven's the producer, and if Reuven knew what a radio producer does, I bet he'd do it for a living. I bet he probably makes more money now. This is it. If you're interested, it's in-depth Hebrew stuff. It kind of turns Christianity on its head. It turns lots of stuff on its head. Torah studies more like an exercise in your mind more than anything.
Yeah, it's really interesting to read into.
Yeah, I found out Noah is said to be reincarnated into Moses. That's oof.
And wasn't it Seth reborn?
The man of the Noahides turned into the man of the Jews. Come on.
You know what?
Abraham was from Seth or Adam? Shoot. Who was Abraham?
Adam went into Abraham, yeah.
Okay.
You know what? I think one lifetime of just craziness is enough. I think God needs to find new people. Like that's not cool. Like you lived through the flood and then you have to be the savior of the Jews again. Just come on, just.
Well, that was what the rabbis were saying, is that Noah, even though he was a man of God, a righteous man, he's actually one of the few people that it's actually called righteous. He didn't, he doubted. He didn't do what he was set out to do, and then he became a man of action. Moses was a man of action. Noah was more passive aggressive. So I like that. I like that belief that become a man of action. There you go. I like that. Second Chances. That's a good movie with Robert Downey Jr., by the way. That's actually a really good movie. I don't know if anyone's seen that.
I like Robert Downey Jr. I have not seen that, I don't think.
He dies by mistake and he goes to heaven, but they don't clear his mind, and he comes back to Earth, but he remembers everything of his previous life. It's great. All right, take care, bro. It's good having you. Oh, he's already left. All right. It's almost like a Jewish concept of reincarnation. Is you keep maybe Reuven can help me out with this. It's almost like once you become spiritually fulfilled, that's when you're good. That's when the reincarnation. It's like you slowly build up. You know what I mean? Reuven says yes. Okay, so I was on the right path. Okay.
J-Dubs and I are no hides. John and I.
So it's almost like once you become perfectly fulfilled, in a sense, it's almost saying everyone will one day kind of be reincarnated as a Jewish person. Almost, that's kind of like what it's saying. You'll one day, your soul would be Jewish, perfected in a way, and you're good to go.
There was a story about this couple who had a boy child, and on the 9th day of the child's life, it died. And the family came to the rabbi, why would God do this? Well, God was this beautiful child, and the rabbi said, I recognize that man. He was once a rabbi in his life, but because, and I don't remember, it's in the Garden of Emunah, it's been a long time since I've read it, but it was during, I want to say it was the Babylonian expulsion, or there was a crisis where the rabbi could not be circumcised, but he fulfilled every single one of the other mitzvahs, and he was reincarnated just to be circumcised. All of his everything he was supposed to do, he fulfilled the Torah, and he goes on to be with the Creator. And he had to explain to the couple, "This is your child was, it's I don't know how valid it is, but it was a way to explain this process that J-Dubs, I think, was talking about." And I wish I knew more of it now that I brought it up.
Well, it's not magic.
Right.
Chris says it was magic.
My wife is a recovering Catholic. She's Catholic when Mom's home. When Mom's visiting, she goes a little Catholic.
I like how you say that. Recovering.
Well, when I told her early on I can't do it, and she was fine. But all I asked her was, "Do you believe in God?" And she said yes. That's all I need to know.
I was born Irish Catholic myself, and I will admit I still go. I still get help from the Catholic Church, and they've helped me all my life. I mean, there's been times in my life when I was doing bad in life, and it was the Catholic Church always helped me, but I still get help from them. And I tell I'm good with the nun who gives food every once a month, and I say, look, I can't come in, I can't pray, I can't do all that stuff, but your friendship and your help is what I do appreciate it, and she kind of understands,
See, I mean, I was interested. I went almost into the what's it called? Into the monastery. Not really that. The place where you gotta get into the religious faith. I went I was raised in like a Catholic school, and when I was there, I was the only one who seemed to care about like the religious shit, and so I went full core religion is evil and bullshit. And then later on, I read on some other religions, mostly Buddhism, and I found some similarities between Christianity, so I came back. And then now I'm sort of like in the middle, but when I was there, I don't know, I like Catholicism too a bit because I know quite a bit, so I identify as Catholic because there's a whole community out there, like you were saying, and that's sort of what I relate to, and there's a lot of good people.
I'd like to be more user friendly with the religion thing, but I go the other way. I'm like, I don't even want to go into a church. You know, I don't even want to enter into the building. I got no problem with religion. I just can't do that. I can't go there. You know, I have to avoid that as much as possible. And you know, and what do Catholics do for humanity? Oh, they build hospitals. What am I going to say? I can't take care from a doctor because somewhere in the hospital there's going to be a Jesus dead man on a stick hanging on the wall. You know, where do you draw the line at something like that? Like, you know, I don't know.
Well, no, I'm not. Can you clarify? I'm not really sure what you're saying.
Well, as a Noahide, okay, I'll look at it this way. Second commandment. Don't make an engraven image. It's kind of funny how God makes man out of clay, but man is not made to make but man is not allowed to make a clay man. You ever catch that?
Yeah,
that
it's kind of
he makes us out of clay, but we can't make a man out of clay. So what do you do when you walk? And you're not allowed to bow down to him. He's very explicit about what, you know. He doesn't just. This isn't pandering around. He's very explicit. Don't. And what do we do? And I was raised Episcopalian, which is like Catholic light. And what do we do when we walk into the church? If you do the holy water, fine. But you bow to an engraven image. There in Catholic churches, sometimes their altar has 5 or 6 or 7 of them up there, of these engraven images, and you bow, you genuflect.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest criticisms of Catholicism. It's
it
like,
deserves
oh,
to be
you're an idol. You know, I understand it.
I'll just remove.
As I said, I'm only Catholic and like.
Yeah. My wife is too, and she's still. I married her. Best thing in my life. Yeah, and I'm not dogging Catholics, but I am dogging Catholicism. So I can't, because I'm such a staunch, because I need to hang on to this law that I have taken upon myself. I can't go anywhere near that aspect of it. You know what I mean?
You're not really religious, but I mean, like, you believe in a God. Are you a Christian? Do you have any specific beliefs? I'm just sort of curious.
I don't think any of this is real.
So you think there's like?
I really, really, really like Judaic mysticism. I really like Tibetan Shambhala tradition, and I really, really, really like quantum physics. I'm not sure if any of this is real, but it's all I have right now, so I accept it.
Like solipsism?
Almost.
Oh, James.
In the end, I could fall back on.
Oh, come on.
That.
Solipsism ain't bad. It's pretty interesting. I like it. So
it's me in the world, and in the end, I will stand alone before my Creator to be judged, butt naked, you know, kind of a thing. He's going to know everything. I'm going to walk up to him, and it's like looking in my own eye. I know me that well, so I can always count on that aspect. I don't believe in it, but I'm a sympathizer to that notion, yes.
That'd be cool. I think it'd be awesome.
I like it
I think
too.
you almost gave J-Dubs a heart attack.
I'm sorry, Jada.
The last person I thought was a solicist was you, James. I mean, that you really did make my asshole pucker, dude.
Wow.
That's a pet peeve of mine.
Really?
Solipsism, yeah, it is.
Why? I'm just sort of curious. Also, by the way, while we're on the subject, what is your picture of? I don't
That
know
is a
what it
picture of Che Guevara, but it's my face on his image, if that makes sense, if you get what I'm saying.
Okay, I got you. I was just sort of curious. I'm like, is this somebody I should fucking know?
Fuck fascism. That was Guevara's one of his things. What were you
I
asking?
guess I'll give you the whole
Go ahead.
spiel about why I have Che Guevara image. I sympathize with him. He was a man of action, you know. He saw government and he wanted to take action. He didn't stand there like today, holding a sign saying, you know, he's not like Pussy Riot, you know, where they're just gonna flash their tits at Putin as a protest. No, he picked up a gun and he said, Batista, you're going away today. You know, I mean, maybe he was a little bit extreme, sure, but at least he did something. He wasn't, you know what I mean? But I don't agree with everything he did. That's just for the record.
I'll give you a pass.
And Che Guevara, and like Reuven says, J-Dubs is an Irish rebel. Che Guevara believed that he had the soul of an Irish rebel, so I kind of sympathize with that too.
I'll give you a pass on your Che Guevara. You give me an what's the other guy's name?
Me?
I don't, yes, you.
Yes, sir.
If you give us a pass on our little bit of solipsism sympathizing.
Oh, you've
You're not a
already
big
got
fan of Che?
Not really, man. Not really.
I find it a little ironic that a lot of people have his face on their T-shirts. You know, they bought it for $20 at the local market. You know.
I do too. Like I'll give you credit. At least you know a little bit about him. Most people are just like, oh, the rocker image. Let's just stick him on a fucking T-shirt.
Exactly. That's all I know. I'm an idiot. I know about Rage Against the Machine. That's about it.
Che Guevara was born in an upper middle class family. He could have been. He went to university to be a doctor, and he could have had it all. And one day he took a trip, and he saw the aches and pains of the common people. He saw the common people suffer, and it gave him chagrin, and he did something about it. You know, maybe you could say maybe he failed, maybe he didn't.
I got other things against that. I mean, like some of. I mean, when he was a racist, or at least when he went to Africa or whatever. When I read, he said some shit. But I mean, I have nothing against that. Like he went to the common people. Alexander Herzen, the father of Russian socialism, is my personal hero. I mean, he was a huge part of the Zemstva reforms. He did a lot of shit to get the serfs freed in Russia. So I got no problem with communist or socialist. I don't know a lot. I've learned a little bit about Che's, but
I just want to say for the record, I'm neither a communist or a Marxist or maybe a little bit of a socialist. Reuven would probably call me a socialist. Wouldn't you, Reuven?
You're an Irish rebel and you know it.
Yeah.
Just deal with it. Accept it. You got fire in your blood and nothing's gonna put it out.
I love the.
You're going home.
I love the free market, man. I love it. I love the free market. I just wish people didn't abuse it.
Agreed.
That's my problem.
Whatever this is we have now is not a free market.
All what I believe is have your free markets, have your businesses, have your corporations, sell what you want to sell, buy what you want to buy, trade what you want to trade. At the end of the year, when you make a profit, you get taxed a little bit just to help the common man. It's not that bad of a deal. Get over it. I mean, that's my position. And today, people hate taxes. People always cry about, oh, it hurts so much. No, it does. If you make $20 million a year, it doesn't hurt one bit. But a person dying on the street because they don't have Medicare, that does hurt. And then we should fix that.
You know what's funny is in Judaism, from what I learned, is even with your taxes going to the poor, you still have to give charity. It's like in case the government doesn't do their job. I mean, so they support they support that, and at the same time they still have to give charity. And you know what? People still give charity even with all these taxes and all this stuff. It's still working. I mean, like that's
God
why.
bless them.
Look at Mormons. Everyone talks shit about the Mormons, and I'll sit back and I'll let them go on and on. I say, yeah, look what they do for charity. It's like a fifth of the entire Mormon nation is given away on a daily basis. I mean,
What I find very
worldwide.
ironic about the Mormons, from my friends who have been in it, they have a very socialistic structure. Like when you gain things for the church, you save them up in like a
Hmm.
something, and then you keep it, and then you send it out. If there were the Boy Scout troops, if they get like a tent, they save up money, they buy the tent, then the tent belongs to everyone. They have like a very socialist nature, but in America they become hugely like you got Mitt Romney. They become very hugely capitalist
Hmm.
conservatives. It's
They survived. They were the only people
yeah.
who's ever had a genocide order put on them. We didn't even put that on the Indians. They were out to kill all Mormons. They went from that, and they're the fourth largest religion on the planet.
I
And
don't know, man.
they
They fucked
behave.
around a bit. They got some shit put on them naturally. There was some shit, and I mean, I'm relying on not sourced shit, but I know that like my friend who's from Missouri said they kidnapped some kids and other shit like that. And then other shit that I do know is they fucked the Indians over because they had the Indians conduct raids against the Americans because they're like, here, raid those motherfuckers and we'll help you. And then like they raided them. And then when the Americans came to talk to them, the U.S. came to talk to them, they're like, no, 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 we didn't do that. That was the Indians. And so they like, I don't know, early Mormonism is pretty fucked, dude.
Well, it was a matter of survival. It was a
Survival
matter
is
of
one thing,
survival.
but I mean, like, I don't know. It's pretty fucked. I stand on my principles. I know that's like pretty cheap. I really wouldn't want to go to a cell or anything, but I wouldn't mind dying for a cause I believed in.
Yes. Yeah, they had it rough, and they did well. Whatever they're doing, if it wears funny underwear, I'm not Mormon by any stretch of the imagination. I just when I look at them, they always have nice, clean shirts. They have nice, sweet, polite kids. You
And
know.
I'm not against Mormons now. I mean, I'm very much against some of the things that Israel did in its early beginnings. But I'm not against Israel now because they're in the right. I'm not against Mormons now because their ancestors did wrong. Just like I'm
Right.
not against whites. Like I'm just against what people did in the fucking past.
Oh, okay. I heard fighting words. Define early.
Early, as in like,
In
oh
regards
man,
to Israel.
Israel. I'm just talking about Stern Gang in particular. Stern Gang and a little bit of Irgun. And I'm not confusing
I like the
Haganah.
Mormons. You know, they don't drink, they don't smoke, they don't
By the
gamble.
way, but
I
just a
mean,
minute. I want to handle Reuven's thing. I'm not confusing Haganah with Leahy and Irgun. I know that I know by far that Leahy and Irgun were not a major party. So just clearing that.
J-Dubs, I can't trust someone that can't trust themselves with booze and cigarettes.
well, I mean, I can't trust myself with booze and cigarettes. I mean, what I don't know. What do you mean by that? Tech? Clarify yourself.
That means I can't trust you. If they don't have enough confidence in themselves, how can I trust them?
Well, those substances corrupt you, don't they? They make you do things and say things that you don't want to say.
Only if you do them wrong.
Only if you do it wrong. Okay, I'll touche. I'll give you that. All right. In moderation. What's there's like a Reuven? What's that thing Mateo used to say about drinking? You drink a little, you're like a monkey. Like if you drink too much, you become like a monkey. Then you become like a pig wallowing in your own feces or something. Like it's like different levels.
Yeah, you can descend. I've descended a time or two. I've been places, man. Not healthy.
Right. I mean that's good.
Alcoholism is a problem in my family, particularly with the generation behind my parents. So I kind of got a taste of it, and I kind of knew what it could do to me and what it's done before. And I think that's always helped me, knowing that, you know.
Yeah, I turned from that life. In my high school days, I liked to party, and I didn't like the person I was then. You know, I don't do it anymore.
Yeah, good. Yeah, if I drink too much and get pissed off, you heard me one night. I abstained from liquor for a couple of weeks after that. I thought, holy shit, I got mad. Like, throw them all in a wood chipper. Fuck them.
Well, I just get drunk and emotional, and then I get embarrassed by the shit I say.
Yeah, I'm like, dude, you're pushing 40 and you went off like that?
Yeah, dude. Some of the shit you say.
Now to be fair, you were dealing with what's his name, an atheist at large. I mean, he is a bit of a he's a wow. That guy is loud.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, shit. I mean, I'm agnostic, and I even had a problem with him. Yeah,
That's his personality. What?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I argued with him for like an hour after I left. So.
Wow. Dude.
This guy Leo believes that no religious person, no believer in God can ever do any good. I mean, how is that any different than a Christian who says an atheist can never do no good because without a belief in God? I mean, he's no different. And he wants to complain? Come on.
Yeah, like
religious people should belong in a mental institution because they're delusional? That's silly. If anyone's delusional, it would be the atheist. If there's more of us than you. I mean, for fuck's sake, how did you get that?
Yeah, I mean, like, there's crazy on both sides, and he just happened to be the crazy, wrapped in an atheist package.
When you take an extremist view, I think, in the atheist notion, you do isolate yourself from all of humanity, for most of it. And so it's easy to blame humanity's problems on such a wide sweeping claim as theist, because I'm not pagan, I'm not Hindu, I'm not a Buddhist, I'm not African, you know, I'm not Inca, I'm not even Christian, you know. You want to put me in the same boat as those guys, or the ones who worship the owl out there in California and burn up children in effigy. Yeah, I don't like that. When you go so far extreme, it's like, well, maybe there's something to this thing. Maybe we're all trying to figure out the same science. How can we be a better people? How can we heal? How can we cure cancer at will? You know, how can we just be a better world? You know, we recognize a defect in ourselves and we want to improve. Maybe
really,
some of these ancient sciences have something to say about that. Maybe they can help.
It really just showed his ignorance, because any group of people that's been around long enough, you're going to get negative spin-offs. Like, people just do negative things sometimes. And if to blame the whole group of people just because of a few bad people, that's just stupid.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny how many people fall into that fucking trap, though. I mean, not really funny. It's just kind of like crazy.
What trap is that?
Like, someone did something crazy, and therefore the entire group is accused for it. It's like this bullshit. Like, I end up defending Christians, Muslims, Jews, atheists all the time because of this bullshit notion, collectivist notion that people hold of a group, man. Because of a few fucking people. Like, I know some Muslims that are chill. I know Jews that are pretty awesome. I know some Jews that are pretty fucked up. I know some Muslims that are pretty fucked up. Like, it's just a thing. It's like the goddamn human experience.
Yeah, I wouldn't want the atheists, the world's ultimate skeptics, to be suckered into a collectivist mentality, because then they cease being skeptics. You know?
Yeah,
you're talking about what atheists did for us. J-Dubs has mentioned what atheists did for him. It's like it made him look twice at religion, and it made me look twice at science. You know, it really did.
I have to be honest. You know, they made me look at my Bible and made me dig deeper into the passages. You know, they did make me a I don't know what to call it, but
I was
they
never
did
an atheist.
the stripes.
I used a lot of atheist bullshit, or not bullshit, legitimate circumstances back in high school to call out in my Catholic high school experience, and I got, man, people fucking were like, you're the devil, man. Like, you're evil. People in my school, the administration didn't fucking care. None of the school, they're like, that's legitimate. You're actually caring about religion. How cool is that? Because nobody gave a shit. Nobody.
Nice.
We get a few Christians that will come in the Hangouts once in a while, and they'll say someone will have a demon, and they'll start casting them out. I was in here one day when Brother John was saying something, and one Christian was saying, "Get out, you demon! Cast you out in the name of Jesus." It's entertaining, that's for sure.
It is really entertaining, but like, it's funny. Like
I don't want to say names, but I don't know if they ever watched this video, but I love you, man. No hard feelings.
For me, I don't give a shit, dude.
Oh no, not you. I'm just saying, just so if someone's watching.
I was going to say, J-Dubs, you were in the room when I got kicked out for practicing my atheistic voodoo demon magic, weren't you?
Was I? I think I might have been the one that kicked you out.
Oh, it might have been you. Wait, no, it was in Nephilim Free's room.
Yeah. Okay. Nephilim kicked you out. Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah. Well, to be fair, you were saying things like, "I'm gonna come drive by your house. I know where you live." It got kind of creepy a little bit. I mean.
I didn't say I was going to drive by his house. I was going to sit here and guess. I was like, okay, I'm going to divine where you live at. And I'm like, you live near a school. And that was as far as I got.
Was it? Okay. Yeah, devil, demon, voodoo magic. Yeah, that was a good one.
My friend actually studied some like voodoo Santeria bullshit. I had no idea that some of that, or at least actually a lot of that, had to do with Christianity. I was really surprised.
Mm-hmm. Human sacrifice, eating the flesh and blood of a human sacrifice to gain eternal life. It's pretty spooky shit, man.
Does any of that have to do with like Jewish tradition? I'm just sort of curious because like Solomon has, I haven't studied any of it, but Solomon had a lot to do with like apparently Solomon's key. He had demons. He worked with demons. Does any of that have anything to do with Jewish tradition?
I've never heard that.
I think the Christians just take the whole concept of a Passover Seder and they make it Christian or something. You know, they turn it into, the bread's the blood, the flesh, and yada yada. They just kind of make it their own.
I was just curious. I know there's a lot of anti-Semitic bullshit that becomes magic. And
we get a few Christians in here that still believe that Jews kidnap Christian kids and eat them.
Are you serious? Really?
Yeah. Reuven, I get it all the time.
I can't believe that bullshit. That shit, man, that goes back a long way. I've been studying Russian history quite a bit, and it's one of the huge things Russians treated Jews.
Kabbalah, I get a lot. Oh,
way back.
Like I was talking about Kabbalah one day with a Christian. It's you practice the devil's religion and you do witchcraft and I'm like thinking to myself, Kabbalah isn't witchcraft and no, yeah, it is, and you fucking crazy. There's I sacrifice kids and. I eat people. Oh, right, yeah, but you eat a dead Jew too, right? But that's okay. I can't eat babies, right? Like, what the fuck? It's like, calling the kettle black. Come on, man. You take communion every Sunday. Yeah, Reuven says.
no, that's different.
Reuven says in the comments hashtag Team Satan. Now this actually makes Christians kind of go crazy because I accept Satan. I'm a Noahide. I accept Satan. Satan's one of the good guys.
Baruch HaSatan.
Yeah, that's right. And so they'll make you want to make a Christian's head spin. Say that you believe in Satan. Say you're Jewish.
Yeah, tell him that Satan. Tell him that Satan is not a rebellious angel of God, but he's doing God's will. He's doing the job of testing your goodness.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's supposed to be the tester originally, isn't he? He's like one of God's angels who comes down and tests human
that
beings,
fallen
isn't
angel
it?
shit. That fallen angel shit's all Christian. That's all pagan.
That came from didn't that come from like the what's his name, Dante's Inferno and other shit like that, and John. That all came way after.
Yep.
Into the Middle Ages, didn't it?
Satan. Reuven says Satan guides us from the temptation of Jesus Christ, the false Messiah. That's God bless you.
What do you believe, Reuven?
Reuven's a cultural Jew. I don't really know how to explain it.
He's a Jew.
He used to be a Jew 300 years ago, but now he's an agnostic. Agnostics believe there's not enough information to know whether a God exists or not.
I thought that was agnosticism, not agnosticism. I thought that the agnosticism, which is what I'm sort of with.
That's what Reuven claims, yeah. What is
God, agnostic is like, with me, see, I'm still Christian, and I still try to understand everything. But when I come to a certain point, I believe this universe was created with rules and everything in it, and blah, 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 on and on. But it is this universe. Every physical law, everything is contained to this universe. Understanding God is beyond that. Since He created it, He is not confined to the rules within this reality, just as a computer programmer is not contained to the laws that he created in a computer program. You get me?
Begotten. All the way.
Oh, well, I'm not a Jew, so I can preach. I see an opportunity here. Are you aware that Jesus called himself Lucifer?
He called himself the light of the world, and the light of the world used to be Lucifer, correct?
Well, in Revelations, he says he's the great morning star, and if you look up the meaning of the word Lucifer, it's the morning star.
The same people who incorporated that book also translated or distranslated Isaiah. O heart, thou fallen from heaven, O day star, son of morning, and wrote the word Lucifer in there, and you can still find it in the Catholic Bible. And the same in that who is the bringer of light, the morning star, Venus, and then the sun. You know, Venus came. It used to be the name of the second planet, the bringer of light. Dante's Inferno. You know, you worship so yeah. Jesus calls himself the morning, and it's capitalized. I am the bright and morning star. It's like, why do you think they call it Revelation anyway?
Yeah, I mean, it's really not surprising. I was the rebellious son of a bitch in my Catholic high school. The most religious son of a bitches. I have no idea what they're talking about, or they take everything and they conform it to the worldview they were raised upon. They have no fucking clue. Or they've conformed it to them. They've twisted everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's the same bullshit that says Jesus was killed by the Jews. Jesus was a motherfucking Jew. What are you do? You know what you're talking about?
Jews took him off the cross. Rome didn't take him off. The Jews did. Rome crucified people. Jews stoned them or beheaded them. Jews didn't hang people on, nail people on. That was prohibited. God would never allow that. That was torture.
Although, wasn't it a Roman that showed mercy by killing him? That stabbed him in the side to make sure he died faster?
Yeah, that was... Who the fuck
in one gospel. Only one gospel talks about
and all four gospels. I love taking the Bible apart. I'm a Catholic. I take it totally on faith. I never fucking... Like, of course I take it on faith. How else am I supposed to take it? But, like, the four gospels do not align. You take New Testament scriptures, they do not align. They were completely constructed by a group of people, and then you go back in the New Testament, the Old Testament, you find contradictions everywhere. The Bible is not one book. It is 1,000 goddamn books combined into one for a specific purpose.
They hijacked the Hebrew Bible. That's the one weakness. They hijacked the Hebrew Bible. And, you know, some Christians, I'm like, why do you even bother with it? It's dead weight to you. All it's going to do is, why do you know, it's like, why don't you just get rid of the Old Testament? Because,
Well, it gives them legitimacy.
yeah, but
It's like Scientology using tology. And science, like, obviously they're nonsense, but when you use the word Scientology, it gives you some gravitas.
It does not, dude. If it did, it fucking failed so bad.
Well, I mean,
Nobody
obviously now we know about it, but I bet back in the day, it got some people's attention.
Scientology. Yeah, I have no idea, man. It probably did. Now it's just like whatever those crazy Hollywood people believe. Like they smoked a lot of joints and they took some LSD and shit, and now they believe in some god named Xenu who took us away on jets and dispersed our souls for whatever purpose.
I love science fiction. Wow, Reuven. That makes sense.
But yeah, like, I mean, obviously to an atheist, it's all nonsense. But like Scientology is a special kind of nonsense. Like, you have a founder that's a fiction writer. That's what he does for a living, and then he says, you have quotes of him saying in the public that the best way to make money is to start your own religion, and then he starts one, and then he uses his fiction books as religious books.
In some ways, it's like the greatest fucking social experiment ever done that's gone horribly, horribly wrong.
I knew a Scientologist that actually wanted to give me an audit. I don't know if people are familiar with that.
What is that?
And it's like therapy of trying to cleanse your mind of bad thoughts. You know, audit, like remove. A good movie. I don't know if anyone ever seen it. The Master. It came out like, I think it was last year. It was one of Philip Seymour Hoffman's last movies he made before he passed.
The Master?
Yeah, it's loosely based on L. Ron Hubbard. He helps of Jacqueline Phoenix. Jacqueline Phoenix is in the movie, and he tries to coaches him. He tries to make him a better person. Really good performance. It's not for everyone though. I mean, if you're into Scientology, you might like it.
Yeah, I don't know. He's a really good actor. I think I would like it just because he's in it.
You know what? I've hated Jacqueline Phoenix in the past. That movie really made me think twice about how maybe he's actually a better actor than I thought he was.
Oh no, not him. The one that died. You just said his name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's great.
So this group gathers like every night. I heard something talking about the afterlife tomorrow.
Well, tomorrow night is a Noahide study group, but usually Reuven. You all right over there, Smith? Falling off the couch?
Sorry.
Reuven usually.
Really sorry, I gotta admit
It's okay. It's all right. I'm busting your balls. Reuven usually hosts a hangout every night. Usually 10 Eastern. Well, maybe not every night, but consistently hosts. Let's just say he consistently hosts a hangout, and so does Brother John.
We can open up the Noahide code later too, if need be. You know, Noahide code. Excuse me, the Noahide Nexus, if need be. Too. Once we get the nitty gritty done, after party maybe. I don't know.
Oh, you're talking about the after party. Okay. I didn't know what you meant at first. Open up it.
You said the Noahide code. My mind immediately went to like angels and demons. Like you go to all angels and demons on me. You're going to mystery book here.
No. Force a habit, and it's very late. I should be in bed right now, but yeah.
It was actually pretty funny.
Code of behavior.
Glad I
No,
got in it. Who's this Jesus never existed guy?
That's who you should be. Yeah, he's our host. That's who you should be following.
No. I know Reuven. He just changed his photo. I was confused for a moment. There we go.
I know a Jew who will not write Jesus. He calls him Jebus. Because if you're going to refer to a false god, you should do it in a defaming manner. You should not, you should show some kind of kind of like marking. See, a Jew has to destroy an idol. A Noahide has the option to mark it, like clip off a piece of Jesus' nose.
So do Noahides believe that Jesus is like a false prophet, false Messiah?
Well, we know enough. I can say this, that when you're a Noahide, you learn Torah. There's enough in Torah alone to completely discredit the Jesus aspect of Christianity.
Now you have to be fair. Now I want to clarify I just want to clarify what James said. We don't hate him personally. Jesus is a great guy to us. If he existed, he's a rabbi who taught really good stuff.
Yeah.
But as a Messiah, as a Son of God, as a God, that's where we go. No.
Yeah.
Okay, cool stuff. I mean,
he's no more God in the flesh than you are.
Right. We're all
actually, that's one of the interesting things in like early Christianity. There was debate: is Jesus the Son of God? Is he God? And,
now, if you want to say Jesus was God and I'm God and you're God and God's all in us, that's fine. There's nothing too wrong with that.
Well,
but when you start saying that he's just the God, that's the problem.
I believe he is the God, but I have some strange beliefs that are totally contradictory, which is why I am an agnostic. Like, I believe he was the God, but also, like, I like Alan Watts that says we're all sort of the God, we're all a part of the Godhead. So, like,
how did Jesus teach you to pray? The one time he actually gives you a prayer in the Gospels, how does he teach you? What are the first 3 words? Or the first 2 words?
Oh, God, man, I'm too drunk.
Okay, don't worry. He says, "Our Father."
Our Father who art in heaven.
He didn't say to pray to. He didn't say pray to me. He said pray to God.
But I find like a lot of that's why I'm a Catholic. I pray the Rosary because I find it very similar to Buddhist beads and Buddhist meditation because it really helps me focus in. It's useful to me.
That's where the Catholic the Romans used the Buddhist priests system as their own. The whole abbot and deacons and acolytes and priests and all that good stuff came from Buddhism. That was the only place that had something like that. And Catholic meaning universal. They want to complement the East, so that was how they structured their priest system. Rosary included.
The Rosary is very fun. It really helped me a lot. So
Muslims have worry beads.
Worry beads?
Very, very, very similar to the Rosary and very similar to the beads in Buddhism.
I've never.
They're called worry beads. What are they called? Worry beads?
Yeah. Well, it's for each worry you.
I'm sure there's a proper name for it. I'm sure Reuven can give us that.
That was what a Muslim told me anyway. It was like you run the beads through your hands, but each one for each worry or for whatever you pray to God for, and there's a cycle you go through or something like that. I don't remember, but very, very similar to the Rosary.
That'd be kind of weird. There has to be a specific, and that'd be like calling the prayer rug. Oh, it's a rug. There has to be a special name to it. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Hey, welcome back, Peter. I thought you were snoozing, man. Dreaming of I Dream of Genie. What's happening?
Homosexuals are gay.
I love that bullshit, man.
That's so gay, dude.
Yeah, I love this one.
So gay. See, See,
Reuven,
that's what I don't
What
get.
what what do Noahites believe on homosexuality? I'm curious about you guys. I've never heard of you before. Like I said, I was interested in Jewish tradition as like a Catholic, and I noticed that it was totally ignored by Christianity, and it seemed hypocritical and strange. So I'm like curious. You're interesting. You're an anomaly.
I mean, I consider it a sexual immoral action if you do the action. If you have feelings, your feelings don't matter. How you feel has no relevance, but it's only the actions that are the problem.
Well, I mean, you say you're not a lot of bullshit, a lot of religions, whatever. Are you atheist? What are you guys? I'm sorry if I'm like totally.
I mean, I'm a
just struck.
theist.
You're a theist.
Yeah, I accept the deity. Yeah, the God of Israel.
But I mean, like, are you?
I might be able to summarize this pretty good. If you go type in the 7 laws of Moses, that's basically the foundation. Or Noah, yeah, sorry.
Noah means descendant of Noah, a child of Noah. You've got your Jebusites, you've got your Canaanites, you get your Noahites, which means every human being on the planet who wasn't at Sinai, or who isn't at Sinai, if you will.
Right. That's a more secular answer James gave you. I would consider a Noahide as someone who keeps a Noahide code, but yes, a Noahide could be also someone who's a Gentile, someone descendant of Noah.
So, but I mean, like, by your belief, do
My
you
beliefs?
believe in an afterlife? I mean, would a homosexual
I personally believe in an afterlife, but you don't have to, as a Noahide, believe in an afterlife.
That's cool, but I mean, would someone who committed homosexual acts go to Gehenna?
I would say if they repented, asked for forgiveness, I would say they would go to heaven. Sure.
So then it's like if you repent, what if you're on your deathbed and you're like, fuck, I fucked up, and you're like, I'm sorry, and you have no time to repent?
I'm sure God will take that into consideration. But
well, I don't think he knows. You might want to make the clarification that like the Jewish hell, like Gehenna, is a temporary thing.
Yeah,
no. Gehenna is purgatory.
You don't have a hell.
I understand. I have a friend. I understand.
Right on.
But I mean, would you go to purgatory / Gehenna and then have to work your way up to heaven if you were homosexual on your deathbed?
I looked at it this way. There was a rabbi said something really interesting. He says you can no more be a homosexual than you can be a thief.
So then being homosexual is like something created by the environment.
You have to clarify what do you mean. What do you mean by be a homosexual? Again, feelings don't give. We don't give the Bible, God, whatever the way you want to look at it. We don't give a fuck about feelings. It's about actions.
It's about sticking your dick in a man's butt.
Oh no. I understand.
Like to me,
well,
let me clarify. To me, a man hugging another man, holding another man's hand, kissing another man, that's not homosexual. You know, we would be stoning everyone in a lot of different cultures because only in Western society is that frowned upon. In most other places in the world, that's completely normal.
Goodbye, France.
Yeah, Arabs walk arm in arm. Arabs hold hands. Arabs will kiss each other flat on the lips.
Right.
Not unlike Italians.
Yeah, you can find the picture of George Bush Jr. holding hands with the Saudi prince all the time. Yeah, that's like a famous photo. You know? Like the Bible said, I mean, I bring that up. You know, King David loved Jonathan like a woman. You know, his love for him was more than a woman's. I mean, no one in their right mind would ever consider them homosexual.
Yeah,
it's a feeling.
There's a fellow who, there's actually no word for homosexual in the Bible. There's no word for straight either. All it said is you don't have intercourse with a man, but it also says you don't have intercourse with your neighbor's wife or your mother or a cow. You know, it's more along the lines of it. You're supposed to respect that. It's hard in today's culture, I know. Trust me.
No. I mean, I totally understand because homosexual is an invention of 1700, 1800. It's pretty brand new. the Greeks and the Romans had no conception of homosexuality. They knew there were some guys that slept with men. They knew some other shit, but
I mean, they were doing all
it
sorts of
wasn't.
stuff.
But I mean, they believed in the hedonism of mankind more than anything. Homosexual, heterosexual, bisexual are mostly inventions of the modern era. So I'm just sort of curious.
Well, Torah makes no mention of those words either, and it's just
they didn't exist. They didn't exist. How could you make mention of them when they weren't there?
Yeah, it's not a. Yeah, that's
It'd be like, hating on homosexuals would be like as silly as hating juggalos. It wouldn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? And be even more silly if you use the Bible to do it. It's not the way it's supposed to be looked at. It's like how is it supposed to be? Humans are supposed to have families. They're supposed to settle down. That's the purpose. So, technically speaking, homosexuality doesn't fit in that purpose. It's not that we hate homosexuals or we discriminate. You can be that way if you want to. It's just that
I really don't give a shit. I'm just curious. I mean, I'm bisexual, and I have one of my best friends thinks it's one of the most immoral acts. I'm just totally interested. I don't give two shits.
the idea is to just try to keep in your pants as much as possible. That's the idea. Like a Buddhist monk he's not prohibited from having sex, he's not prohibited from that, but you save it, that's your essence. You recycle that. That's the male essence, and you're supposed to save it and produce life with it. That's the lesson in it. Everyone, but I think we'd be better off if we didn't have to identify each other by our orgasm. Nobody really cares how the other guy gets off. Nobody really wants to know. Can't we live in a world where you don't have to be identified by that? I think we would be better off if we left the orgasm out of it. I mean, in all forms. Free love, yeah, I guess, whatever. But at the same time, do we really need to be identified by that? Do I really have to be straight? Is because I know a handsome guy when I see one, or that I think Elvis was a pretty guy. Does that make me gay? Okay, I'm gay. Whatever.
I think mostly part of this whole thing.
I like show tunes. I'm not fucking with you. I like Broadway. Does that make me gay? I like show tunes.
I think what part of this has to do with is a materialist view. Like the materialism. The brain is the only thing, therefore they're all, like I'm just saying. Like I think part of the product is that it's all materialist, it's all brain. We don't know whether there's an afterlife or atheist. There is no afterlife, so you can do whatever you want. Like, I think part of this is the materialist perspective that says the brain is the only thing that exists. When you stop, you're done, so there is nothing, so you can fuck a dude or a chick or whatever you want.
See, that's what the great thing about Judaism is, it's not seen that way because a lot, how can I put this? Fuck, I had this thing thought out and I don't even remember what I was going to say. When we do mitzvah or positive commandments, we do it because it's beneficial for society and us. Like we help the poor, we give to the needy. That's a good thing for now, for the here and now. You shouldn't do it for the afterlife, just so God will open the pearly gates for you. And I think even Reuven can even help me out here. I think that's even frowned upon, doing commandments only for the afterlife, only for a reward, right? Yeah, Reuven says yes. So that's even a sin considered. You're supposed to do it because you do it because you want to help. You're saving the world. You're fixing the world. You do it because it's a good thing, helping.
But yeah, I'm totally behind that. Like, I think if you're only doing it for the afterlife, it's kind of bullshit. I also think, like, if all you're focused on is the afterlife, it's kind of horseshit. Like, you don't know whether there's an afterlife. It might not. It's sort of an in-between. So you might as well just sort of go with the flow and enjoy your fucking life. But you should be moral. I mean, if there was no God, even if there was no God, I would not kill a person. I would not rape a person because it's a pretty fucked up thing to do. Like, Jesus fuck.
Yeah,
you're gonna rape someone? We have consciousness. We're above animals.
It
I'm
is. It
sorry, we
is.
got
It is.
consciousness. We're
It
above.
is. It is very disturbing when people say, if there was no outside authoritarian voice, if that's what you want to call it, a creator, then they would just go apeshit, and then I just go, oh, there's no reward, there's no heaven, and I'm just gonna do whatever. That makes me
Well, I
frown. It
mean,
makes me.
have you ever read Jonathan Haidt? I think like Jonathan Haidt is one of my favorite. He wrote The Righteous Mind: Why Good People Are Divided by Politics and Religion, or
I
Religion
like
and
the
Politics.
name of that book actually. That actually made my eyebrows raised. I like the
He's
name.
excellent. He points out why he questions a lot of things. He's very hated in militant atheist groups. He brought up a lot of things about. He actually brought up something that's pretty much dead in scientific community. He suggested there is group level selection. There are multi-level selections in evolution. And I don't hate anybody. Like, fuck, you disagree with my lifestyle for being bisexual, but I don't give a shit. I like having dialogue with people who don't disagree with me, so long as they don't fucking trash me. Like I said, my best friend does not agree with the idea that I could fuck a woman or a man. I'm with a woman, so I'm with her, and that's it.
Let's. I hope your friendship will still kindle.
Oh, it ain't going nowhere. He's my best friend. Like, he ain't going nowhere. He's gonna be in my wedding. Like, I like having dialogue with people who do not have the same view of me, view as me. Sorry, I'm a little drunk.
Yeah, there's not really an afterlife thing in Judaism. It's about the here and now. The Exodus is now. The flood is coming now. We are being created now. If you can't put it to practical use, what good is it? And that's why Judaism. That's why I get practical information. I've just started once again washing my hands when I wake up. Something I stopped doing. And it really does something.
Well, I find it
Why?
in Jonathan Haidt's book, he talks about that. There's a reason why religions would exist the way they were, or I mean, even the liberal movement that are atheistic, they're like, oh, they have some religious beliefs too, because they're like, no GMOs, none of this shit, it's all evil. It's like, where's your proof? It becomes religious at a certain point. It's all about trying to protect yourself and move on. It's practical. Like, I don't know whether there's an afterlife. I sure as hell hope so. I sure as hell hope I make it into an afterlife that's pleasant. But, I like this life. I'm moving forward, and I believe in morals, and I don't really care. So long as you're not, like, wishing death upon me, I got nothing on you.
Sounds reasonable. You can pass. We're not going to rapture you.
That's nice.
Yeah, idolatry is my big thing. I really wish I could get Hezekiah into the Noahide Code and the Noahide Nexus discussions. He's British, so we can't really get a good time to get together. But he's into justice, and I'm really hardcore into idolatry. That's the one thing I think that leads to everything else: the degradation of morals in society and just liberty, and
Well, it's really interesting because, like, everybody creates idols with it, I know it or not. Like, a bunch of people create shit about, like, they build it around their sports team, they build it in everything. And I'm like, you got what's coming. You build up a bunch of shit that doesn't exist, and it's going to come right back on you unless you're invested in the right motherfucking shit.
I say none of them. Idol smasher, obviously, but yeah, something about iconoclastic notions. As soon as it's revered, it should be destroyed.
I'm pretty much an iconoclast too, dude.
I sympathize. I say all this, and yet I'm a sympathizer. I sympathize with the religious. I sympathize with the atheist. I sympathize with the seeker.
You're just basically a humanitarian. I mean, do you sympathize or empathize? I mean, there's a little bit of a difference. Sympathize says you sort of agree or support their movement. Empathize is just kind of like, I understand where they're coming from, and I can represent it equally, but I do not agree with it.
A little bit of both. I think empathy, yeah, I can't deny that. Empathy, I think I might empathize more than sympathize. I don't believe in a human God, but I find myself standing with the Christians. Same thing with anybody, even the atheist. When I see the atheists are just calling religion out on their bullshit, is what it's really about. I think it's like peekaboo with yourself. I think that's really what it's about. But in the end, they are calling out religious bullshit. I'm not saying that you're wrong for going to church, or you're wrong because grandma and mama took you to church, and I'm not saying that's wrong. But I'm saying that we've gotten to a point where we haven't matured in that level yet, and the atheists are calling people out, and I empathize with that. That one's when I actually literally sympathize.
Yeah, I understand that. I really do. I sympathize with atheists. I sympathize a lot.
They piss me off. Don't get me wrong, but I sympathize.
They piss me off too. The only thing that really bothers me about most atheists, most militant atheists at least, who are like, religion is the cause of all evil in the world, is like, I'm an anarchist. Like, they want to treat religion special from every other institution in the world. Like, have you paid attention to government? It does the same thing. Sometimes, most of the time throughout human history, they unite with religion. But Soviet Union slaughtered thousands of fucking Christians because they were just Christians, because they were theists. We have to remove it because it isn't Marxist, our Marxist theology, quote unquote, but it basically was a theology. They want to ignore anything that is not religion, and they want to make religion the ultimate evil, and that's where I really call my bullshit on. Like, no.
Stalin became an idol.
He really did, man. Like, I studied Soviet history. I love Russian history. And these people build up idols around them like you're talking about. I listened to the Soviet anthem. It's fucking beautiful. It's amazing. It's crazy. It's aesthetically, musically perfect.
I like Russian music. I've even read a little bit of Tolstoy, which is a heavy reading mother. Good God.
Tolstoy, one of the fascinating things you might want to know about him is that he was in the age of authors where they got paid by the word to write, which is why a lot of his writing is so overwhelmed with words. So he got paid to write by the word, which is why his stuff is so hard to read past. He uses
capitalist.
Yeah, no shit. He was called a Christian anarchist.
Yeah, idolatry. We don't realize that. It doesn't have to be religious. Idolatry is idolatry. Nazism, nationalism, basically, is a form of idolatry. Institutionalized religion is a form of idolatry. I mean, we don't know that. You mentioned sports teams. If we had people caring that much about their government, we'd have a revolution on our hands, That they're painting their faces and their bodies. Blah. I'm like, dude. Okay. It's tough, but it's the worst one. I think that's the worst one. I think that's the one that the one we need to work on. Everybody knows not to torture an animal, or most people don't want to torture an animal. Most people won't murder. Most people don't steal, But idolatry, yeah, that's a problem. slap a Jesus sticker on it, slap an American flag on it, you know. And
Oh
and
man,
then
I'm the one who rips them apart the most. Like I created my own fake Pledge of Allegiance. It's crazy what people find themselves in. Like I gotta find it, but it was all about talking about this nationalistic bullshit. I mean, I'm an anarchist, so I'd
Reuven
have
was
to find it and read it.
Reuven's family was run out of Mother Russia. You just love that Russian. You know that what really sucks is Catherine the Great loved the Jews. She gave them land. She welcomed them. She gave part of her kingdom up to Jews.
Yeah, the problem with Catherine the Great is the same problem with a lot of the czarists in Russia at the time. I mean,
Decadent?
what?
Decadent?
No. Decadence really didn't matter. There was such a separation between the serfs, the lower class, and the autocracy that there wasn't that building consensus. It was starting to occur when she became powerful. And when she died, it was growing exponentially. The Russian history is about 20 years at least behind European history. And my father, who grew up like in the Cold War, he was born around. He lived during World War II. His parents lived during World War One, and they have such a warped view of Russia, backwards view. The Mongols made Russia the way it is. That's why it is. No. That's fucking simplistic. They're Slavic. They're different. I could go on a fucking lecture, man. I studied Russian history out the yin yang. My great grandparents are Ukrainian, and I've studied so much about their history. Radashev is who Catherine the Great persecuted, and after Catherine the Great disappeared, the Russians persecuted the Jews so much worse than most of Europe until Hitler rose up and World War One started. Like it's
Yeah.
ironic, but the higher class hated the Jews worse than they were Hitler basically.
Mm-hmm.
During if you were lower class, you were more likely to tolerate the Jews because they're just Jews. They're backwards. They're not right. They should be Christian, but they can change their beliefs. They can do that. If you're higher class Russian, it's like no. It's genetic. We gotta wipe these guys. They are fucked. So I mean, I've read books on this. Like,
Always happens everywhere the Jews go.
it's no wonder that Stern gang became Bolsheviks, or everyone became Bolsheviks. I fucking hate Bolsheviks.
I'm back.
Bolsheviks killed half.
I left to go get something to eat. I come back to some wonderful got to kill Jews talking.
Oh no.
It kind of makes sense that why Jews aren't really too open arms about us Gentiles. It's like I can understand. There's that word again, sympathize. I can sympathize with it.
Yeah, they say.
No, I'm just talking
to Jews. They say
historically,
that they say that we're dirty rags, or we're animals, and and I'm like, well, when we treat them like animals, no wonder they look at us the same way. Look at the way the white man treats them.
I wouldn't say white man. I just.
Well, the Orient didn't do it. The Hindus didn't do it.
The Orient never did it really, and the Hindus.
But the Edomite
But I mean, like,
did.
there was some xenophobic bullshit because the Jews have maintained their history. Like, they wanted to maintain it, so they didn't assimilate, and that was threatening, annoying. It was really pissed off by the government. Like, you gotta be this way. You can't be the other way. And the Jews' insistence on keeping their cultural identity, their historical identity, their traditions, that aggravated everything else around it, which is why they got pissed. Like, Not defending it, it's still fucked up, but that is part of the reason why the Jews have been hated in Western society.
Mm-hmm. Oh, may God bless America.
So, yeah, we're
So
better
far, they've been
now.
okay
We were
here.
pretty fucked up.
Yeah, but frontier
I mean,
spirit.
Henry Ford fucking supported the Nazis.
Oh yeah, Nazism was far more popular in America, I think, than I hate to say that we needed the war, but we needed the war because that shit had to die. We had the Bellamy salute, the whole Nazi salute. You know this shit. That was the Pledge of Allegiance salute. A grim eagle, the same eagle, like in Egypt.
Is anybody else interested in just entering this conversation? I feel like me and I don't know your name. I can't read it from the little
James,
spot.
the Idol Smasher.
J-Dubs, is that you?
You gotta drink a little less, man.
Which one of us?
Well, you Smith, man, I could barely understand what you're saying.
Simon.
Simon?
What?
Is that your name, Simon?
No.
He said, "Sorry, man."
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, man.
Oh, okay.
Are you talking to
My
me,
name's
blue guy?
Danny.
Idol Smasher? James, they call me James.
James. My name's Danny. I'm sorry.
Hi, Danny. How you doing?
Not bad. Although, I'm sorry I'm drunk to the Che Guevara guy. John. Is your name John?
Johan.
John, are you the Irish rebel?
I am the Irish Rebel, yes.
I'm
The
sorry,
Fiend.
I have been...
You don't have to apologize to me, man. You're the one drinking, not me.
Well, yeah, but I'm sorry I'm not coherent enough. And that's
It's fine. We get worse people in here, man.
Much worse. You're cool, dude.
Yeah.
I drank in here earlier. It was a little half pint of beef eater gin. Honest to goodness, real gin with juniper berries, citrus, and botanicals.
I just don't want to dominate the discussion, especially when I'm not understood, like when I can't speak right.
No, it's fine. I mean, it's a intimate setting, and it's only 5 of us here, and Reuven doesn't really talk, so there's only really 4 of us.
It's about to be 3 because I gotta go to bed.
Oh.
It's late for me, and I gotta get up with the baby girl, and
Well, James, man, it was good hearing from you today, man. You
see
gonna
you
come?
tomorrow night?
Okay, tomorrow night, sure. 8 o'clock Eastern, or 9?
Yes.
Okay.
8 Eastern,
Okay, good.
7 Central. 5
Sounds
Pacific.
great, man.
All right, man. Y'all have a good night, Reuven. Thank you
Nice-
again.
Nice to meet you,
Nice to meet
James.
you. Daniel Cerberus, Shazam, baby. All right, let's talk.
Good night,
Thank you.
man.
Good night.
Good to meet you. Good to learn a bit about the Noahites.
I would say, yeah, it's getting pretty early. I think I'm gonna go too.
All right, take care, dude. Well, I guess maybe Reuven, you want me to end out the hangout? Rate, subscribe. Make sure you contact Reuven Goldstein on Google Plus. Add him as a friend. Keep up to date with his posts. You'll be able to get a link into the room for the next hangout. And follow him on Facebook, which is the same name, Reuven Goldstein, and for his politics discussion. Have a good night.